Do you want your viewers to stop in their tracks? Did you know that you can arrange the elements in your art to be scientifically more pleasing to the eye? Because great art is more than a pretty picture. It's a science.
My name is Beth Gatza, and this is Composition and Art for Beginners.
A course that will help you take your artwork from amateur to professional, learn essential composition techniques, master the art of controlling the viewer's gaze, and craft visually stunning paintings that make your viewers stop in their tracks. Throughout the course, we're going to paint a series of 10 captivating thumbnail paintings and 6 Master Studies thumbnail paintings. We'll take a closer look at the works of some of the most influential artists in history and analyze their use of composition. And this course is designed to help beginner artists learn, practice, and take advantage of the principles of composition to improve the look and feel of their art.
So, let's get started.
I can't wait to see you there. Hello and welcome to Composition and Art for Beginners. In this course, we are going to be creating a composition cheat sheet. And at the same time, while creating this cheat sheet for yourself, you're going to be learning about the rules of composition. I designed it this way in order to make sure that all these concepts really stick with you. And I want it to feel fun and easy. And that is why this course is laid out from easy to intermediate to advanced. So as you progress through the course, it's going to get a little bit more challenging. Similar to a trainer helping someone work out their body, we are going to be using the same type of method to work out our mind. Have you ever created a dish and you followed a recipe and the dish turns out fantastic, but then when you are done, you cannot remember what the recipe is if someone asked you? That's very similar to how we learn. If you go to school, you're bombarded with all this information, and just memorizing is not going to help you learn the concepts. We really have to tackle it in a way that doesn't feel like learning. We're utilizing not only the information, but also applying it to our own artwork. So here is what you are looking at right now. And if you scroll down, you can notice that the composition course it looks pretty extensive, yet each of these little modules are very short and bite-sized to make sure that you can get through the course at a steady pace and you don't feel overwhelmed. Let me explain to you how this works. So every rule of composition that you're going to be learning is going to have the lesson, the painting study, and the review. And it really does, that's the order that we do all the way down. So you will begin by learning a quick bite-sized lesson. This is 3 to 5 minutes, maybe a little bit longer for specific ones. After you're done with that, you're going to jump into something called a painting study. Now these start off with being very easy to becoming pretty advanced. And you will notice too that I will put beginner level, and you really do want to go in order because eventually they will start to become more intermediate. And right about here, after number 7, it's not going to feel as easy anymore. It's starting to get a little bit more complicated. Right here, these beginner lessons are probably going to seem so easy that it might seem like actually ridiculous. You're like, why am I even doing this? But trust me, the easy ones that we are doing have as much benefits as more complicated lessons. I wanted to make sure that it was so easy that as you progress, you're not really seeing or feeling the progression. Like I mentioned before, when you're working out, you really do have to warm up first. You wouldn't just jump right into a hard workout. This is a step-by-step. You're actually going to be working with me during these painting studies. I am using gouache paint, but you can use acrylic paint and water it down. That is okay too. In the beginning, it really is just blue and orange. So we're just going to keep it super simple. And I think that this is kind of fun too, because as we're working together, it really does feel like you're in the classroom. All right, so you have 10 lessons, and that means that you're going to have 10 cheat sheet paintings, unless you really want to take it the extra mile, which is the master's studies. You're going to finish the course with something called the Art Master's Composition Studies. Now, this, I am not going to be walking you step by step throughout the whole painting process, but instead I will be breaking down some of the world's most famous paintings and their composition. Now, if you would like to do this, I really encourage you to do it. Once you get to this point, after you have finished the lesson 10, you're going to have the skills available to actually tackle these. And even though I'm not giving you the step-by-step, the point of this is not to look identical to the original. The point of this is to help you figure out how to make studies. When we're creating these master studies, what we're going to be doing is working very loose. You're going to be starting by gessoing your paper. So you have this barrier between your painting surface to your paper, and it won't soak through like it did in these previous lessons where it's very similar to a watercolor style. And the reason why we're going to do that is we really want to work in layers where if you mess up, you can easily paint over it and just continue to start broad and then work more refined and not worry so much about perfections. There's so much here, and it's not a huge time commitment, and you can learn so much in such a short amount of time, and I just cannot wait to see how you do. So if you want to share your work, your progress, anything, whatever it may be, please be sure to sign up with our Facebook group. It's called Beth Gotza Classes on Facebook. And since you are a student, you get access to it, and it is private, so you can share your work and not have to worry about the whole world seeing it. It is a safe, a wonderful, thriving community of like-minded artists, and we would love to have you. Okay, enjoy the course. We will see you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi, welcome to Composition and Art for Beginners. My name is Beth Gotza, and I am your course instructor. So let's jump into how this whole thing is broken down. This class is divided into 3 main modules. The first module is where you are now. This is where you will learn about the course, your materials, and how to set up your painting studies. The second module is the Composition Lessons module. You will be given 10 lessons that teach you about principles of composition. In each lesson, you will be provided with a short lesson, painting study, and a review of the principles of composition being taught. The third module is called Art Masters Composition Studies. In this module, you will watch 6 painting demonstrations and learn about the principles of composition that you can find in each one. There is also an add-on available for purchase for this course, and it's called Course Cards. These are the review cards you will see me use during the class. You may choose to purchase these cards if you would like, and they have been designed to fit in a 4x6 photo album, along with the finished painting studies that you have created in this course. This way, after you've completed the course, you will be left with reminders of what you have learned. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to get started, and I hope you are too. So have fun, and I will see you coming right up. Bye. Hey everyone, we're going to start with materials. I'm using gouache paint because I kind of felt like it was the in-between of acrylic and watercolor, and we're going to be using it in that way where the first half, when we're learning about composition, we're going to be treating our gouache almost similar to how we would treat watercolor paint out of the tube. But the second half, when we're recreating famous artworks, we're going to be focusing on how to use our gouache similar to how we would use acrylic paint. So the gouache paint that I use is Holbein. And for the first part of our course, we're only going to need 4 tubes of paint, and that is the blue, the orange, and I'm using cerulean blue and orange and black and white. Later on, you're going to need more colors, and I will make sure that I list the colors that I am using in the description below for which painting I am creating. I'm going to start now from the left to the right, and we have a ruler. This is just a ruler that I have at home. It's nothing fancy. Next, what I have is a shop wipe. Having shop wipes are essential to your creating process. And the reason why I think shop wipes are better than paper towels is shop wipes do not leave that little dusty, that stuff that comes off of it. And they're also really great because you can kind of reuse them over and over again until they're just really filthy. The next thing I am going to talk about is art tape. So why do you need art tape? Well, art tape is what we're going to be using to tape our paper down to our surface. So I'm going to be painting on a flat surface, and you can paint on a kitchen table, pretty much anywhere that is flat where you can have a lot of space to put your stuff
around would work perfectly. And what we're gonna do is actually tape our paper to that surface. If you're worried about getting any kind of paint on your surface, your kitchen table, your desk, or anything that we talked about before, a little bit of a tip is you can take contact paper and lay it down first prior to taping your paper down to your surface. And at the very end, you could just rip up the whole thing and everything will be perfect. But the reason why I do love art tape is if you do gesso your paper and you put art tape down on top of it, the gesso will prevent the tape from ripping your paper after you pull it off at the end. Now, it does rip sometimes just if you put it directly onto watercolor paper. So just be aware that when you are pulling it off, you kind of just go like a back and forth motion to peel it off, and you're doing it very slowly. Next is, we're gonna be talking about water containers. Something sturdy to put your water in is really nice. I love these. I got them from the Dollar Tree and I have 2 of them. And the reason why you want 2 buckets or canisters of water is because when you're working with your watercolor paint, you're gonna kind of do a 2-step process where you clean your brush off in one, and then you do a second clean in the other one. This way you have a really dirty water, and then you have a like not very dirty water. And when it's time to work on your paper again, then everything is gonna be more clean, more accurate in color, closer to what you want it to be. Next, I'm going to talk about gesso. So we're not going to need gesso for the entire project. We're only going to need it when we're treating our gouache similar to acrylic paint, and we're just going to be applying gesso to our paper. And I really like this gesso, but really any gesso that you have would be great. And you may not know what gesso is. So gesso is a primer. It's a sealant. It will protect your paper from any of your paint getting into your paper and bleeding and creating more of a watercolor effect. Okay, paintbrushes. So you may have paintbrushes at home already. These are the ones that I use for this project. So I have a couple of round brushes, and round brushes just come to a point like this. They're really great for details, for thin lines. Next, I have a few flat brushes in different sizes. I have a wider one, and then it gets more narrow. And flat brush is exactly like it sounds. It's flat on the top, and you can get some nice hard lines by just like dragging it down or pulling across. You'll get a wider line. The last brush I have is a filbert brush. It looks similar to a flat brush, except it's rounded on the top. That's really nice if you want to like pad anything, or if you don't want hard edges, or you want to get into round areas. It's really great to have. So it's really up to you to decide what your needs are for this course. And if money is no issue, then yeah, buy the nice supplies and you'll see a major difference in your paintings. But if money is an issue, which I completely understand, then only focus on what we're learning in the course, only focus on what we're doing, and try your best to use materials that you have available. Okay, let's move on. The next thing we're going to talk about is where are you going to put your paint while you are painting. So the first one that I'm going to show you is a blank pan watercolor tray. And it's blank, meaning you can fill them up with any kind of watercolor paints that you want. These little grooves right here are going to prevent the paint from bleeding into one another. And it's just really nice. I like to have my main paint in these little like pans right here, and take from them and then mix in the tray. This one I haven't used yet. It's not that I'm not going to, but I just don't need it at the time. It kind of helps create a seal in case you are wanting to reuse it again. I use a glass palette mainly for acrylic paints, oil paints. I used the glass palette mainly when we were doing the second portion of this course, which is recreating the masterpieces work. And the reason why I liked the glass palette is because I was treating the paint similar to how I would treat acrylic paint, and I would want to have it more thick, and I wanted to have like the space to mix my paints and see what I'm getting and do like small variations in color. How would you clean a glass palette? You need some sort of water. I have this spray bottle, and I love it because it's a mister, so it gives you a pretty even mist on your glass palette. And then you would use a scraper similar to this. It's like a window scraper. They're just, you know, it slides up after you've misted your paint, you just quite literally scrape it off. After you clean your surface, I use a shop wipe to kind of just dry everything off. And then you're ready for the next use. Next, we're gonna talk about paper. So this fills the entire screen, but I'm not using a fancy watercolor paper for this project. I have it. I have the really nice watercolor paper that costs a lot of money. But because this class is mainly learning about a process rather than creating a final product, then I'm not going to use my nice watercolor paper for my studies. So I really like this one. And the reason why is well, first of all, it is big. And actually I do cut my watercolor paper in half for this project, and I will show you what I use to do that. But let's talk about cold press. It says cold press paper. Cold press watercolor paper has the grooves. So when you feel the surface, there's almost like a bumpiness on top. Hot press means it's super smooth. And when I'm personally working on my final paintings and projects, or if I have to use watercolor paper, I prefer hot press because sometimes the grooves can leave a texture that is a little bit unpredictable. And hot press for me, because I love detail so much, I like being able to know exactly where my paint is going to go and know how it's going to react. But for this, cold press is perfect. It is 30 pages. So if you do cut this in half, you're getting 60 pages out of it. And I like this. This is just a paper cutter. Make sure that your paper cuts are super straight. It's not necessary to buy, but it is really nice to have. And I don't think that these are very expensive. It might be like $8 to $12. I'll have to check on that, and I'll make sure to link it in the materials list below. Yeah, so I think that is all of our materials. So I'm going to talk next about the paint that we're using and how to work with it a little bit. Hey, welcome back. We are going to be talking about the gouache paint, and I will be talking about the differences that you may find with gouache that you have at home, or if you're buying it and working with it for the first time, some things that you may notice. Gouache is a matte paint, and it tends to be more on the opaque side. And so matte means that it's not shiny, and opaque means it's not see-through. Now, it's not necessarily completely opaque, although if you do lay it on thick, it's going to be very opaque, where you may notice with acrylic paint, it has a little bit of a shine to it, and it does have kind of a little bit of a transparency based on the specific types of acrylic paint that you use. So why is this beneficial for this specific project? Well, I think it's beneficial because it helps us layer things quickly. And for this specific project, we're not getting into details too much. Mainly we want to figure out where the artist has been blocking and how they laid out their composition. And we want to kind of learn how we can apply that into our own work. So gouache has been a great medium for me to sketch. Reeves does act more like a watercolor paint. It's a little bit runny. It does like thin out very easily, and the opacity is pretty good. I think it's really, if you're trying to save money, I think it's a nice option to use. Next, we have our Winsor & Newton, and this is a designer's gouache. Now, designer's gouache is very expensive. You could be spending like $20 a tube of paint for designer's gouache. And Winsor & Newton gouache is great. I mean, it's really nice. But I'm not using this in this course. And the reason why, this does re-wet. And actually, I don't want my paint to re-wet. So what does that mean? It means that after it has dried, whether it's on your paint palette or on your paper, if you wet it back up again with water, it's going to reactivate and kind of mush and move all over the place. And that's one of the reasons why people have the hardest time with gouache, is because they can't predict what it's going to do. And we are not at that point right now where we need to do a study on gouache paint specifically. What I want to do is learn more about how to put everything together. So we are going to use this paint, the Holbein gouache. And when it does dry, it acts more like an acrylic paint, meaning once it dries, it's pretty hard and you will most likely have to add a little bit more paint after it has dried in order to create your painting. And this is really helpful for this course. It may not be helpful for all of your paintings, but I recommend this one for the course. Although, like I said, you do not have to use this brand or this type of paint. Use what you are comfortable with and use what you have available. Okay, I'm going to show you how to prepare your surface for the first part of painting. And what we have at the moment is 4 tools: a pencil, a ruler, my paper cutter or scissors, whatever you want to use, and our watercolor paper. So what I'm going to do is just rip one page out. Now this is a big sheet of paper. If you want to use a big sheet like this for all of your studies, you can. You don't have to cut it necessarily. I prefer cutting it in half though, because it means that I don't have to lean so far trying to paint after I have taped my paper to my surface. So this paper specifically that I am using is 11 by 15. So what I'm going to do is just mark it real fast to find the center points horizontally. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to lay our ruler down, and we are just going to try to get it as close to the top as possible without going off the ledge. And at the 7.5 mark, I am just going to mark it like that. Okay, and now I'm going to push the paper up and do the same thing at the bottom. And here I'm going to lay it at the bottom of the paper and line it up. This way I can get a clean edge or a clean line as much as I can. All right, so we have the markings on our paper, and what I do want to show you though is how you would use this paper cutter if you do choose to buy it. Open it up, and then you're just going to put the paper in, and you're going to see that this line right here is where you want to put that mark, and make sure it's flat up against the top so you're going to get a clean perpendicular line. So I don't know if you can see this, but there is a little wire in the center here, and that actually is a really great indicator of where your cut is going to be. Check it out. This is how easy it was to do. Now, since we're going to be using a lot of sheets of paper, you may just want to cut 5 right off the bat so you have them ready to go. I'm going to put this one off to the side and show you how I will tape this down to my surface. So place it where you're going to be painting, and make sure it's at a place where it's not too close to the edge at the bottom or too close, like far away from you, where you're going to have to reach too far to paint. And what we're going to do is take our art tape, and you can use painter's tape as well if you would like, especially for the beginning ones since we haven't gessoed the surface. And while we're talking about that, when it comes time to painting your masterpiece paintings, prior to taping it down, you're going to want to use your gesso, and make sure you let it dry fully. Give it a good half an hour, 15 to 20 minutes. Like honestly, it is, they do recommend dry to the touch, but I have found the longer that you wait, the better results you have with your painting and your art. All right, I accidentally ripped this, so in a weird way, so I'm actually just going to use this for the side. You can measure the side here if you want like perfect lines, but I'm not going to. I just want to hop right into the painting process, to be honest with you. So I'm just going to eye it, and I kind of like to put my tape half and half or as much as I can. And I will do the same thing all the way around, so I will speed that up for you. Okay, after we have done that, now we are going to have to measure, and we're going to want to place our tape through the center, both directions, both horizontally and vertically. So it's going to be important for us to measure all 4 sides. This way we have a starting point and an end point that will work really well. So why don't we start with the top. Now we have 11 inches. So I'm going to mark it at the 5.5 line. And if you want to go all the way up, you can. I'm going to do the same thing down here. and kind of bring it off the edge. All right, we're going to the side now, and we're at 7.5, and I'm gonna mark it here. And the same for the other side. Okay, and so now what we're gonna do is take our tape, and here's a little bit of a trick when you're trying to figure out the best way to put your paint down, or I'm sorry, your tape down. First of all, if you are using art tape, it is really sticky, as I mentioned before, and since we haven't primed this paper, just take the tape and put it like directly like on you first, and it will just make it a little, just put a little bit of my hair in there. It'll make it a little less sticky. So next, what I like to do is kind of put my finger sort of like in the halfway point here. Same thing on the other side. And I'm just gonna try to lead it where those lines are. So when I lay it down, it will be as close to the center as I can. But again, if it's not perfect, that's fine. We're not like shooting for perfection with this part of the project. What we are trying to do is just have a space to learn and to work and to explore and discover. Oh, you can see my hair in here. Okay. We're just gonna do it one more time. There we go. All right, and this is not perfect. I mean, I can tell already. If you would like to adjust it, you can. I think I might because it's a little bit, almost too much. But I'm just gonna pull it up again. This is the one that's kind of concerning me the most. I'm just gonna do that real fast. Okay, so now we have our paper prepped and ready to paint. So let's move on to our first study. I'll see you there. Composition is how we arrange the elements of our art piece in order to make it the most pleasing to the viewer. Even though I'm going to be teaching you a lot of ways that you can arrange your art pieces, these are not necessarily the exact ways that you need to do it. But by learning specific ways that you can arrange them is giving you more tools in your tool belt to grab your viewer right off the bat. You have only one chance to get them to stop and really pay attention to it. So how can we do that? When you are beginning as an artist in elementary school or even earlier, you're not really thinking about depth. And depth is really one of the first things that we need to think about when composing our images. So depth is how something appears to be moving further into the distance or like closer to us as the viewer. And how we do that is we can utilize these three things. The first thing is blurriness and things that are in focus, our focal points. When things go off into the distance, they tend to appear more blurry. And there are exceptions to that rule, and I will go into that further on down the line. But the reason for things going off into the distance more blurry is because of the atmosphere that we have on our Earth. The more atmosphere that we are seeing through, the more blurry it is going to appear. And atmosphere is just really the air that we breathe, the particles of water. Now imagine a foggy day, and as things go off into the distance, they really do fade out into nothing. But we still have that same thing happening even on a clear day. Now, how we can use this in our art is as things start to go off into the distance, not only are they lighter in color, but they tend to appear more blurry. Another thing to consider is that when things go off into the distance, they do get smaller. The next one is things that are darker and more textured appear to come closer to the viewer, just like things that are lighter in color and a little bit blurrier will tend to pull back. This also happens to be true with warm and cool colors. So warm colors like your reds, oranges, yellows will appear to pull forward more, and your cool colors, blues, greens, and different types of violets will appear to push backwards. So you can use those three things to kind of help you with basic understanding of composition composing your elements in a way that will make it appear to have depth. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is create this little piece. And one thing you may notice is that on the top here, the blue is a little bit more blue than it is when it starts to go down. And the reason why is because this blue is actually more above us, because we're trying to create depth in our piece in all forms, not just the objects, but the world that we have around us. So even the sky, if you start to notice specific paintings, drawings, photographs, it does appear to be more blue at the top of the page. And then as we look further onto the distance, the atmosphere appears to be a little bit lighter in color. This is also not necessarily true for all circumstances, but let's just pretend that as we're starting, we use this as our starting point. Equally true for our starting point, we're going to assume the same thing for our ground. It's going to be darker in color, more texture, and then as it appears to go off into the distance, we're just going to fade it out and lighten it out to give the appearance of depth. The first thing that we are going to do is just take a flat brush, and I'm using my widest flat brush, and you have to make sure it's super clean. So you're going to wash your brush, and we are just going to wet our paper, the entire rectangle, and we're only going to do one at a time. So just make sure it's nice and wet. It doesn't have to be sopping wet. In fact, I like to keep it pretty evenly coated, and we're just going to let that sit there while we apply our paints to our tray. So we're going to need our cerulean blue. And I am just going to show you real quickly. I have my tray here. This side is pretty clean-ish, and this is where I'm going to put the actual colors. And just for me, I like to kind of pull this thing out and put it at the top here, so you can see. And I'm just going to put a little bit of blue here. And I don't think we are going to need any black and white for this, so I'm just going to do my cerulean blue and my orange. And we're going to put it right here. Now, the reason why I'm using these two colors is because orange and blue are opposite on the color wheel. And you can use opposites on the color wheel to create a really nice neutral color. And in this very instance, as you can see, when you mix them together, you get nice shades of brown. And so we are going to use that to our advantage. Okay, so we have our blue, we have our orange, and we have our number 8 flat brush. And what we're gonna do is just take our paint and just get it on the tip of your paintbrush a little bit. But then I'm gonna go over here and just kind of wipe it a little bit so it's nice and even on the paintbrush. We don't wanna just put a whole blob of paint here. And I'm just gonna pull it straight across the top. And I'm going to do the same thing at the bottom. Now, since we have not gessoed this paper, what you're going to start to notice is that the paint is going to bleed. And bleeding is a good thing for what we want right now, because we do want our sky to appear to be getting lighter in color as it's going towards the horizon line. Where the horizon line is placed at the moment is not important for this first one. We will talk about placement of horizon lines in the next one. So I'm going to wash my brush and try to get the remaining water off the brush by kind of pulling it to the side. And we are just going to take that paintbrush and kind of bring it down. And we're going to do the same thing from the bottom. We're going to go across and work it towards the center line. And if you have a little bit of white in the middle, that is okay. We're just going to leave it like that. Now this is going to have to dry for a little bit. The first 4 paintings, we're going to need this type of sky. So while we're waiting for the first one to dry, why don't we do the rest of the 4 doing the exact same thing that we just did? And you'll start to notice that you're going to get more comfortable doing this as we work through each one. And you want to kind of get to it before it dries too much, because as you'll notice, when it does dry, it is harder to reactivate, and that is because we are using the Holbein paints. Make sure that when you are putting the paint on your paintbrush, you kind of flip it over on both sides so it's evenly coated onto your paintbrush. And let's just start by doing the top blue part first, like this. And then we're just gonna go to the next line down. It'll be a little bit more blue, but that is okay. If you wanna go across and do the same thing, you can. We'll have a slightly bluer sky for this last one. Okay, so while we're here, I wanted to show you a little bit of a trick. Now, since this is so blue, you can take your paintbrush, your clean paintbrush after you have washed it, and pat it dry on that shop wipe that you have on the side here. So I'm kind of patting it dry. And when your paintbrush is dry, you can go over your paint while it is still wet and pull up some of that color. And this is a really great tip and trick to help you blend things when you want smooth edges as well. And if not, just leave them as is, because this first one is mainly laying out the basics of our composition. So it's not going to be so much about like how perfect this one is going to look. As you do this more, you're going to get more confident in your skills, and you can spend a little bit more time on perfecting it the way that you want to. All right, so I'm feeling pretty good about this. This one's a little bit weird because I think I was explaining the directions to you, so it kind of dried faster than I would like it to, but I'm not bothered by it. Okay, so we have our 4 rectangles prepped to learn more about composition. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to be talking about is mixing your complementary colors together. And again, complementary colors just means that they're opposite on the color wheel. Orange and blue make a really nice brown. And we have a dark brown here, and it does fade out into the distance as it gets closer to the horizon line. Now, as you notice here, this horizon line is directly in the center of our composition. This is sort of a no-no with professional painters, but I do think it's good to start here and to note it. This way, when we start to change where our horizon line is, then you're gonna see that difference. Next, we are just using triangles for our subjects because we are not worried so much about exactly the subject that we're painting. We're more worried about creating depth and distance. And I wanted to show you that a bigger triangle closer to the bottom is going to appear larger. And then as you get closer to the horizon line and as you start to make your triangles smaller, it will appear to be going off into the distance. And this is quite literally a 1-point perspective. If you're not aware of what 1-point perspective is or 2-point perspective, I would highly recommend doing a search on that. And I do plan on having a class on 1 and 2-point perspective as well. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of do the same thing that we just did with the sky, but we're going to do it with the orange and brown mixture of paint. So let me show you what that looks like. Here's my tray, and we have the blue and the orange. Now, it really is up to you how heavy you want your mixture to be. I typically like to put the color that is going to be dominant down first, so I want it to be more orange. And I am using my big paintbrush. Probably should not have done that, but I'm just going to rinse it off, grab just a little bit of blue on the tip of my paintbrush like this. And because blue is a lot darker too, we don't need very much. I'm just gonna tap it up here in my blue tray. And then I'm just going to mix it in. And then if I need to add more blue, which it looks like I do, then I can just kind of use the side of the tray to grab some. And I'm kind of liking this color. I'm not quite sure if I want to use this big of a paintbrush though. I'm going to step it down to the next flat brush, and this is a number 4 flat brush. And I'm just going to, again, wet the paper just slightly. Now keep in mind that every time you wet your paper, you are kind of like making it less sturdy. If you push too hard with your paintbrush and it's super wet, you're going to eventually start pulling paper up, and we don't want that to happen. All right, now I'm going to take this mixture and place it down at the bottom, and it is right away while it's still wet. I'm just gonna clean my brush and just try to bring it up to about the center point. And you can try to make it a straight line if you want. If you want it a little bit hilly, you can do that as well. And that is essentially how we're going to be doing our ground for this. And if you want to make it a little bit darker after this dries, you can, but you do not need to. And I think it actually looks pretty nice right now. The sky, I was worried about it not being so perfectly even, but now it just looks like there's clouds in the sky, and it does look very nice. You will start to see that as it starts to dry though, because it's acting more like a watercolor paint, it's going to create like edges. And right here, I know that it's probably going to do that because it's very wet and it's starting to pool in this little section right here. It's something to note. If you want to dry your paintbrush and pull some of that out, you can, but remember, you're also going to be pulling some of that paint up. So I'm just going to take a little bit more paint and apply it in that area here. And then wash my brush, try to dry it as much as I can, and blend it a little bit more with a drier brush here. But I'm not too worried about that. But I do like to get up any hard edges while it's still wet, because it will dry and create like a little line around it. So I would mainly just clean it up, and then if you want to apply more color later, you can. But I'm actually happy with this. I think it's going to be just fine. So the next thing I'm going to do is show you my tray again. I have this really dark color orange, a medium color, and then I think what I'm going to do is do one last color, just strictly orange with no blue added, and that can be our triangle closest to the horizon line. So you can do this exactly how you want to, but the smallest triangle, or the one that is going off into the distance, should be very close to the horizon line, meaning that the bottom is higher than the other two and lower, not necessarily, but for this one, we're going to try to keep it lower than these two as well. So let me show you what that looks like. And I'm just going to start with my lightest color first, only because my paper is still pretty wet here at the bottom, and I don't want it to bleed so much. So why don't we just, at the right side here, we're just going to use a flat brush and just put a little bit of a triangle in, and use that hard edge of your brush to kind of put it in. And I'm happy with that. We're just going to leave it. Wash your brush, and we're going to go directly to the second one. And I'm going to use this medium color that we've created for here. And why don't we start by going a step down here and creating our next line. Whoops. And make a triangle like that. Fill it in. Doesn't have to be perfect. And this is kind of giving us a reminder in the future, if you're going to be using this as a cheat sheet, about depth, focal point, blurriness. And I'm going to use my dry paintbrush and kind of clean up this bottom area here. Okay, and our last one, we have this dark color, but I'm going to add a little bit more blue to it to make it especially bluish brown. Because remember, darker, more textured things appear to pull forward, and lighter things and blurrier things appear to go off into the distance. So I'm going to go a step further down here and just do the best I can to kind of create one more triangle. Okay, so while we're doing this, I want to mention something, and that is overlapping. At the very moment in time, none of these objects are overlapping. Overlapping is so helpful to create separation and depth and distance between your subjects. And we're not doing it specifically with this one, but we will be more with the following studies that we do. Okay, so now while we're here, I just wanted to do like something a little bit that might seem a little bit silly. And that is, we're just gonna add some dots to this first one. And the reason why is you may be using these sheets as a cheat sheet later on. And I think it really is important to remember and to remind yourself that texture is going to be something that you see closer into the distance. And and even patterns. So why don't we just add a few dots to this? And this will help remind us later on that texture, patterns, and things with a lot of detail are gonna be closer. And because this is still wet, it's gonna blend a little bit. It's just gonna look like a polka dot triangle, but it's just gonna help us remember what we were learning. All right, so that is the first one. It's pretty straightforward. And so why don't we move on to the second one?
The rule of thirds is a principle that applies to photography, video, graphic design, and of course, art. The basic principle is that the image should be divided into 9 equal parts by 2 equally spaced horizontal lines and 2 equally spaced vertical lines. The 4 intersections of these lines are known as focal points. Ideally, you want to place the most important elements in your image at one of these 4 intersections. This will help to create a more balanced and interesting composition. Asymmetry. Asymmetry composition means that the 2 halves of a piece can be different, yet can still give the feeling of balance. Asymmetry can be used to great effect to create tension or interest in an artwork. Steelyard. The Steelyard composition is a great example of asymmetrical balance. A Steelyard balance is a type of straight beam balance with arms of unequal length. It has a counterweight that slides along the longer arm to balance the load and show its weight. A Steelyard composition uses the idea of a large object or mass being counterbalanced by a smaller object, or an object that appears further in the distance. The 2 objects are connected by some sort of line, like possibly your horizon line. You may also use the principles in the previous study, detail, blurriness, warm and cool colors, in conjunction with these principles of balance and asymmetry. Combining principles can really allow you to push or pull a viewer's attention to the focal points. In the following painting demonstration, we will create a very simple painting that will remind us of the principles of composition we have just discussed.
How we're going to create this is the same exact way that we did in the other way, where we're going to start with our ground first, and then we will paint our shapes on top of it. We're going to start with our orange color. I'm just going to add a tiny touch of blue. And I think this is pretty good, actually. I don't need it to be completely dark because we did lay blue underneath. That is going to shine through. Oh. This really should just be clear water, but as you can tell, there's some orange to it. Fortunately, we are using orange paint, but now this time, instead of stopping our horizon line down here, I'm bringing my water up higher. And that is going to be our rule of thirds horizontal line. And I'm just doing the top one instead of the bottom, but there's no right or wrong way to do that. If you choose to do the bottom horizontal line, you can do that as well. But for this one, I'm just using the top. And I'm using my number 4 flat brush and going all the way up to the top here. And I'm going to darken the bottom a little bit while it's still a little bit wet. And since I do want it to appear just a little bit lighter, if I can do it, it looks like it's drying already. I'm just going to try to pull some of this up a little. And I think that is okay. I think that is pretty good. So the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to create 2 triangles. For this, I'm just going to use my number 4 flat brush again. Make sure you clean your paintbrush twice. And I'm going to use a lighter orange color for the background. And I'm just going to put it close to the horizon line. It's still a little wet, so it may bleed. Yep. I'm going to dry my brush a little bit. It's bleeding a lot. Okay, and I'm going to add a lot more blue to my foreground object. And I'm just gonna mix some blue and orange I'm going to try to lay it down on that vertical rule of thirds line as best as I can. And for this one specifically, why don't we play with trying to make the tops even? Because it might be more interesting and less distracting. I'm just going to have this triangle go way above the horizon line. And you can make it a little bit wider if you feel like you want to do that. But mainly we do want to lay it over that vertical rule of thirds line. It's still very light, so I'm actually gonna go much darker in saturation. And I will just do the same thing. All right, you may notice that these triangles do not have any shadows underneath it, and that might be a little bit distracting to you. If you want to add some shadows to the bottom of your triangles, you can do that. Just make sure that your shadows are going in the same direction as each other. So both of the triangles should have their shadows going either direction. So if your sun is here, then imagine that it's casting a shadow going that direction. I like to think of it as if your sun has these arrows coming around it, pointing in the direction your shadow should be going. If you wanted to do that, like you could just have them kind of coming off to the side like that, or off to the side like this. I mean, that even kind of looks like a shadow. I'm gonna clean my brush up. They're really thick, and I'm just gonna pull some of that out. I think that is okay.
Line. So even though we probably all know what a line is, let's just go over the definition and how we can use this in our compositions. So a line is defined as an identifiable path by a point moving in space. And the power of lines can be seen in the way that they lead your viewer's eye around a composition. And just like a walking path, these one-dimensional paths can vary in weight, direction, and length. Lines are the building blocks of any shape and can often define the edges of a form. Lines can be horizontal, vertical, diagonal, or curved, and can communicate information through their character and direction. Lines that extend beyond your picture plane can give your viewer a sense of a world that is larger and beyond the frame of your art. Horizontal lines. Horizontal lines can give the feeling of stability, peace, and rest. Have you ever heard someone say, like, if you want to calm down or relax a little bit, just stare out onto the horizon line and it kind of gives you a sense of peace and balance? This is kind of what they are doing in your art as well. And the horizon line, similar to the horizon line we see in nature, will give us the illusion of space, either below, above, or beyond the picture plane that we are painting, drawing, or anything like that move to the left or the right. Basically what it's doing is making us believe that there is a world larger than what we see in your art. Vertical lines. Vertical lines are perpendicular to the earth, which communicates a sense of height. Vertical lines can communicate grandeur, or ideas bigger than ourselves. For instance, when these lines reach towards the sky, and they may even continue beyond our Earth, it might give us a sense of hope or make us dream about something bigger than ourselves. Vertical lines can be found in nature, architecture, and can be used as a guide in our artwork to give us a sense of scale. The plus. When horizontal lines and vertical lines are combined to create a plus, they can create a sense of structural stability, mainly because they also have these 90-degree angles as well. The plus can be used to either lead your viewer's eye to the center of your piece or help you create a more structurally sound composition. Either way, it is up to you as the artist. Diagonal lines. Diagonal lines, which are neither vertical nor horizontal, are unstable. Diagonal lines can communicate transition, movement, or the falling over of an element. Yet, diagonal lines may also be used to help define the depth and perspective in your composition as well. Curved lines. I had to say curved lines that way because curved lines have personality. Curved lines can be calming when they are shallow and long, or tumultuous when they are deep and short. Curved lines can help you lead your viewer's eye around your piece organically. And they can also mimic the spiral found in our universe, our world, and our being.
So why don't we try this out? Same thing, let's just do a low horizon line that kind of meets up with the lower rule of thirds. We know how to do this already, so why don't we just do that? And this one I didn't even wet my paper. I'm just gonna kind of make it more stripey. And we're gonna make this mountainscape a little bit more blue, but I'm gonna add more water so it appears a little bit lighter in color. And there's no real right or wrong way to do this. Maybe we just kind of keep it simple and have some up and down shapes here. And we call it a day. I'm going to start with the blue tree in the background, and I'm going to try as best as I can to lay it on that point where the horizontal line and the vertical line connect. And I'm adding some water to make it more transparent so it looks like it's fading into the distance. And why don't I just try to find it as best we can? And how I like to make a tree is simple, just one straight line. And if you want to add some things kind of coming off like that, you can. Let's just do an orange tree in the middle next. And I'm going to try to get this one center and make it slightly lower than the one in the background. This doesn't have to be true to life because, as you know, trees can be all over the place, but let's pretend that they started growing at the same time. And this one is going to be slightly lower. I'm going to try to keep it center. And for this one, I'm just going to have a few more branches and details coming off, but not as many as I'm going to have for the final one. Now I'm going to try to find that vertical line and try to make it like line up to it. And for this one, I'm going completely off the top. You do not necessarily need to have everything in frame. And in fact, sometimes that can appear pretty amateurish if you're trying to fit everything in too perfectly, because not everything is going to be the same shape and size for it to appear to fit into your frame. So it wouldn't make sense for you to paint it that way either. Okay, and this one, I'm just gonna have more detail, more branches, and it is up to you how you want to paint this, but I just kind of like to keep it simple. And I am gonna try to have some of the branches come around a little bit so I can start leading the viewer's eye around the piece. It's kind of creating this natural framing. And for this one, it might be fun for you to add some more lines to your tree trunk and make it appear that there's some more detail. Maybe there is a shadow side. So you can add a little bit more blue and make one side of your tree a little bit darker. Now, because we do not have shadows on the ground yet, it does look a little bit supernatural. It's almost like a surrealist painting, almost like a Salvador Dali, where things are a little bit dreamy. So if I have a shadow on this side, I know that the shadow is also going to be coming off of that side as well. So if you would like to have shadows kind of coming off, just really add a little bit more water to keep it more transparent. And if you would like to add some more here, just kind of keep your shadows in the same shape. And that's going to make it a little bit more interesting. But here is actually a little bit of a problem and something that might be slightly distracting to your viewer with what I just did right here. These shadows are intersecting with each other. And when you have things that are intersecting, it would have been more pleasing to the eye if I had this shadow kind of following that line that I have here, and this one kind of creating a line going across here. Because now this is very distracting, doesn't look pleasing to the eye. And what I'm going to try to do is actually save it. I'm going to dry my paintbrush and kind of pull that off if I can. All right, let's try this again. Let's see how it looks now if I add my shadows going more horizontal. Okay, I think that actually looks a lot more pleasing. It's less distracting. Of course, you can still see a little bit of what I created before, but this just now feels so much better. We're having almost like these steps that are going off into the distance. And those lines that we created, that stripy pattern, really just adds to the lines that are coming across. So I'm feeling pretty good about this one. So we are going to move on to the next 4 pieces. I will see you there.
Leading lines. So I kind of feel like leading lines are one of the more common composition principles. So what they are is leading lines are used to help guide your viewer's eye in your composition. Similar to a roadmap, you may either use literal lines or implied lines to help your viewer find the important elements within your piece. Leading lines can also be used to create the feeling of movement or flow in your piece. The lines can be direct, making it easy for your viewer to follow, or you may even use conflicting lines, which will cause your viewer's eye to jump around your piece. You can play with the line weight, opacity, the color intensity, and that will change the hierarchy of where your viewer will look. So bolder, brighter, and more intense color or saturation will be more dominant than thinner, duller, and less saturated colored lines. So think about how you could use that in your work. You can use leading lines in conjunction with other rules of composition, like the golden spiral. And this may help you prepare your piece in a way where you will know exactly where your viewer will look first. Overlapping. So one way to add depth and dimensionality is to overlap your elements in your piece. And overlapping your elements in your piece just means extending over or partially covering an element. And what overlapping does is it creates the illusion of 3-dimensional space beyond your 2-dimensional drawing or painting. And whether you are painting, drawing, sculpting, or graphic designing, any shape or form can be overlapped in your art. And overlapping in your composition can help create a separation of space, a separation of objects, or it may help you group a large number of elements together in a very specific, implied, possibly limited space. Repetition and pattern. So simply put, repetition is repeating an element in your art. Repetition in your art can give the feeling of rhythm and harmony like music, and it may also be used overabundantly to give you a sort of claustrophobic feeling. Repeating elements in your art can change in color, scale, opacity, and form. And you may even repeat small specific elements in your piece as a way to keep your viewer in front of your piece longer by them trying to hunt for all the hidden repeating elements in your piece. It can almost be like a game. You may also repeat combined elements in your piece, and that is called a pattern. Symmetry. So symmetrical compositions mean that one side of your piece is balanced with the other side. Symmetrical compositions are stabilizing. And similar to a balance scale, you may either have perfect symmetry in your piece, like a mirrored effect, or your piece may have a kind of weighted balance where there are differences in the appearance, but you still have an overall feeling of balance on either side. You may use horizontal symmetry, vertical, diagonal, or all of the above, and it will give you a feeling of balance and stability within your piece.
Why don't we begin just by laying in our ground like we did for the other ones. I'm going to take my number 4 brush, wash it twice, Do the same thing. And how about for this one, we're using the bottom rule of thirds line where we're kind of keeping it lower on our landscape. Okay, we are going to use the triangle again, but this time the triangle, when we put it down here, is actually giving the illusion that this is a road going off into the distance. Another thing to consider is take a look at how these lines are converging together. Anytime you have diagonal lines, especially when they converge together, you're quite literally directing their eye to that point. So this may be a really great spot for you to put like a little Easter egg or your subject or something that you want your viewers to look at. So I'm actually going to begin with the first diagonal line, and that is this blue mountainscape right here. So I'm going to go in with my blue first and add just a touch bit of orange. And it can be a little bit darker, meaning less water if you would like. And just find a place on the side here that you want to begin your mountain. And we can just bring it in to some point here, and it doesn't really matter. We can adjust it. It could be slightly different than the original one that I did. And if you want it to be more opaque, just go back in with a little bit more paint, less water. And I'm just gonna lay that in. Okay, now this one we're really talking about the converging lines. So even though this one is kind of pulling across further than I had in this one, this might be something fun that we can play with. And the reason why is overlapping can still draw the viewer's eye to a specific point. What I might want to do next is put the triangle in where the road is. And I'm just going to do a more brownish line. So I want a little bit more orange than I want blue. And I'm just going to, why don't we just try to keep it as center as possible? And I'm going to put this triangle in right about here and bring it to this point, even though it is not meeting here. So do that anyhow. If you want, dry your paintbrush and pull some of that color out so it's fainter, a little bit lighter as it goes off into the distance. Gives the illusion of depth. And we'll leave it kind of like that. So this is a good starting point. We have two shapes that are not necessarily meeting at a point. For the next one, what I may want to do is create an alternating mountain that may be kind of meeting here. And why don't we do that with a little bit of a browner, like kind of like a dark brown, not as blue as this one. And I'm just gonna try to start it about here and bring this mountain kind of going off this way. Again, we're creating this from our imagination, so you could really put them anywhere that you want. This is a great time to experiment with how you would create your pieces in real life, in like a real painting situation. They're starting to come together, but they're still not really quite meeting. If you wanted to play with that a little bit more, that would be more like it. So now, even though these lines are not intersecting at where the path is, we can start using this as our guide for the negative space to create a triangle as well, but pointing down in this direction. So why don't we do a few more mountains in the background, one or two, and try to keep this as your goal to kind of make this point right here the center focus for your audience. And you can do that how you would like to. Another option that you may do is have your mountains overlapping and then have one in the center that kind of mimics the point here. All right, so this one, I'm just gonna kind of have it come up a little bit. And we'll do something like this. And we'll do another one. I'm just gonna use the same color, but more water. And that one is very faint, so I actually think I might go in one more time and make it a little bit more pigmented. And this is where you really want to like push and pull. This one is very dark. These two right here are almost too similar. So I'm gonna darken this one here by going over with the exact same color and add a little bit more pigment to it. And it's just gonna make it a little bit darker. That's better. And just for fun, I'm just gonna add one more peak, but I'm gonna keep it very transparent. I'm gonna add some water to it and try to mimic the point of this one here. Again, this one now is a little bit too light, so I'm gonna go back in and adjust all the mountains that need to be adjusted. Let's see how that looks. It's coming together. All right, so we have repeating patterns. We have these shapes that are repeating, including the path. We have things that are warmer and more cooler in color, and we're kind of playing with how these shapes look together. I think it is good, and if we wanted to, we can add more orange to the bottom here to really even out the orange going back here, because it's almost too blue that this path is looking a little bit too dark and pigmented. So I might go back in with a little bit more orange and bring it down here and just sort of even out and create some balance between the colors that we have as well. I think that's looking a little bit more cohesive. Okay, we're gonna let that dry and move on to our next one.
The golden spiral. So the golden spiral is a principle in composition that mimics a phenomenon found in space, on our planet, and even within our own physical makeup. Spirals can give us the feeling of movement, rotation, and continuation, and they can also feel balanced as they gradually and evenly get larger. Spirals can feel never-ending, and they also may leave you unable to identify the start or end points, kind of like the chicken and egg conundrum. Or maybe you get a little wild and you lean towards more of a quantum mechanics theory, where both endpoints of the spiral may be the beginning and the end at the same time. But speaking of which, spirals can feel overwhelming, like you're spiraling out of control, like I just did before. Spirals can be terrifying, like a hurricane or a great wave. And how spirals are created mathematically is using something called the Fibonacci sequence. So you start with 0 and 1. And how it works is you increase the numbers based on the sum of the previous two numbers. So let me give you the example. 0 plus 1 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 plus 2 is 5. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 5 is 13, and so on and so forth. The golden spiral is used to help lead the viewer around an art piece. Yet, it's so pleasing to humans, and the reason why humans are so drawn to this composition principle is not that easily defined. Perhaps it is because of the previously mentioned examples, or maybe it's something larger and bigger or beyond our own comprehension. But one thing that is for certain is that when the golden spiral is used as a tool in composition, humans tend to gravitate to it. Frame. Using a frame in your composition focuses your viewer on what's inside of the frame. Frames can be designed to mimic framing found in nature, in architecture, or really any object or abstract idea in order to draw your viewer's eye to that part of the composition. You can use the frame's shape, form, and color to accentuate the image inside, similar to a picture frame. It has also been proven that a majority of people will look inside the frame before looking at anything else in your image, including the frame itself. So you can play with this idea in your composition to place hidden treasures or Easter eggs within the rest of your painting outside of your frame. And you know that later, after your viewer has looked at what is inside of the frame, they will then explore what is outside of the frame and will spend more time seeing what kind of storyline you have developed. Selective focus. So selective focus is super fun for me because if you're not aware, I used to work in film, and selective focus in your composition allows you to determine what is most important in your piece by either blurring it out or focusing on it. So in movies, we see selective focus all the time, like when the cameras shift focus to the speaking actors of the scene, or maybe the focus shifts on specific actions within the scene, even if the action takes place in the background. As an artist, you can play with this idea in your paintings, your drawings, or whatever, where you can play with the selective focus and lead your viewer's eye to what you want them to look at. Selective focus can also allow you to break rules in nature, where things in the distance tend to be blurrier than things in the foreground typically, although there are sometimes naturally occurring events that will make things in the distance appear to be more focused. One example is when there is a strong beam of light, kind of like when the sun is shining through parted clouds, or maybe a spotlight that shines in a dark amphitheater. During those occasions, a strong beam of light, even if it is shining in the distance, will make that object appear more detailed than the foreground. And we will be playing with that idea in our following piece.
So why don't we begin with painting these frames, and why don't we just do this one? Another thing that I would like to point out is that this one is monochromatic. We're mainly using all orange in this piece, and we're only using blue to kind of shade our orange and make it more in shadow. So we're not actually seeing the blue very much here. It's definitely orange dominated, even though it is darker. So why don't we begin by creating our sky and our ground. But I do kind of want to lead you in this one a little bit, because as you notice, the sky is a lot darker, and then we almost have these sunbeams shining down diagonally. And I wanted to show you a little bit of a trick of how you can accomplish that. And you may already know how if you were paying attention in the last few, but I'm going to kind of keep it wet underneath like we did before. And especially down at the bottom here, because that's going to be lighter in value. And why don't we let that soak in for a second? And since we know that the ground or the water or whatever this is going to be lighter in value, we can kind of put that in first. So I'm going to take some orange, add just a slight touch of blue, and maybe even a little bit more. Make it a little bit more neutral looking. And I'm just going to begin by adding in this foreground here. It's very wet. So I'm going to just take my dry paintbrush. I just dabbed it on my paper towel or my shop white. I'm going to pull some of that foreground out, and it's still very wet. So I'm going to do that again. I'm going to dry my paintbrush, dab it, and then kind of pull it away more. All right, almost there. Just want to make that a nice transition. So right now it does appear that we don't really have, like, our horizon line is a little bit too high. I definitely want it lower to the bottom of the rule of thirds horizon line. So I'm probably going to try to pull this out a little bit more. I think that's better. Now when I go back in with my orange sky up here, I have a very dark orange over here and dark orange over here. That is part of the framing, but I really do want it to appear that it's a little bit like stormy or cloudy, but I don't want to overdo it. So I think what I'm going to do is just take some of my orange paint and put it over here. And I think I'm going to go a little bit heavy with the orange just to begin with. Just going to get it right in there, and I'm going to work it all the way across. It's very heavy in the orange. I'm going to work as quickly as I can to kind of bring this down to my bottom horizon line. While I'm here, this is when I'm going to take my dry paintbrush. So dab your paintbrush on a paper towel and try pulling up some diagonal lines going this way. So it starts to appear that there's like some sunbeams pulling through this really cloudy sky. And we can always soften this later, but I really just want to get some of these diagonal lines in. And while we're talking about diagonal lines, I know that we kind of mentioned this before, but any kind of diagonal line is so much more interesting to look at than a horizontal or a straight line when you add it into your piece. We're so used to seeing horizon lines, and the vertical lines are just complementary to the horizontal. But when we see diagonal lines, that really makes it a little bit more interesting because it's not something that we're like used to, especially when it's so straight like that. We're not so used to seeing so often as we do with horizontal and vertical. So it's going to, like we said before, start leading the eye. You're kind of giving them that guide, and then you can play with that guide if you want to, or you can break the rules if you choose to. So now we have to soften this a little bit. I'm just going to add a little bit of water over here to diffuse that light. And I think at this point, I'm going to start adding in a few more browns to make it appear as though it's cloudy. So I'm going to go back with the original brown that we made over here, maybe add a little bit more blue. And at this point, it's totally up to you how you want to do it. You can kind of dab the brown in like this, and then maybe go in with the round brush and sort of pull it across to make it appear more like clouds. And if you want to kind of scrumble it in like this, you can do that as well. And as it dries, it will kind of give you that cloudy texture. I'm going to pull it slightly through those diagonal lines. And if you want to go extra dark in certain areas, that makes sense because clouds are unpredictable in the way that they look. And you can have areas and patches that are much darker and then areas that are much lighter. All right. Right now, it doesn't look like much, but we're actually at a good place. So I'm going to start to clean up this area right here. Pull some of that out, maybe clean up the horizon line a little bit and let it dry. And I think we're going to have some faint mountains right here. And I just kind of want to soften it a lot more now. And pull a few of these lines through again. And down here, maybe I just add a few cloudy shadows in the ocean. Okay. So next what we're going to do is why don't we start adding in some of these faint mountains with a round brush, a filbert brush, just something. And I'm going to keep the mountains over here pretty orange in color and pigment color because I do want it to appear as though it's cloudy over here. So it's kind of fading into the clouds a little bit more. And just make sure that you're choosing your horizon line wherever that may be. And I'm just going to kind of bring it in and fade it out here. And honestly, I'm not like spending very much time in these compositions because mainly we're just trying to learn. And these don't have to be perfect. They don't have to be like the most beautiful painting you've ever created. We're just trying to understand how and generate ideas of how we would create our pieces and things that we can add to our pieces to make them more interesting to your audience. All right, I think this is looking pretty good. It almost appears as though there are mountains here already and that they are fading into the cloudy area. So what I'm gonna wanna do, slightly different than this one, is I'm gonna wanna have the island, this part right here, right where that highlight is coming through. Now I made a little bit of an error right here. So that actually may be a good place to kind of put the mountain in and use a little bit of that error as like a happy accident and add it to my piece. Now I kind of want it to be a lot more high contrast. Dark shadows, maybe light areas, because the light is very strong in that area. So what I'm gonna try to do with this one is only like add just a little bit of water to it. And I'm going to use this mistake that I see right here and try to add it as part of my painting. So I'm wetting my paintbrush, and now what I'm going to do is take a dry paintbrush and kind of just tap in the areas that I haven't really filled in. Kind of blend up slightly here. Kind of fade it into this one a little bit. And add a few shadows in the water. And now what we're kind of getting is a little bit more of an illusion. I think that's starting to look a little bit more interesting as a composition now. It really is starting to look more as if it's a natural landscape, as if you're kind of looking out at it. I think it might be kind of interesting if we were looking at it through, I don't know, like what kind of frame would work for you here? It might be nice to have an arch as though you're looking through like a beach resort and there's some beautiful Italian landscape and garden, then you're looking through the arch at this beautiful like peninsula. Or like we were talking about earlier, like just having a couple things poking out or peeking out here at the top here. And you don't always have to go crazy with your frames. Like if you just want to add slight like details, you can do that. It doesn't have to be tacky. Felt like the first one I did was like slightly tacky. They can kind of just come in, out. Maybe there's like grapevines or something. I don't know. Whatever it may be. And you can go as detailed as you want. But because it is a frame, keep in mind that people are probably not going to be paying attention to it too much. What they're going to want to be looking at more is what is going on in the center here. Okay, so at the moment, we are already starting to create a spiral. Now think of a seashell. It kind of begins in one area and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if I were using the golden spiral rule and trying to apply that here, it may be beneficial to even have something like here. So when it's leading in, it's kind of ending at a point right here. So what could that be? Maybe it could be a bird, an airplane, or something, that is more in the foreground looking, flying off into the distance. And I'm not even really quite sure if we need that much. Perhaps what we do is just kind of add a few more like branches or tree things going off here. Something hanging down. I feel like now I have to do it. Let's see how this turns out. I'm going to kind of make it more of like a tree and maybe some like foliage or something kind of coming into frame a little bit more.
Shapes. Shapes have character. So when I used to teach character design to my students in class, we would talk about imagining each shape as a character in their script. What would their shape say about them? And how could you use that information or break the rules of that information in their piece to add to their overall story? So here's the thing, shapes have certain predetermined attributes that we get feelings for, even though we don't really think about it. So even if we're not using shapes for character design, knowing what characteristics these shapes have will be beneficial to you when you're creating your artwork. So let's go through those very quickly. Circles. Circles have no edges, no points, no rough edges, which gives them calming, soft, and even friendly protective characteristics. Circles can be symbols of unity, infinity, as well as movement, and you may even combine the elements in your art to create a circular composition, and that would invite your viewers into the feeling of its wholeness. The square. Squares are a combination of horizontal and vertical lines meeting at right angles, which in a way is very similar to the plus sign. I guess similarly, this gives them stable, structural, reliable, and secure characteristics. Squares are hard to push over. Have you ever tried that before? It's hard. And they can be used in your composition as elements, or you may use it as a compositional layout to bring stability within your piece. Yet squares may also be seen as dull, boring, and unimaginative, so be sure that you use squares appropriately within your piece. When the height or width of a square is adjusted to form a rectangle, then that shape may appear more or less stable. Triangle and the golden triangle composition. Triangles are dynamic shapes that have energetic characteristics. Triangular shapes are used to represent motion and direction, yet the lines and angles of triangles can dramatically shift the characteristics from either being stable and unifying to dangerous or off balance. The golden triangle composition utilizes these traits by creating symmetrical triangular compositions that are divided by a diagonal line. Similar to the rule of thirds and the golden spiral, elements or like any elements or subjects that you have in your composition will work best when you place them at the intersecting points.
Okay, so let's begin by wetting our page up. And since I want my background to be very light, I'm making it slightly wetter than I have in the past. And I want my blue to be pretty light as well. So in this tray up here, I'm not adding a lot of blue. I'm going to keep it very simple and very light. And you can barely even see it on the screen, and that's kind of the way we want it. We just want to make it appear as though you can barely see the horizon line, that it's a very bright, beautiful day, and we can add in more details later. With this piece in particular, we really want to try to get that golden spiral, and how we almost do it as well is use the negative space right here. We're kind of working our way around the piece in a spiral, and that means that I intentionally wanted this line right here to be diagonal, so it curves it around, leading you to here. So when we add our orange in at the bottom, keep that in mind. I'm just going to start here at the bottom and kind of pull it across. It's very orange. And what I kind of want to do is add a little bit more blue to my orange paint. This way, it's going to appear more sandy looking, a more neutral color. And I am not liking how vibrant it is at the moment. So I'm going to dry my paintbrush over here and pull some of that color up at the top here. Okay, I'm feeling like that's a little bit better. It's still brighter than I want, but much better. So next what we're going to do is add in our cave. And how I'm going to try to do this is start pretty loose and pretty light around where I want to shape this here, and then gradually make it darker as I go. I'm going to switch my paintbrush to a smaller flat brush, and I'm going to switch it to my number 4 flat brush. My cave is blue, yet it is very dark So I know what I'm gonna have to do is add a lot of blue. I'm even gonna take a little bit of this color that I had mixed below, which has the orange in it, and add it up here. It's always good to add some orange or the colors that are in your piece to every part of your painting, even if it's in a small degree, because that will show up and it will play with the rest of your painting. But this time I am going to add some black gouache to this mixture so I can start to darken it a lot more. Next, what I want to do is I want to keep this kind of exactly the way that it is, and then have a little bit less pigment on this side. So I'm going to add a little bit of water over here. And this is now where I'm going to start to figure out the shape of that cave circle. And I'm just going to start it here and work my way in towards the center. I'm kind of using my brush in these little rounded strokes now, trying to mimic the shape of boulders, rocks, the side of that cave. And again, we're not going for perfection. We're just laying in the basic shape at the moment. You may hear artists say blocking in. That is quite literally what we're doing right now, just blocking in our basic shapes. Now, as I begin to progress this cave, that is when I can start to go a little bit darker. And I do like in the original one where it appears that it's kind of overlapping a little bit here. So it kind of looks like you go in through the cave slightly at a diagonal, the opposite direction from here, and then you would kind of work your way in. So I'm going to kind of keep that motif. And finally, in this corner, I'm going to make it pretty dark. It's almost black here, so I can kind of lighten that up a bit more. There's a big contrast between what's going on here. It doesn't look like it's layered yet. So my brush is dry And what I can do at the moment is, because it is dry, I can pull up some of these areas that are bothering me a little bit and reshape it or soften. I really don't mind some of that texture of the brush. As you can see, it's kind of adding like these lines. The texture is kind of cool, and people are not going to pay attention to that too much because they're going to be focused on what is in the center of your image. So I might leave some of that texture in there. It gives it a nice, a little bit more realistic effect. The only thing I'm not too thrilled with at the moment is how this is fading into the light. What I like about this one is it's a little bit more brown. It's not a lot more brown, but it's enough where it is making a little bit of a difference. So I think I'm gonna add a slight tinge of orange to the paint down here and add more water to it and see if I can use my round brush or maybe even a filbert to sort of soften the outermost. Now that is really brown, so let me go a little bit lighter. I'm only placing it on the edges where the light may be seen the most. Oops. Now I feel like it went a little bit too rough. It's a lot of like back and forth. There we go. That looks like it's starting to make more sense. Later on, I can always adjust and add more layers after it has dried. So I'm going to stop working on this for a little bit, let that dry, and if I need to make adjustments at the end, I can do that. For now, why don't we switch back to our number 4 flat brush, and we're going to add this brown, this beautiful brown triangle in the center here. And what we're trying to do is, again, like lead the eye around almost like a spiral. So let's see if we can find a good place for the triangle. It almost makes sense to be just slightly, I guess that would be center, but it looks off center because this side of the wall or the cave is creeping in more. That may work to our advantage. I don't want my paintbrush super wet for this, otherwise it's going to bleed. So let's just kind of add this in here. What a beautiful triangle we have here. Very sci-fi looking. All right. So the final thing that we're going to do is add a little bit of a shadow. If you notice here, I have the shadow kind of going in the same direction as that horizon line right here. And I just noticed something at the moment. We have this part of the image where it does appear that there's a little bit of ocean or something, like it's sitting on the edge of this cliff looking at a beautiful, this triangle is looking at the ocean. We don't have that yet here, and we haven't added it in. This can be a little bit tricky because we don't want to mess up things that we've already done. So why don't we just go in with a little bit of water only and put it in where we're going to add some blue in to make it appear as though there is ocean there. Adding a lot of water because we don't need it to be super vibrant. We just want a touch of it to make it appear as though there's some kind of waterscape happening here. And I'm going to dry my brush, just pat it here, and pull some of that out now, especially at that horizon line. I want it to appear as though it's really hard to see where the horizon line and the sky meet. All right, so I did a pretty good job, although I do notice that it's slightly angled as well. Let me see if we can kind of even it out, make it slightly more horizontal than diagonal. It's definitely tricky to do it with an object in front now. That's why it's really good to kind of start with your background and then add your objects on top of it later. Good enough, I feel like. Okay, so let's add a little bit of a shadow. And what I'm going to do is take some of this brown that I've created, add it to the blue, kind of soften it down all the way down here. And we're going to kind of mimic that diagonal line that we have in our landscape, our little sandy hill. And it's very dark, so I'm going to pat my paintbrush and remove some of that, especially as it goes into the distance, because it's always going to be darker right where the subject is, like right where it meets the ground, and then fade lighter as it goes. So I'm adding a little bit of water to pull some of that back out. I'm going to try to blend that in a little bit more here. Let's take a look at what we've done so far and see if we can add any additional elements to really make this pop. And I think what I'm seeing at the moment is it could be a little bit darker here, especially around the outside, because they're not going to be paying attention to this, or at least we don't want them to be paying attention to this section. And what we can do to kind of make them not pay attention to it is darken it up and make sure there's nothing distracting to lead the viewer to want to be like, why is that so weird looking? I'm going to add a little bit of black to my paint and just sort of find any areas that are distracting. Maybe there's too much texture. And I'm going to actually pull some of that dark going this direction now. The more I can kind of lead the eye going that way, the better. Especially right here where it kind of overlaps. That'd be nice to define it just a little bit more, not too much though. All right, I kind of do feel like this is working really well now. It's almost like we're inside of a seashell, which is great because the seashell is the epitome of the golden spiral, where it's really quite literally leading you all the way around, including this negative space right here, to our main beautiful triangle. All right, that is a good place to end for this one, and we're going to move on to the next one.
A dominant subject. Having a dominant subject in your piece will lead your viewer to the area that they're placed in. So here are some ways that you can draw attention to your subject in your composition if you want them to be the dominant subject in your piece. Number 1 is framing. We've talked about this before, but framing will lead your viewer to your dominant subject, even if it's in the distance or out of focus or small in scale. Enlarging your subject is a great way to draw attention to them. Action. Whether it's your subject creating the action or there's action surrounding your subject, creating some kind of movement, motion, or action is a great way to highlight your dominant subject. Focus. So objects that are in focus, detailed, higher in contrast, warmer, brighter in color. This will all draw the eye to the dominant subject in your piece. Silhouette. A silhouette is the dark shape and outline of an object or a subject against the contrast of a brighter or lighter background. Silhouettes are an easy way to add mystery, anonymity, or they may even lead the viewer's eye directly towards an element you want to be emphasized, or they could be used as like blocking elements. Maybe you want to block out a space, and this will in turn allow more room for other important aspects of your storytelling within your piece. Gaze following and turning away. So I'm not sure if this is actually a principle of composition, but I think about it a lot within my own work. But humans gaze follow. And what I mean by that is when you watch a person look in a specific direction, you will follow the line of their gaze to see what they're looking at. And I found this quote, gaze following is important for developmental theory because it can be seen as a front-end ability that contributes to understanding what another person is thinking, feeling, and intending to do. So yeah, I think it does apply to art because in your artwork, you can use this technique to lead your viewer down the line of your subject's gaze. And equally true, when your subject is turned away from the picture plane or your viewer, so to speak, your viewer will still want to see where the line of their gaze leads to. So you can really use that to play with ideas in your piece.
All right, we are moving on to another tunnel. And this one we are going to be focusing on making the middle ground more dark and the foreground more light. And then we're also kind of creating a separation where the far off background is very light and it's creating this little silhouette on my little Totoro. If you've never seen the movie, it probably just looks like Rabbit to you, and honestly, it doesn't really matter what it is. But My Neighbor Totoro by Hayao Miyazaki is my daughter's favorite movie, so anytime I can put a Totoro in my artwork for fun, it makes it more fun for me as well. So how would we accomplish this? So the first thing that we're going to do is the same thing we've always been doing, and that is wetting our paper. Okay, let's wet our paper. And I'm actually going to kind of bring some of that wetness more towards this area here. So we're gonna take a little bit of blue here. I'm not adding a lot of blue to my pan. Bring it across. I'm gonna keep the outsides a little bit more blue. Can kind of soften this area in the middle a little bit. But I really do want it to sort of blend into that water. Okay, so now I'm going to go into the orange. I'm putting a little bit of orange here. I'm not quite sure how orange I want it to be, but because this is a little bit more of a cartoony type painting, I may just do straight pigment orange. Let's see how this starts to look. Now I want it darker on the outside and lighter on the inside, but we're still bringing it up. I don't know if you can tell right here, but I have a little puddle of water, so that's going to actually work to my advantage. So I'm going to kind of bring it across here. All right, so I washed my brush. And now I'm just going to sort of bring this orange across in here. And we're going to bring this a lot higher than we usually do. And kind of bring it up into that blue a little bit. All right, I'm going to soften this. I'm not too worried about it being too dark in this area here. We can always adjust that later. And I know that this is going to be kind of creating a little bit of a tunnel. So all of this is going to be just fine. All right, while that is starting to blend and bleed together a little bit, why don't we talk about what the next step is going to be? We have to start by kind of creating the shape right here. This is going to be where the audience is going to be looking at the most. So I'm going to start by taking some blue and add black to it and develop this little circle right here. From here to here, like a half circle, leaving this blank here. From there, we'll just kind of work on darkening this area by creating some like little U shapes to make it mimic foliage or some kind of trees that we have going on there. For this, I'm actually going to use my number 2 round brush. I'm going to add some blue, some black, and even though this is a very nice dark blue color, I'm still going to add a little bit of orange to it. Anytime that you can add the color that is your complementary color to any kind of shadow, it's going to make it look more natural and it's going to tie the whole piece together a little bit more. So it's blue, black, and a little bit of orange, and I might even want to add just a touch more blue. It's starting to look too brown. Okay, that's looking much better. And let me think about where these lines, if we were doing rule of thirds, where would those lines intersect? So it's kind of like right about here. So I think what I'm going to do is kind of go around that area by just starting to add a loose shape. All right, next what I want to show you real quickly while that is blending together is we have to kind of create a diagonal line down, because this is going to make it appear as though it is actually, it has some depth to it. These diagonal lines are kind of going this direction and these are going this direction. Now we're not going to add the line in, but we're going to paint it in sort of like this instead. I'm just sort of blocking in where things are going to go, and where the tunnel is going to stop. I'm going to try to get it as close as possible to that bottom rule of thirds line, and then I'm going to stop there. All right, now that we're here, I'm going to just sort of add in with my darkest blue color that we just mixed together, and just start kind of adding in these little U shapes around here and filling in this space as much as I can. I really do want this to be the darkest area. It can be slightly, it might be a little bit too hard, so you can tell that I'm sort of adding in a little bit lighter, like as my paintbrush starts to run out of paint, that dry brush really adds like a nice texture. If you have a little bit of a dirty paintbrush, might need a little bit more water now. And now that I've kind of watered down this paint mixture, it's going to be a little bit lighter because it's more transparent. Okay. At this moment in time, since these have blended together pretty nicely, it's kind of creating a great background forest, because in the background, they should appear kind of a little bit blurry, like they're blended together. And then we could add more distinct lines on top of it. So let's start by adding a few of those distinct lines in by, like, I see one that might be good right here, one that might be good here. And we're just gonna kind of start adding some lines a little bit haphazardly, like some can cross each other. So it looks like the trees are kind of going all over the place. And this will fade too. It's gonna be a little bit of a layered process. Okay, it's looking like a really nice tunnel at the moment. So what are we gonna do over here? I was kind of thinking of shifting, maybe like manipulating it a little bit more. Right here, I felt like it was a little bit too dark for this tree. I think some dark is good, but I do like the idea of this tree branch being a little bit lighter. So what I'm going to try to do right now is figure out where this tree is going to be and where the foliage up here is going to be. And let's see if we can play around with that. Why don't I start with this one on this bottom line by kind of just, I don't know, a really simple tree going off into the forest. We can just kind of, we're sort of just painting around the tree to create its shape. I want to think about where the foliage of this tree is going to be. So I'm just kind of laying it in little U shapes, sort of like this, not too, doesn't have to be too detailed. And I even may add some branches coming in here a little bit. What I'm going to do now is sort of block in this area. And what I mean by blocking in is kind of fill it in. We know that we're going to have some trees that are in these woods back here. So I'm just adding in rough, loose lines, a little bit thicker. Have some up here, different heights, different line weights if you would like as well. Next up I wanted to show you is the ground that we have here. So I have on this side that the ground is sort of just sloping down at a really nice angle, almost like diagonal here. Here it looks as though there's a little bit of a hump coming over here. And I thought that in order to make this a little bit more of a spiral, I could almost bring this hump slightly across a little bit more, maybe about here. So let me see how that would work, because it would be great to kind of spiral it towards the little silhouette more by, let's see if I could just, I'm gonna really add some water to this because I don't want it to be too dark. I kind of want the hump to come out to here, perhaps. That might be a little better. All right, so now I'm gonna start just bringing these lines across here. I'm creating this curve, but as you can tell, I'm still kind of making the curve go towards the tree a little bit. And now for this one, I'm gonna go across more like this, I think. Okay. So this tree is really going to lead the eye up, and how we can kind of direct it a little bit more is we can darken this area, maybe pull some of these trees down a little bit further as well. So we'll meet with that dark spot when we add that in. All right, so I'm going to start adding some of these darker shadows into this area and fill in this space. Here I'm just going to darken this area in. It's really nice too because you can see that orange underneath. It might be a little bit too orange, but since it's cartoony, I'm not too worried about it. But if we need to make adjustments later, we can still do that. But why don't I finish by kind of adding like a wet wash of that blue about here. It's going to mute everything a little bit more. Okay. What I'm going to do now is take some of that wash that we created here. It's very transparent at the moment, so this is going to be a good time to kind of take this and start bringing this down. And then for here, I had kind of a little bit of a hump first. And then it kind of came into here. This will change a lot as we go, but I'm softening these little edges here, kind of bringing these lines toward each other. So it looks like it's level, it's on the same path. Doesn't look too distorted now. So what I'm gonna do, why don't we start with the orange first? I'm taking a little bit of my orange paint coming down here, and I'm gonna add a touch of blue to this. In this area, I think what I'm going to do is just start figuring out maybe the texture of this tree a little bit. Since it is more in the foreground, I can start adding that detail here. And shape it a little bit more. Might even have it a little bit in shadow on the side, a little bit darker here, as well as here. By creating it darker kind of on both sides, it's really gonna give it a little bit more of a curve shape. And in this area, I'm just gonna bring some trees or some lines kind of coming up here as well. Now this is, sometimes I have to remind myself that this is really not about creating the most perfect piece, but we're learning more about composition and how you would make the composition work. So I might just move ahead a little bit. I don't want to go too, crazy with these pieces, because mainly we want to get you creating your own pieces and creating your own compositions. So I'm just gonna kind of go through this quickly, add some brown foliage in here, and some browns up into this area as well. I do think it is important to kind of transition your warmer colors to your cooler colors. And so I'm gonna kind of start like fading it into about here is where I'm gonna stop. So it starts to appear as though it's going off into the distance a little bit more. And same thing on this side. I'll have some like warmer colors right in the front here or at the top, but I'm not going to take it too much further. I think this might be a good time to even come in here and start shaping this area where there's going to be more detail. All right, I'm gonna go back with some blue now. Work with this push and pull. In this area right here, I think it should be a lot darker and kind of start fading into the background a little bit more. So I am going to find spots that are a little bit too light where that background color is showing and start filling it in so we can create a separation from the foreground to the background, especially in here. Just gonna take some of this darker blue, add a touch of brown to it. And at the top here, I'm just gonna start bringing in some of these really dark values, where some of that foliage is gonna be showing that forest behind it. And here, I'm going to start grouping some of these trees together that may look like they could be like one. Sometimes it is good to take a step back. If you're, trying to mimic what I'm doing, it's going to look different than what I'm doing exactly because we're different people and we have different styles. And so if yours is starting to take shape in a different way than mine is, then kind of figure out what works best for your piece. So I think what I'm going to do now is also add in a little bit of blue details into this tree now. Maybe even put in like a little owl hole or something right here. Okay. I have a little bit of a hill here that just sort of happened while I was painting. And what I always like to do then is, since these two are very different in contrast, like this is very orange and that is very blue, is maybe just add a few lines of the blue to kind of cross in between it. And it'll make a better transition between the two. And then same down here as well. I'm still keeping the top part of that hump orange. And then back here, we can really darken it up a lot more to kind of pull it into that background. And if you want to take a wet paintbrush and sort of just pull a wet paintbrush just straight up, those colors will blend together a little bit better. And that's really all you have to do. It'll just kind of like clean it up on its own, but also fade it, blend it together a little bit. Okay. So things that I need to think about next. Right here, it's definitely too light and blurry. It doesn't make much sense at the moment, here and here. Also the background. Before I go too much further, I really want to think about these hills that I have back here. I'm going to want to add those in pretty soon so that it has time to dry before we add in our silhouetted figure, whether you do Totoro or bunny or a horse or something, whatever. So what I'm going to do is just wet my paintbrush, take some of this dirty blue. There's not a lot of pigment in it. It's mainly just water with a hint of pigment in it. And I think what I'm going to do is just add my first hill in. I kind of like making these hills angled towards our character, our main character, which is that Totoro thing that I created. And I'm talking about this negative space right here, where it's almost like an arrow pointing down with the clouds right at him or her. And so I'm gonna dry my paintbrush real fast and kind of pull a little bit of this bottom part up because I don't want it too dark. I'm fine with the top of it being dark as if you're seeing the curve of the hill, but we just want it super faint. Like it's a very like beautiful, like the clouds are very soft and everything is evenly lit kind of day at sunset. And our character just came to appreciate the view. All right, so now I'm gonna come across here. This one is just slightly darker in value, but it's the exact same color. And I can even kind of just bring it down to about here. And I can even keep it in that circular shape. Since circles really do draw the eye, now we have a perfect little circle right here. We have a spiral starting to happen. We're really tying in all rules of composition into one, like a lot of different types of composition rules into one painting. Now what we can do is start thinking about the detail. The detail in the foreground should be more apparent than the detail in the background. I'm going to still take that same dirty water right here, and I'm just going to start creating little lines. And you can do this however you want. Yours does not have to look exactly like mine. You can have, like, everything can be different, obviously. But this is just kind of giving you a little bit of an example of stylized lines that can really help lead the viewer's eye around. And I kind of like the idea of maybe pulling my lines toward this hill a little bit, even though it is, looks as though it's kind of going that direction. A little bit of a crisscross. And I do think that this is too orange. I'm not very thrilled that I kept it that orange. It's just not working for me. So I'm going to take a wash of blue, just pure blue, and I'm just going to sort of lay it on top of here, and it'll start muting that area better. But it's super wet. There's not a lot of pigment. It's just mainly a water wash with a tint of blue. All right, and I'm just gonna start adding in some more lines here, maybe even some shadows coming across because we are in a cave. So right about here is where the shadows from here would definitely start affecting the inside of the cave a little bit more. All right, we're losing this hill now. It bled together a little bit too much. So instead of adding more lines here, I'm actually going to darken the background a little bit more around that shape. And I think I'm going to use more blue than orange, but I'm still going to do a blue and orange mixture. There's a lot of water here. I'm just going to kind of add some of these lines. It looks very dark, but actually it's just very wet. I think when it dries, it's going to not look as dark. But I'm still going to kind of pull it a little bit more because I don't want it to take away from anything. There. I'm good with these being hard in the front, but not really good with them being hard in the back right here. So I'm going to kind of blend it more. And I think I need to work a little bit on this spot here. Now I'm sort of feeling like if this were a tree right here, there would be a little bit of a shadow on this hump. So I'm going to bring the shadow into the hump a little bit, and down here as well, and across here. Kind of losing our circle right here. It's blending a little bit too much. So I'm just going to kind of add in some transparent lines here and start focusing on the shape of this hump. At the bottom of a hump, it's always in shadow a little bit more. And right at the top, we can make that in shadow as well. So you can see it a little bit. It's starting to take shape, like that's a little bit lighter. It's kind of curving. I might do that again. Down here, make it darker, kind of bring that up to about here. And I think I'm actually going to let that dry and then come back a little bit later and make that a little bit more blue and shadow, because this is going to be casting a shadow below here. But I'll come back to that later. Let's work on this side. So right out here, it's going to be a little bit darker. I'm going to bring that down. Let that dry a little bit, and then I'll come back with a different kind of wash. Yeah, same thing here. Why don't we kind of darken this area a little bit more? And I'm just bringing these lines up to a certain point and then stopping. I'm pushing hard down at the bottom here and letting them fade once I hit that middle hump spot right here. I think I'm going to keep this area a little bit orange. It almost looks like its own little hump. So I'll bring the blue over to about there. And I do think that this area might need to be a little bit darker. All right, I'm adding in a wash of shadow right here, and I'll do that on this side as well. I think at this moment in time, we really could start adding some like little details like this to make it appear that it's a stony or rocky, or there's some kind of texture on the trail. And then as we get here into the sunlight, we're not going to be seeing that texture, but we will here, so I can add some of that texture here. Right here, I'm not too happy with how high contrasty it is. We have that light sky color that we originally put down and some very dark darks. So I'm going to take a wet paintbrush and just start adding in some water a little bit more to soften it and let it do its thing. All right, we'll come back to that and see what it looks like. We have some of that happening here too. I'm not too worried about stuff closer, because it almost appears as though that they're the tree branches, like you're able to see some of the sky through the tree branches, which is really cool. But if we had a whole bunch of foliage and tree branches overlapping each other, you probably would not be able to see through it about starting here. So I'm taking a wet brush and kind of just laying some water on top of this and see if it will blend a little bit and fill in that space more naturally. Going in and adding some lines to connect to the ones that we had at the base here. I like doing this later because even if you go over the lines that you created, it's actually going to make them appear slightly darker because you've already put that first layer in. And on this side, I'm just pulling this into the trail a little bit. Same thing here. It's a little bit too straight edge. It needs to blend more, so it's good to just kind of pull a few lines into the middle to blend that in better than just like if you took a pair of scissors and cut your hair straight across, like you always see the hairdressers, they like kind of also go up. We're basically doing that with our brush strokes at the moment to just bring it together. What are some things that are distracting and not in a good way? Well, I think what is distracting is it's very light all through here. It's not dark enough. This I think is great, and I don't want to touch too much of that. But I think in here it could be a lot darker. And I think we could even go in with some harder, blockier lines. And I think we could kind of do it all the way to about this tree to about here. And maybe in this area, we'll keep that light and then darken up here. All right, so that means I'm gonna have to make that blue color again. Blue with a very small touch of brown, or orange, I'm sorry, and black. All right. There's not water added to this. And I am going to add water to it because I can always go darker, but you can't go lighter. Okay. So let's see here. It would make sense to have it darker about here. It's almost like too wet now. I'm not darkening everything. As you can tell, I'm just like picking and choosing what needs work. Got a little bit lost there. I started working a little bit hard. I do think that this is a little too orange and distracting, but it would almost work better if it were silhouetted and darker because it's popping out too much. It's drawing your eye and not in a good way. So I think what we're gonna do is actually kind of make this very dark. The whole purpose of this is to really lead your eye in the correct way. So if it's not working, get rid of it or figure a way to mute it. Okay. And I'm going to take a dry brush and kind of pull some of this out here. This may be a good place then to add a foreground silhouette. And in order to make it really nice silhouette, I'm not gonna wanna have a lot of water with my pigment. I'm gonna use a flat brush so I can get some pretty straight lines here. And we're just gonna kind of pull some of these up here. Maybe some grass. I'm gonna bring my round brush in again. Oops. I'm trying to make it less distracting, but I might be making it more distracting. So when you're creating your pieces, this is a really great example of why thumbnails are so important prior to starting a big piece. This is my third time making this thumbnail, and I can show you the 3 different versions. So this was the original one, and then I started to get more information added, and then finally I'm at this point where I think it's closer to where I would want it to be. I don't think it's exactly where I would want it to be, but it's a good place where it's at now. But yeah, oops, dang. This is what happens when you're talking and painting at the same time. You lose track, lose focus. Let's add in our final character because I went very long on this one. Hopefully you found it helpful and hopefully you had a good time making this one, because I think that this is such a fun one to do. I think you could learn a lot from this one. You can add in any kind of silhouetted character that you would like. I'm gonna keep it simple and do like a little Totoro again, because it makes me happy. And the great thing is, since we've been working on all the other stuff at the moment, this area is gonna be dry. So when we add in a pigmented character, it's gonna not bleed so much. Okay, so I am gonna make it blue with a little bit of black. Okay, and our Totoro guy. I'm going to paint the inside of him first, and then use a little bit of water to soften the edge. But mainly I want to get his ears very crisp. I like these little triangles. So the inside of him needs to be darker, because we're gonna see that almost like a halo around your character from the sunlight. So I'm just darkening the inside with this. That's looking really nice. And last, what we have to do is add a shadow behind him. So I'm going to take that same color that I just created actually and wet it up. So I only do a wash. Okay. It's always, the shadow is always darker, closer to the body. And I'm just going to pull it out. I'll let it sit. And go back, make it a little bit darker where the body meets the ground, about here. And since it's wet, I could just tap it in and let it bleed out, blend out, bleed, whatever. Like that. And I think we're looking really good. I think we're at the end now. Oh, too dark. I'm gonna dry my paintbrush, pull some of that out again. There. All right. We're done. I'm feeling really good about it. I like it a lot. So let's move on to the next one. Take care. Bye.
Grouping. I think grouping is pretty straightforward. So grouping draws the viewer's attention to a cluster of shapes, objects, or subjects. And you may create an artwork that focuses on a single group, or you may choose to lead the viewer through several groupings within the same piece, which kind of reminds me of what we were talking about earlier with repetition and patterns. Positive and negative space. So when we say positive space, we mean the space that the subject of an artwork takes up. And negative space is all around that. And it makes its presence known by not being occupied by anything else besides itself or a background. As artists, we tend to focus on the objects taking up our space, the positive space. Yet the negative space around an object can be just as important to the piece of art as the object itself. Using positive and negative space together can really create a feeling of harmony, like a yin and a yang. You may also use negative space to tell an alternative story within your artwork's narrative. Contrast. Think of contrast as a mirrored sliding scale of opposites. So further the way the points move apart from each other would mean the higher the contrast. The closer the points are to each other would mean lower contrast. In art, we often think of contrast in value, such as lightness and darkness, or we might think of colors like complementary colors, which are opposite on the color wheel. We might think of contrast in shape, like a circle versus a triangle or something. Yet anything that is opposite can be a great way to create an engaging composition. So for instance, you might have a stormy sky versus a clear sky. Opposites in ideas such as good versus evil, maybe opposites in hierarchy such as rich versus poor, opposites in personalities such as dominant subjects versus passive subjects. So when you develop contrast within your piece, it creates energy and movement and tension, and it can help you evolve the storylines within your artwork. For this next study, we're actually going to be taking inspiration from the artist Ivan Earl. And I know this might seem a little bit more advanced, but actually it's very simple, and I will help lead you through the process step by step. So let's get started. The first thing I'm going to do is wet up the paper like we always do. And while that is sitting, why don't we start mixing our paint in our pan? I'm primarily going to just be using the blue pan up here with a really dark colored blue, as well as the regular blue right out of the pan. So we're just going to add that in. And we're just going to start adding the black to it. That is very black. So I'm going to add more blue. All right. I do like the color, even though on the screen it does appear to be very black. It's actually much bluer than it's showing up on screen. So I'm adding some water to it to really dilute it and make it more of a wash so it's not too pigmented. I'm gonna add a little bit more water just to be safe. We can always go darker if we need to, but you cannot go lighter. And for this, I'm just actually gonna start from the top left corner and pull it down to about here. And then I will pull it across. And then we're gonna do the same thing, but going opposite. We're gonna use regular blue here, kind of go up and then pull it across the opposite direction. And I need to work quickly at this moment in time because we don't want it to dry too much while we're doing this. We really want the colors to blend together.
Now dry my brush a little bit and start pulling that lighter blue across here, going this direction. Okay, I'm really liking how this is starting to turn out. So the next thing I'm really going to want to do is grab a different paintbrush, and I'm using my number 2 flat brush, and I'm going to just kind of pull out my first cloud somewhere over here, and I kind of keep a straight bottom, straight horizontal line on the bottom, and we're just going to kind of create a little hump at the top here to make it look like these fantasy looking clouds. And if it doesn't get all the way off, that's okay as well, because we can always go back with our white gouache and apply it directly to the surface of the painting. Now, as we go further down, the clouds are going to become a little bit thinner and shorter, because we want it to appear that it's going off into the distance. And we're kind of just doing a zigzag. Then one more here, we'll just kind of do that. And at the top here, I'm just going to try to go straight across with a little line and then diagonal down to almost the corner. And we're trying to make almost this like parallelogram almost. At the bottom, you could kind of have it go diagonal up a little. But I'm feeling pretty good about this right here. It doesn't have to be perfect. Again, we can always go over this with gouache, a white gouache later. And then about right here, we're just gonna add one more line. And I'm kind of scrubbing my paintbrush back and forth, and it's creating that natural line right there. Okay, we really have to focus on the angle of the first mountain, and that really is gonna direct everything else. It's pretty much pure black. Barely add any blue, even if you just add a touch of the wash blue to your black. This way it still does appear to have that blue color, but we really want it to be more on the darker value scale. How about this? We're gonna go down here, and this is pure black, even though you see the blue underneath that has dried. And I am going to add just a touch of this blue black up here. And this is where you just want to take it slow. Let's figure out where the line is going to start. And I really want to start with the line that is directly almost in the middle of the page. That's going to make it easier for me to figure out where everything is going to go. So that would be about here, and I'm going to want to end about here. Okay, so as best as you can, just make that line going up. And I realized I went a little too far, so we're just going to work with that. And I'm going to bring this line kind of going down. We're going to jut it back up again. And then when we bring it down, we're going to bring it all the way down to that rule of thirds line, if you can make that happen, to about there. I'm just going to add a little hump here to make it look like there's some kind of like iceberg looking thing. And then I am going to work up again. And honestly, if you go too high with this line, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But what we are going to do next, though, is kind of start shaping the next mountain below it. And that's going to be about there. And it's kind of this diagonal line down going towards the right. If it looks something like this, it's fine and you're going to do great. We're going to be shaping the rest of the mountains just from this alone. Okay, from here, we need to kind of figure out where that line goes across and where it's going to end, which is right about here. If you cut through this cloud and you miss it completely, don't worry, we can always paint it back in later. So that may happen with mine. I'm going to go all the way to the end of the page and just do my best to try to meet this line here. These mountains are overlapping, meaning one is in front of the next one, is in front of the one behind it. So as you can see, the lines are going to kind of jut down like this a little bit. So we want to make sure we have enough room for this one to go down below it and for that one to go down below it as well. And I think we're going to be okay just looking at what we are seeing right at this moment. So what I'm going to try to do is go straight across for a little bit until about here. And I think that's a good place to end. Now, the next thing that we're going to want to do is mimic this line as if they're railroad tracks and they're parallel with each other and they're going in the same direction. Okay. Mine are kind of going towards each other a little bit. We're just gonna keep it as is. I'm not measuring anything. We're doing this by eye, so do the best that you can, and we're gonna fill it in, the rest of it, with this black, almost black color, a little bit of blue, and then we will not need that again. Maybe later I will want to make that look a little bit smoother, but for now I think this is a really great start. So why don't we wash your brush, and we're going to move on to the next mountain, and fortunately we already have that color made, and it's that original color that we made at the top here, that blue mixture with the black. If you would like to add a little bit more pigment, which I think I'm going to because it's very watered down, then please go ahead and do that. And I can go to about here. And I really don't want it too runny. We can always test it out on the paper. These go down, this line goes down, and then it juts back up again and goes down. This is mimicking this line. It's just a smaller version. And these lines really are a great way to lead the viewer around the page. And in turn, we're sort of getting that golden spiral effect in this piece as well. If you want to add one more, you can. I think that's pretty good. Okay, next step is we're going to want to bring this line down in a little bit. To about there. And come across just a little bit. And then we are going to try to figure out where the top of the next mountain is. And I think the best thing to do next is kind of just make that one up here right away. This way we know how to connect these two lines. Oh, how to connect these two lines together, which I already started, it looks like. So I'm just gonna do that. And we'll fill it in. Looking good. I'm really liking it so far. Let's clean our brush and work on the final one, which is this pure pigment blue right here. That one is super easy to do. I'm just gonna take some blue. I had some blue here that was pretty watered down. I think I'm just gonna add a little bit to that one because I'm starting to like the transparency that I'm seeing here as well. And if I can mimic that effect in the next one, I think it would look really nice. Okay, this one's gonna be the easiest one of the three to do. We've already had practice as well. So we're gonna start by bringing that angled line down here. But when you get to the top, we're gonna make it look more like a triangle. And try your best to keep your lines mimicking the same angle. And I know I didn't do the best job here, so I'm just gonna kind of create an in-between of those two angles and try to bring it down all the way horizontal at the bottom here. So if it comes across and doesn't meet like mine, just connect it right there. Now you can probably see that I didn't connect these two too closely, and I did that on purpose because I had a feeling that this one was still pretty wet and I didn't want them to touch if they were going to bleed together. So I went a little bit below, and then later on I can always add that back in if I need to. So there are some things that you can do from here. Like for instance, this mountain is not defined yet. And the way I'm going to define it is kind of working in the negative space. Like instead of carving around and trying to add white, what I'm going to do is actually add some blue to the sky up here. And fortunately, we still have that really washed out blue in the corner here that I was using earlier. So if I wanted to kind of carve this mountain out, I'm going to kind of wet the surface where I want that water to go, but not so wet where it's creating a puddle, like a pool of water. So I wet my paintbrush and then I just wipe the paintbrush off the side. And here's where I'm going to start curving or cutting into that sky, where I will add more blue in later. It's kind of going diagonal down, and it's hard to see because it's just water. And I'm just going to paint in where I think that sky could be a little bit bluer, and then I can add that in. And I know it's going to stay in the spot that I added the water underneath. All right, feeling pretty good about that. It's really taking shape because this one is so blue. We're starting to bring that color back in up here as well. It doesn't make sense here yet though. So let me make sure that this is dry before I start working on that, and I can start adding some more blue into this area as well, doing the same thing I just did by wetting my paintbrush, getting the excess water off my brush, kind of laying in an area where the blue is going to go. And this way I can kind of shape the clouds a little bit better as well. All right, I'm taking a little bit of that blue wash I created and just bringing it right in. This bottom part is pretty empty at the moment. In the original piece that he created, he had these little animals, almost like cows or something below. I cut that step out for us, and we are just gonna be focusing on the shadows alone to keep this very simple. And I'm gonna just start here at the bottom and bring a long, kind of like a shadow kind of coming across. Just even a little bit further than that bottom mountain. It kind of anchors the piece a little bit. And then we're going to just do this one and bring a shadow straight across from the bottom of this one, all the way to the end of the page. Now it's so similar to the mountain, so I am going to pull some of that up so it looks more like a shadow. And then I will do the same thing for the blue one below it. Last but not least, we have a couple areas here that we can add some shadows in. And what I'm going to try to do is get to the bottom of this one, maybe even just kind of pull it in here. And then one more, I'm just going to add right in front here. So I'm going to grab some white paint, just pure pigment. I am not going to water this down at all, but I am going to coat my paintbrush on both sides like this. It makes the application of your paint to the paper much more even. So any area that is like a little bit too dark for me, I'm just going to paint those in alone. I'm not going to do the whole thing. And I will do the same thing below here. Just find places where I feel like it needs it. It's not going to be everywhere. And I really like the way it is. So I think we can stop on this one. All right, that's it for that one. So I will see you in the next one.
The S-curve compositions, also known as Hogarth, hard for me to say, Hogarth curve, is a basic but beautiful composition principle that works not only for landscape artists, but also for portrait artists as well. So William Hogarth was a painter from the 1700s, and he used the S-curve in his pieces, believing that S-curves were the essence of all things beautiful. He wrote that the curvature of the line represents life, beauty, and peace, as opposed to the dull, death-like feeling he would get from a straight line. So S-curves can be used to create leading lines like we've talked about before, to draw your viewer's eye throughout your piece. The S-curve compositions can be subtle or extreme. And as we discussed previously, these curved lines can be used to look peaceful and calming, or you can use them as a way to create some energy within your piece. One benefit to S-curves is that they are so easy to find when you start looking for them. In landscapes, we may find a winding river, an abandoned trail, or the way the S-curve appears when hills connect. In cityscapes, our sidewalks, roads, railroads are really only the beginning of where you may find these S-curves. Also, S-curves mimic the lines of our own body, and portrait artists can utilize this principle in the way they shape and curve their subjects. Contrapposto. Contrapposto, and I'm sure you are all so impressed with my Italian accent. Contrapposto is an Italian term that refers to the way that we humans shift our body weight when we are standing from one leg to the other. It's very rare that we stand at attention, like super upright and tall and symmetrical. Instead, in our natural state of standing, our body creates an S-curve as we kind of like shift the weight that we put on our legs. So when we shift our weight, our hips, our spine, our shoulders, and our neck start to begin creating like an S-curve. And contrapposto was an idea used widely during the Renaissance and used by sculptors and painters like Michelangelo to create a sense of movement in a solid form or a still frame. Movement. So how would you, as an artist, make a still frame like a painting or a still object like a sculpture feel alive? Movement in a composition is the idea that the world is alive within the work, but you happen to catch a freeze frame of that moment in time. So referring back to contrapposto, we can probably agree that it's pretty unnatural for humans to sit frozen in a pose like we see so often in many portraits. Yet by twisting, turning, rotating, and giving action to our subjects, we will in turn create more interesting compositions to look at. Our world also has its own personality that can be portrayed in endless ways on our canvas. So maybe instead of painting the world on a perfect, beautiful, sunshiny day, maybe start taking notes of the weather, the times of day, changes in atmosphere, temperature, wind, and start to imagine how you might show that on your canvas. Impressionists who might paint posed figures or perfect sunny days would use their long, loose brush strokes to capture the fleeting movements and moments of time, light, weather, and the subjects. So when you use stylistic and abstract techniques to create movement within the compositions, it's another great way that artists can break the rules of reality and paint how something feels instead of how it seems to appear within nature. Okay, so we can get started. Make sure your water is nice and clean. Wet your paintbrush and wet your paper. This is nothing new. And at this point, you must be feeling pretty confident now in your skills, and you've probably warmed up enough where a lot of these are going to be a lot easier for you than when you first began, which is great. We're going to take a little bit of the blue. I didn't take a lot of it, so I'm okay with just kind of taking this straight into the painting right away. I'm not even drying my brush. I'm just going to pull it across all the way down. But after I do that, now I'm going to kind of pat my brush dry and try to even out some of these lines while they're still wet. If they are not completely even, I don't think it really matters so much, because it sort of does emulate the look of clouds, and you would see clouds in water, right? Even if it was a still like stream like we're kind of creating today. So the next part, we are going to be using orange and our brown, which, as you know, at this moment in time, it's just a mixture of our complementary colors. The blue with the orange will create this nice neutral brown. I'm going to be using a round brush, so we're going to get more natural lines going across instead of anything that is a little bit too harsh. And what I'm going to do is take just some of this orange and put it directly into that blue. We're not going to need that blue anymore. I'm going to wet it up. And we're going to create this piece by kind of carving areas out that are going to be the land that's kind of jutting through this. And I think how I began originally was starting with this one directly in the center of the image, going horizontal. So I kind of found the middle point right here and then worked my way back this way and then diagonal down. Kind of let your paintbrush play a little bit as they kind of go up. You can create these little hills by doing that, and I'm even kind of just going in like this and bringing it down. Fill it in
with these kind of long lines, especially right where the water meets the land, where it would appear a little bit darker because it's very moist there. And I will let that dry for now. I want to start thinking about the shape of the S that we're creating. So it might be best to kind of bring in that one on top of it. This way we can really start shaping it. So what I'm going to do is just, you can tell before I even put my paintbrush down, I'm just kind of figuring out where it's going to go. And I'm going to start kind of across from where we put that paintbrush down, about here. And I'm going to bring it up and around, just sort of mimicking the line that we had below it. And I think I'm just going to stop right there for now. It's very dark and I don't need it to be that dark for everything, but I am going to kind of just start creating this shape about here. I think is a good point for us to kind of meet. Kind of wrap this around. Down here, it can really kind of, you can make your lines a little bit angled up if you would like. And I think what I'll do is just try to get that line in first. And then from here, if I want, I can kind of bring some more curves up and over here. And these are nice too, because it really is starting to lead the viewer's eye into it. You're kind of dropping in. And I'm going to try to make these a little bit more horizontal at the top. I do think that this is rounded a little bit too much, where it wouldn't make that much sense. There has to be a slightly more horizontal, so it does appear as though it is on, like on the land, if that makes sense. So I'm going to start shaping up some of these lines that are not working for me. While we're here, I think what I'll do is kind of take this color that we already have and start adding in my first little hill. And it really does cut across and dips down here on the right. So do this how you would like. It doesn't have to be exactly like mine. You do it the way you want to. And yeah, we're just gonna go for it. I kind of just met mine into the thing I was already working on below. I do like in this piece, I had kind of like one little area jutting out. That makes sense. I am gonna kind of put in that first mountain, or I'm sorry, hill right here. I'm not sure if I've ever actually said this out loud, but if you have a transparent layer like this one, like for instance, it's more transparent than the one above it, I'm still gonna let this layer dry, because if I apply a second transparent layer over it, it will darken automatically. So it's almost like layering cellophane. If you have a clear, a red sheet of cellophane and then you cut a strip and you lay it on top, the area where the two are overlapping will be more dark. So you can kind of play with that with your watercolor pieces, your gouache pieces, and even acrylic and oil. To be honest, if you're using transparent layers, have some fun with figuring out how transparency overlaps and how they blend with each other. And the colors that are below it interact with the colors above it. One thing I do like with the study are shadows, right? We have an area here that does look like there's a cloud, like maybe over here off the camera, that is casting a shadow down. Or perhaps a lot of this is from the tree, which I don't really think so, but these are things that you can really play with. And I think it does add a lot to your narrative, where you're giving your audience information that doesn't exist necessarily on the piece, but exists in the world that you are creating. So I am going to kind of figure out where that shadow area is going to be, where I'm going to put my tree later.
and just start bringing these shadows into each other a little bit more. And here, I think I really like how some of these lines were going up like that. Really does create a separation between the two layers, even though they are the same color. And I think I'm just going to start pulling a few of these transparencies together with the original one to get some texture into the ground. This area right here, I do want it to appear as though it is going into the water, where perhaps you can see through the water a little bit to that bank and see some of that ground underneath before it dips off underneath the water. Maybe here as well. And I'm not going to do that here because, as I said before, this really is supposed to mimic the foreground. And I think I'm okay at the moment to kind of leave this until the very end. If I want to fill in a few transparencies at the moment, I can do that, but it's not really necessary. I think at this moment in time, I really need to focus on that final mountain, hill. And what I'm going to do is kind of create a transparent layer of brown by taking my orange, some blue, and I'm going to add water to it to make it more of a wash. And then I will go in later to add details to it. And right around the center line, that vertical line down is, I think, where I'm going to begin this mountain in the background. Hill. I keep saying mountain, but I'm not creating the shape of that hill yet. I'm gonna kind of just try to bring in some of the darkest right here. Wet my paintbrush so I can dilute the mixture a little bit. And I think now is when I'm going to make that hump on the top here. Okay. While I have this color, I'm going to just go in and add a couple of these diagonal lines up to make it appear as though there is a little bit of a shadow on that mountain in the background. Hill. Keep doing that. And then I really liked how this hill was kind of in shadow. As we mentioned before, it could be because there's a cloud off the page possibly. So I really wanted to add that one back in. And I'm going to wet this up a little bit and possibly start working on that hill that is still in between this one and this one. Now it's kind of fun. This is the part where you can kind of just fill some things in and look at your piece from afar and see what's working, what's not working, and where you can start adding more information. I think what I'm going to do is add some dark values in the foreground here. Try to make some of these lines appear as though they're starting to creep up this hill. And I may even want to go a little bit darker. Darken the shadow right here. That kind of comes off the edge a little bit. It's a little bit too dark, so I'm going to try to fade it by drying my brush first and kind of bringing this up. This area in particular looks a little bit strange to me It sort of appears as though there is like a slight hill here and it's dropping off, but it doesn't quite extend long enough for it to make sense to me personally. Or perhaps it's that if it did extend like this, you would probably see a little bit of the shadow in the water behind it, like that. So I'm gonna kind of play with that a little bit and see if I could come up with something that I like a little bit more, hopefully. Might be a little bit too dark. All right, I'm going to start bringing some of my oranges, my pure pigment oranges in, and really water it down. Right at this moment, I think the lines are just way, way too harsh. So if I can start softening things, that would be fantastic. So I'm really just going to kind of add in this orange wash to start blending some of these things together a little bit better. I really didn't want this piece to be too high contrast, and it definitely is appearing so at the moment. But hey, that is okay too. Sometimes these things take shape, even just with like the mood that you're in for the day. And sometimes you go with it. We started off with the Ivan Earl one, or at least I did for tonight. So I'm definitely in that more stylistic zone at the moment. And sometimes the things that you're working on prior to your piece will affect how you paint. I'm gonna let this dry a little bit and then do one more transparent layer over here. And I'm gonna see if I can start shaping this hill a little bit better. And at this point in time, you've probably done enough of these where you're starting to see in your own work where you would like to make some changes, where you would like to soften things, or maybe, you know, blend them a little bit better. I think that's dry enough. We're going to add my final transparent layer of orangey brown. I'm just going to kind of swirl these together and see what color I get, and just start adding it directly in here. I'm keeping it very loose. I'm going to see how that dries. I'm hoping that'll create a nice effect. Sometimes you leave it up to fate and it's exactly what you want, or it's not. But I think I'm feeling like I might get lucky with this one. All right. You can start figuring out for yourself if you want to add similar trees like I have, or if you just want to wing it and do it on your own. So that is completely and entirely up to you. I'm going to start light and then go darker. So I think what that means for me is I'm going to take some orange with a tiny dab of blue just to mute the orange a little bit. I'm going to water it down a little bit and just start adding in these little things where I feel like it. For the tree here, I'm not going to use too much orange because it is very distinct. But back here, it did make sense to have some things here where you're not really seeing exactly what it is, but it mimics trees, foliage, or maybe even a barn in there. I don't know. Maybe even some things up here on the hill. And I'll start adding in where that tree is going to be in the shadow, so I know where that is. Or I might even add something right here and try to get a little bit of a reflection in that water. I'm adding a lot of blue now. In fact, I'm going to try to keep it pretty even with my blue and my orange, because blue is darker, so it will definitely make everything more brown. I'm going to want to switch my paintbrushes probably to a smaller round brush. So I'm going to use my number 2 round brush to start adding in some of these finer details now. Figure out where that tree is going to be. All right, so one thing that I am loving about this one, that I don't like about this one, is that tree is popping into view of the river, and it really does make it pop. You're getting that contrast. I don't have that here. So I think I might just see if I can actually blend this a little bit better. Kind of blend out that tree into the background. And I'm going to move my tree now here, because I would love for it to kind of pop up the way it did there. I think that's a better placement for this one. Although it's super wet now, so I'm gonna have to come back to do the trunk of the tree. Although it's starting to appear like a tree trunk is starting to emerge anyhow. And I'll go up here and start darkening this one. At this stage of the painting process, it's really now fine-tuning. So you're gonna have to go around and figure out what is working for you and what is not working for you. That's gonna be a journey that you have to go on by yourself. So if you wanna continue watching, you can, or this might be a good time for you to just turn it off and focus on your own piece. I'm actually trying to take some tricks from Ivan Earl and pulling these lines further across. I really like the way that looks. And if you are still here, I'm going to finish it off now by going a little heavy on my pigment. Less water, more pigment, and then try to add in some of the details in the trees that I really want to pop out a little bit. And I'm going to start with this one. Still very wet. Try to add some shadows under the trees. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually think I'm starting to like the one I'm working on now better. I don't know. I'm still having issues with that river, I think, but if I took this one away, yeah, I'm still having issues with that river, and that's okay. Not all of them have to be perfect. Yeah, all right, I think I'm going to end it there, and we'll move on to the next one. Okay, take care. Portrait composition. So can we just agree that a lot of information can be packed in the way someone looks? Their fashion, posture, props, their age, even their heritage can say a lot about who they are or even part of their journey or story. So how can we use this in our own portrait compositions? Well, I used to work in film, and it was my job to develop the sets that the characters lived, worked, and played in the film. So the first thing I would have to do is research who this character may have been prior to this film. So why don't we do a quick exercise? Let's pretend like you are the main character of a feature film. Don't get your speech ready or anything. Yeah, let's just work through this, okay? In this film, you are invited to a friend's house for a party. In the middle of a party, a natural disaster strikes, and you must either grab a prop, maybe go somewhere, or perhaps act on impulse in order to survive. So, this may not sound like the best party, but it could make a great painting composition. Either way, let's break this down a little bit further. First, what kind of party would your friend throw? I'm sure we all have ideas in our mind of who our friend is, and that is going to change the way that this painting looks. So would it be a dinner party, a barbecue, house party, children's birthday party, politically affiliated party, or maybe you're attending a party in the metaverse on your VR headset? Next, what would you wear to this party? Would you bring anything with you to the party? Any props, some wine, hat, skateboard, a backpack filled with random equipment? I have no idea. What would you bring to a party? Next, what kind of natural disaster is likely to occur where you live? Would it be a wildfire, earthquake, tornado, hurricane, tsunami, flood, volcano, snowstorm, any of these? And next, get real, get very real here, but what would you look like in a crisis situation? Are you someone that would be scared? Are you someone that would be brave? And how would that look in your posture and facial expressions? And how would you react in this type of crisis situation? Would you run for shelter? Maybe you would grab something helpful like a flashlight or tools or some kind of prop. And would you be with anybody during this scenario? A child, maybe your parent or a friend? And how would that affect the situation? Next, how would they look, react, or respond? So portrait composition is developing a story within your piece, and you are the writer of that story. So when you are developing your portrait compositions, the information you provide about your subject or character is equally important to the information you provide about the background of your piece as well. Another way to approach portrait composition is abstractly. What kind of imagery, colors, shapes, lines, symbols could be used or added to tell a story about your subject? Framing. If you were to tell a story about your subject, would you paint them up close, or maybe in the middle ground, or far away? The space around your subject can drastically change the story that you are telling to your audience. Portraits that are up close can be intimate, or they can be claustrophobic. Middle compositions can tell a lot about what the person is doing and where they are located, while still giving plenty of information about their wardrobe, facial expressions, and their posture, and things like that. Portrait compositions where the subject is far away might feel lonely or alienating, or grand, or austere, or peaceful. There's just so many ways that you can approach it. But similar to how people are in real life, like you need to give people their personal space. Like you don't want to be too close to them when they're talking. You kind of want to consider that in your paintings as well. Like for instance, you want to give them either a little bit of buffer room or close to the outside of your canvas. Does it make sense, or is it distracting? Like is your subject being cut off by the canvas? That would be something that you would either have to do intentionally, or if you did it not purposefully, could be off-putting, or people would be wondering why you did that. It might look a little amateurish if you did not mean to do that. So it's good to plan where your subjects are going to be within the piece. Although, like I said before, you can break every principle. But the thing about breaking principles is you really have to know how they work to begin with. So let me give you an example. So let's pretend that, like in our next piece, we're getting rid of a lot of that buffer room and we're getting rid of the gaze following principle. So our subject is kind of being cut off. It's very close up. We are having her look at a part of the space that we can't actually see what she's looking at. We've kind of blocked that from the audience. And in turn, it's making her feel as though she's closed off in a box. But that was intentional. That is going to purposefully create a feeling to the audience that we want them to feel. So when it comes down to composition, you can use principles of composition to, like, any way you want your piece to feel good or pleasing. Or you could purposefully break those rules, but you must learn the rules before you break them so people know that you broke them intentionally, and it will add to the overall story. We're going to get started by wetting our background. And I'm actually going to wet the bottom and the center pretty heavily. We're going to place our subject in this area, and I don't want the blue sky affecting that too much. I'm going to kind of leave it here at the moment and wash my brush, and I am just going to dry it off and start pulling some of this area across. So we're really going to want to focus on this angle that is cutting across here. It's really kind of cutting across the entire page, but sort of starting here at this angle. I am going to pull it down. And at this moment in time, I'm going to figure out where that cloud is going to be. That will create a diagonal going this direction. But of course, clouds are very soft. So when I say diagonal, it's really going to be a soft angle right there. Okay, so this one is going to be pretty simple, and while our paper is still wet, I'm going to start figuring out where the shape of her body is going to go. So her head is about here, and we're kind of getting a 3/4 angle of her face. So I'm kind of lightening that area, and we're kind of figuring out that her arm is going to be coming down in this direction, and her body is going to be kind of arching slightly, as if she's almost leaning on the ground, like sitting on the ground and arching over on this direction, down to the right. And what we can do is, because I want everything to stay very soft, I am going to take some orange, apply it directly to my blue, but I'm going to add a lot of water to this. I want to keep everything very, like, as soft as I can, to be honest. I don't want to really push this with the detail, as I was mentioning before. And again, I know I've said this in other ones, but in case you didn't watch it, you can always go darker when it comes to watercolor, or even when we're using gouache like watercolor. You can always go darker, but it is very difficult to go lighter unless you kind of get heavy with your pigment. All right, and so we're just gonna add the diagonal line, and I'm using my thick number 8 flat brush. And I am just going to create this line all the way across. like this. And while I am here, I'm going to start figuring out where that angle of the cloud is and kind of mimic how that angle is going down and come up in this direction here. And that is going to be where her arm is coming down. Okay, so this looks a little bit strange at the moment, and yep, it does. That's how it's supposed to be. So now we're just going to start shaping where everything is going to go. And like for instance, the angle of her jaw is right by her arm, and then it does come up where the ear is going to be, and then we have her face tilted down. So I'm kind of cutting a line across right here and then back into the shoulder. And it doesn't have to be too detailed at this very moment in time, as I mentioned before. So I'm gonna switch to a round brush, and this is my number 2 round brush. And now I can take the same paint that we were using before, and while this is drying, I can start shaping it a little bit better. So first things first is, let's start figuring out where the body is. And I'm just gonna lightly start figuring out where the shoulder is kind of coming around here. And the head is right against that shoulder and back area. So I'm quite literally, it's very loose, as you can tell, and I'm just gonna start laying in areas where I know are gonna be slightly darker, and just kind of start bringing those in. Okay, so at this point in time, it doesn't look like I've done very much, and I think you're right. I think I could actually go a little bit more pigment here, so I'm going to bring in some more orange and blue. Otherwise, this is going to take a while. Okay, so let's see here. Just trying to figure out where the eyes are going to be and where the hairline is sort of coming up on the side. And I'm not liking how all this is bleeding together so much at the moment, so I'm going to take a dry brush and start cutting some of these shapes out a little bit better and more clearly. Starting to round the angles a little bit more. And I think this is a good time to start figuring out where the ear is going to be, and you want the ears to kind of line up with the eyes. But since this is at an angle, we can kind of play with that shape a little bit. Okay, at this moment in time, it appears that the eyes have really drooped down, which is not a problem if that's the way that she's looking. So we can either leave it as is, which I think I might, or you can kind of shape it a little bit more so it's angling up slightly. Okay, so let's think more about the shoulder. She's having the shoulder's looking a little bit blocky at the moment. So I'm gonna just start shaping it a little bit better. Start bringing that arm down here more. Good time to start thinking about where the facial features are going to be placed. And since we're not getting too detailed, you can just quite literally draw some lines across to mimic where that is going to be. And I think right now I'm just gonna start shaping a curve here. That could be like her dress or tank top, whatever it may be. But at least we're starting to get more shape. I do think that this line is looking a little bit too harsh, so I'm gonna try to soften it by adding some water and blending it towards the center a little bit, using that to create some shape in the arm. And if you're not a portrait artist, don't get too discouraged with this one. All I really want you to focus on and learn with this one specifically is the angles that we are creating. So if it's looking a little bit weird or unnatural, that's okay. That is so okay. Okay. So right now, I think I'm going to start creating the back a little bit more realistically and just giving it some shape. She's really leaning over. And I can start going back into the hair here and darkening areas that I feel like might be a little too light. You notice I didn't go all the way with my lines to the top of the hair. I think it kind of gives it a nice highlight, like a natural highlight within the hair there. So just place your dark shadows where you think they are necessary, not where it doesn't have to be like super realistic, but have some fun with playing with your highlights, midtones, and shadows within this. Like really think about where the light would be hitting if someone was sitting this way. Okay, so we are missing the bottom part of her body, and in my demonstration or my example piece, I really had the whole body underneath, almost like she's hunching over herself. And I do like that effect. I think I want to add that back in. So I'm going to take some of my blue and just kind of mix a color that is a little bit bluer than orange. And I do kind of want to go in here too as well. Start bringing in some of these shadows a little bit and how the shoulders kind of are hunching up and over. Maybe part of the clothing possibly. I really want to darken like underneath here. Now, when we're thinking about clothing, you do want to think about pattern, and if there are any patterns in the piece, if it's necessary to include, or if you would like to just mute it out. I wouldn't include your pattern with this initial stage when you're kind of blocking everything out. If you wanted to note certain areas, like say there's some part of her dress that, I don't know, kind of has like a line coming across, you can sort of start adding these lines in, but don't get too discouraged or like caught up on hanging on the details this early on. So even though it is dark under here, I'm going to keep the outside of her hair pretty light, as if some of that light is shining through her hair. And if you want to go even more dark with the shadows of the face, you can focus on that as well. Okay, so I think this is kind of good enough as far as like how much detail I want in the piece. I did really want to focus on trying to keep things less contrasty, and I've kind of broken that as I started doing it. I went a little heavy-handed. So at this point in time, I think I'm going to try my best to move forward by softening certain things that I'm really not liking, and possibly start adding details to the clothing, like starting to make it more blue if the clothing is blue like that. And again, it's looking very dark here. I'd love to just start blending some of this a little bit more. Maybe start adding some possible lines in the dress. And now I'm really going to go in and try to soften everything by just adding some water, because I really just want this to be more like almost blending into each other, where it's hard to tell separation of things. Try to bring some of that hair back in. All right, so some things that I'm feeling like are not working at this moment in time are, first of all, it is very high contrast and not really what I wanted to go for. I think one way that we could fix this is even working on the background more. The original piece that I had, the sky was much darker, almost looking like a storm was on the horizon and she was trying to escape it. And I think it might be important for us to do that because we are, like, even though this cloud looks very nice, we are kind of losing a little bit of the angle and the intensity of what the piece was that, like, I wanted it to be originally. So there are a few things that you can do to darken your blues and make them look more like a cloudy day or a storm coming in. And one is to add a touch of orange to your blue and really utilize the browns and kind of make it look more more natural than high contrast than if you added black to your blue. And I would rather go that direction. I think that is something that I'm trying to achieve with this piece. So instead of adding pure pigment orange to this blue that I have, I'm going to take some from here that has already been mixed and add just a touch of that to this pure pigment blue. So it's not changing the color too much, but just enough where it's gonna, if I add that to certain parts of the sky, it's gonna just punch it up a little bit more. So I really wanna think about where I'm kind of wanting this, and I don't want it to look too unnatural. So I'm actually going to switch to a flat brush so I can get some even horizontal lines going across. And I'm gonna wet it up so I can always go darker if I need to. And I think I am going to just start darkening the sky more now. And by doing this too, I'm hoping it's going to kind of blend some of it a little bit better too. I'm lowering that contrast level then. And I can even use this area right here to look as though the clouds are kind of coming up and around her here. It's just adding more to that angle that is also kind of cutting across here. Starting to look, I think, a little bit better. This one's looking a little funny. I think I cut it off too much down here. And let's see how we can work with that. And what I might do is just bring this cloud down a little bit more. And then cut this one down slightly. And I still think it's a little bit too blue. I might even go slightly more brown. too much. Holy moly. So I just grabbed a wet paintbrush as soon as I could so I can really pull that across as quickly as possible before it dried. All right, I think that is looking a little bit better. The body is definitely bothering me, so this is it. You know, you just kind of from here on out start figuring out what needs work and what doesn't, and keep playing. And since these are like just slight little like thumbnail sketches, there really is no harm in doing one that doesn't turn out right and then just doing a second one right away while you're still feeling fresh with the ideas. Switching back to my round brush to add a little bit more shadow underneath that chin area. And if you wanted to kind of add some falling hairs, kind of all right. So I think this is something that is starting to turn out definitely more detailed than the original one. But I feel like with this one, I really am focusing more on, while I'm creating it, this person. Like it's starting to become someone that you're thinking about what their story is. Like, why is she like this? Why is she sitting this way? What happened to her? And I think that's kind of the magical part of creating, when your paintings start to come to life to you. I think that's when you really know that you're on to something, is when you as an artist are starting to see like the possibilities of where the whole thing can go. And thumbnail sketches are really important prior to starting like your final piece. They're really helpful with figuring out what your color palette is going to be. Ideas with contrast, as I mentioned before, and even though this one didn't turn out as lower contrast as I wanted it originally, it's still pushing me to think which one is actually better or not. And at this point in time, I'm not even quite sure which one I like more. The first one was not really something I honestly cared too much about. It was like, you know, I was just focusing on the lesson. But this one, you know, is starting to become more fun to me, where as a teacher, you know, like you're teaching someone, but you really do start coming up with ways to, you're teaching yourself, basically, is what I'm trying to get at here. One of the benefits of being a teacher is everyone learns. Yeah. All right. Now here's a thing though, as your teacher. I really could get stuck now spending a long time trying to perfect this. And for your sake, I think now is a good time to stop. If you wanted to, this really would be a good time to start, let it dry, and then if you wanted to start adding like details to the fabric, the clothing, any kind of fashion, just make sure it dries first before you start adding lines or anything like that. This way you can get them as crisp as you want them. Something like this. Yeah. Okay. I think that is working. And even though the clouds are not like very distinct like I had in the other one, I actually think that for this piece now, it does work. And here, let me show you the reasoning why. So this one, it worked because these worked being more distinct is because this was not as distinct or detailed. So I think that the two kind of played nicely together. And now this one, because she is so like almost more high contrast than the background, then this works because it is kind of creating a separation between the background and the foreground, although you're still able to see the shape of these clouds. It's just not like punching you in the face with the information. The information is there, but it's not something that is like dictating the entire piece. You're still able to get the shapes of the angles cutting across, including the arm here as well. And I'm feeling pretty good about it. We cut off less. There's like more headroom here than in this one. In this piece, I almost had less headroom because I wanted it to feel a little bit more claustrophobic. This one, she does have a little bit more headroom, but her eyes are starting to look more towards this part right here. And that is another rule of composition, is where are your subject's eyes looking, because you're going to want to know what it is and you're going to follow it down. And I didn't leave that information for you guys to see what she's looking at. And perhaps it's just more of a stare than actually looking. So now what we're doing is starting to think about the storyline, which is important. And even if you're an abstract artist, you still kind of want your viewers to wonder, what was your intention in a way? Because if you're just throwing up paint just to throw paint, it might look nice if like it may haphazardly look nice, almost like in nature how all the wildflowers look beautiful together. But if you're trying to create a painting with intention or a message or something like that, you're trying to drive something home to your audience, then it is really important to think about all the details and think about why your viewer might look in that direction, or what you can do to get your viewer to look in a specific direction in order to hold them onto your piece longer and really sit with what you were trying to convey. And that is honestly the entire reason that this course exists, is to think more intentionally about the placement of your pieces, not just for it to look good, but to help tell your story, to share your message, and to make people want to sit in front of your pieces longer. So hopefully with these exercises, you feel like you've learned a lot.
and you feel prepared to move on to the next piece, where we will be breaking down the works of the masters and seeing how they composed their images from very loose, like we'll do it very loosely and then get more detailed as we progress. Okay, I will see you there. Take care. Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome to our first painting study. I'm really excited. This is going to be super fun. And I'm just going to walk you through how this is going to work. So I'm not going to be giving you the step-by-step for this. I think that would just probably take too much time. It would be like a 12-hour course instead. So we're starting off by painting our background the same way that we've always done before, except you're going to notice a huge difference, and that is how thick the paint looks. And the reason why the paint looks so thick is because I gessoed the paper first. So if you're not familiar with what gesso is, it's a primer. So like for instance, let's say you have a shirt, and if you wet up the shirt, it's super porous and the water is going to be able to like seep through it, right? Same thing is true with canvas. So if you get like a roll of canvas and it hasn't been gessoed first, you're basically just getting fabric. And if you put paint on it, the paint's just going to seep right through it. But if you put a gesso on it or a primer, it actually like gets rid of all the pores in there and makes it into a surface that you can paint on without it kind of going through. Well, you can also apply gesso to paper, because paper is a porous product as well. And as we could see with the previous lessons that we've done, that when you apply your paint to it, it really does bleed into the surface of the paper. So when you put gesso on top of your paper, you can now paint on top of it without having that happen, and it's going to be a little thicker, and it's going to be easier for you to layer paint on top of each other. It's going to act more like an acrylic paint. So that's what we're going to be doing with this. And a gesso, you know, like we've talked about it in this class as well. You can use whatever kind you want. You could use a white gesso, a gray gesso, or a black one. Totally up to you as the artist. Okay, so this painting is kind of interesting because, well, I'll tell you a little bit of the story, but I don't want to go too much into the art history of it, because really this is about the composition of it. But the story really does matter as far as the composition. So the story is that this monk, Pedro de Zaldivia. Well, anyhow, there's this bandit. This bandit was going around and terrorizing the entire town. Father Pedro captures this guy by shooting him in the thigh. And the whole story just like sweeps across Spain and becomes this huge like event that this humble monk, barefoot monk, captures this bandit. And de Goya was so fascinated by the story, and a lot of people took this story and created it into paintings in their own renditions, and de Goya was one of them. And he wasn't commissioned for this, he just did this for fun. And he created like a series of 6 paintings about the event, kind of like a comic strip. And this was one of them, the big moment where this guy that Zaldivia captures Marigato. Very exciting. Okay, so the action of this event was that he shoots him, right? So when you are creating your compositions, you really want to think about, if you do have actions involved, how are you going to capture that still frame in an image? Now, I talk about film a lot because it's part of like who I am, and you know, I worked in film for so long, and I think about things almost like moving images. And if you were to freeze frame like your a movie that you love, what would the image be on the screen right there? And does that image tell a story? And the reason why people in film make the big bucks is because they really do think about every single frame that they're shooting, and where everything is composed in a way that they know exactly where you will look in the movie. New filmmakers may not know exactly where to point their camera, just like new artists might not necessarily know where to put all the important elements in their frame. So the two kind of work hand in hand, and the telling the story and where to put your elements in a way that you know exactly where your viewer is going to look and how it's going to convey an emotion to your audience. Okay, so anyhow, this piece in particular I chose because there's great action happening and there's a freeze frame of it. But it also does have a very pleasing way of being laid out. Like if you look at it at this moment in time, we do have this L shape. So that vertical line on the left-hand side is kind of filling up that space in the rule of thirds. Similar to the horizontal line on the bottom is kind of filling in that gap of the rule of thirds as well. But as we continue to add our elements, we have a couple other principles of composition come into play. One is the dynamic feel of the golden triangle, where the action is quite literally diagonally cutting through the frame. And you do have that line with him and his gun shooting the bandit, and the bandit is kind of turning, you know, he's like, oh, don't shoot me. The way the bandit is turned really does kind of play into the movement that we talked about when like moving your subjects. Like how weird would it be if there's this big action happening and then Marigato, the bandit, is just like like straight up and he's just not moving, not trying to get away. Like that doesn't make any sense, right? So having movement within the characters and having movement within their actions is part of how you build the scene. And how would you do it in a way where it creates a line, like this diagonal line that really does cut through the piece? It makes it really pleasing and interesting to the viewer. Okay, so as you see while I'm creating with the paint, and you notice too that I'm also painting with blue and orange. And I did that purposefully because I knew that this would be the first painting that you're doing on your own without me walking you through step by step. And I didn't want things to change too much. Because first of all, we also gessoed our paper, so it's going to have a different feel in that way. And so I didn't want to have color be another factor into you figuring things out. One more thing too is we're not going to be painting detail too much. This is something that I truly struggle with because I think I really love detail, but something funny that happens too when you teach is that you really start analyzing your own work and saying like, if I'm teaching this, why am I not doing this in my own pieces? And that happened to me a lot while teaching this course. It's like, you may know these things, but then when you start looking at how your work is reflected in the things that you're teaching, you're like, well, you better like practice what you preach kind of thing, right? So I think in the future, after this course, you're going to see a big change in my work as well. But what I'm trying to get at here is that we learned that detail work really does pull forward, and things that are blurry and less saturated do fall into the distance. So we can create a really dynamic painting, kind of like what we are doing at this moment in time, by only using two colors plus white and black, and really playing with the blurriness, the saturation. And you know, saturation really is like the strength of your pigment, your strength of your color, and you can create a really interesting piece. Totally forgot what I like, how I started that. I forgot where it doesn't matter. Let's move on. Okay, so I think we're talking about color, and you can I'm only using two colors, but you can still create an interesting piece. But details, that's what we're talking about. Don't go into details too much with this. This is not meant to be something that you're like selling, and you shouldn't be anyhow, because we're studying someone else's work. But you don't really need details in this because we really are thinking of compositions in these studies as blocks of shape and blocks of color. Don't think of it as trying to outline anything. Just kind of put lines in put the lines in where you're seeing them form, and you can build on top of it, almost like sculpting with a ball of clay. And you'll kind of see me, what I mean by that, as we go. You start off with just one color or one shade, whatever, and you can build on top of it and shift it and mold it the way you want to. You'll also notice that I am using a flat brush, and this flat brush, I believe, is a number 2. It's not too wide, but it's also not too narrow either. And I think I do like making these sketches, these thumbnail sketches with a flat brush, because they're really dynamic. You could do a lot with them. So you can pull it flat and get a really nice wide line. You can kind of put it upright and drag it on its side to give it a thinner line. You can really create some nice waves with it, and you can use the point of the brush to get a little bit of like some dots in there, some details when it comes time to like add any details. But yeah, so think about what paintbrush you're using, but again, I can only suggest things to you. Ultimately, it is up to you as the artist about how you're going to move forward with this. Okay, so we are starting to add in a few of the details, and you may notice that there are things that I have in the scene at this moment in time that I end up just painting over, meaning that even though the elements in the scene were in the original photo, I am painting over it to get the main dominant elements into the piece. And this is completely fine, because again, this is a study, and the way that we're using this is to kind of learn from the masters about how they composed their images, and we can take what we've learned from them and apply it to our own style and our own work. So a lot of people are going to say, why are we copying the masters? And isn't this cheating? So I don't know. I think that's I hear this a lot, and that's why I'm bringing it up. And I think it's such an odd thing to be concerned about when learning, because we learn by copying. I mean, I even think about my daughter right now. She's 2, and she's in the parrot phase where she'll copy me almost verbatim, and my movements, where I'll be like, oh, you want some froyo? I think I just want froyo right now, so I use that as the example, and she'll be like, oh, you want some froyo? But we learn by imitating, by imitation. Now, my daughter's not going to grow up to be me, Beth, right? She's going to grow up to be her. But there are going to be some things that she takes from me, like maybe she loves froyo. Or maybe, like she says or does things in a similar way because she learned it from me. But she's a different person. And the same thing is true when we are learning from our favorite artists. We're not going to become the artist, and we're not going to try to take their art and pretend like it's ours, right? But we can take what we've learned from them and we can apply it to our work. And it's just how it is. Like if you take the time to learn about artists, your favorite artists, like I know Van Gogh is an artist that people love. Ideas from the Great Wave, that piece. So when you're copying these things, it doesn't mean that you are going to, it's not cheating. I mean, even think about musicians that sing their favorite artists' songs, or think about writers that will, I hear about famous writers that will actually rewrite their favorite books from start to finish and cover to cover. They're not going to try to resell that book. But while they're writing it, while they're imitating it, they get the prose, they get how the words sit next to each other. And then they're like, oh, I like the way that works. How can I use that in my own work? So this is kind of like how artists work. So I think that people that worry about if you're people copying maybe are not too familiar with the arts, because I think another thing too is like when you hear someone say, "Oh, you're copying," it's kind of like a childish thing to think. Um, I mean, it would be completely different if we're trying to plagiarize or if we're trying to pretend like someone else's work is our own. So that is like a big difference. But either way, when it comes to learning, it really is important to figure out what you like. And that doesn't even just mean the paintings that you like. It could be, what do you like to wear? What are some colors that you gravitate towards? What music do you listen to? And what is the culture surrounding the music that you listen to? Your favorite stories, books, movies, gaming, whatever it may be, any kind of entertainment that you like. Why do you like that? And how could you take those things and apply it to your own artwork? Okay, so real quickly, I'm going to be showing you that I'm adjusting everything in my piece. I realized that everything was out of place. It wasn't in the right positioning. So I'm actually just painting over it and starting again to make sure that it is in the right place. That's another great thing about doing thumbnail sketches is you can fix whatever you want to fix as you go. Have this shadow kind of working through. So if you're doing this one, I would highly suggest doing this one, mainly because there's a lot of things that you can play with, and not just how you work with your paint colors, still using a shade of blue. It's not the same blue that we were using in the previous studies, but this tint, it's more of like a tint of blue, right? Because it's lighter in value. It's almost close to a white. So you can play with how you're going to lighten and darken your orange or the blue. Another thing to consider is the black that I'm using will, I believe that the black that I'm using has an undertone of blue in it. So that's also going to shift the color of your, the light blue and the orange. I got a little bit off topic, so if that did not make sense to you, just ignore it. Okay, so let's go back to what we were talking about. Oh, right. So, things that you can play with in this piece while you're working is adding some water to your paint and seeing how that layers. When you add water, it's going to thin the paint out, and it's going to change the opacity level. Meaning, if something is opaque, you cannot see through it. And if something is transparent, you can see through it. So by playing with the transparency, you can really see the layers that you've added underneath, or not, by making it more opaque, which means more water or less water. All right, so let's take a look at the composition at this moment in time. We have the action really covering the bottom 2/3 of the piece. I think that when the gun is added in and the action of the gun firing, that action is really going to be the thing that draws everyone to the center of the piece. Because anytime that you have a diagonal line in the center of the piece with something bright like the explosion from the gun, anytime that happens, that very specific thing happens. But when in this piece, when they did that, it was very, intentional. It was intentional because they knew that would draw the viewer's eye to it. It's a diagonal line. It's a bright, high contrast thing. The action is very intense. So you know that you're going to be like, well, what is that first? That's a gun. Oh, it's being shot. It's activated. Activated? It's being shot. But after that action has taken place, then you can start working around that. Who is shooting the gun? Ah, that looks like a monk. Interesting element to the storyline. Who is this guy? Who's being shot at? Why is he being shot at? So that's one thing about this piece was if it's as a standalone, you don't really have a lot of information about the guy being shot at. You could maybe, if this was a standalone piece, you'd be feeling sympathy towards him. But as I noted before, this is not a standalone piece. This is one of 6, and it kind of works as like a comic strip. And I'm looking at the time. We only have 3 minutes left, about 3 to 4 minutes. And look how loose it is. Like, I didn't put a lot of detail into this. I think that's the way you should kind of tackle these, really. The ones where I try to add too much detail, oh my gosh. Like, I like watch it and I'm like, really? Come on. Why are you doing this? I think the thing is like, while making these, I was also listening to an audiobook. So sometimes I start like playing with details and stuff. I'm a really good part of the audiobook trying to like see what happens in there. So it's really good that I speed these up for you so you're not sitting through. It's fun to paint. It's fun. It's a fun activity. So I'm hoping that when you take these on, you're not putting too much pressure on yourself to make them look perfect, because first of all, striving for perfection is ridiculous being a human, you know. Now if you are a robot striving for perfection, that might be something good for you to strive for as a robot. But as a human, you know, like the way we grow and the way we learn is through mistakes. So embrace the mistakes and have fun with it. Really. Maybe find a good audiobook. I could recommend some good ones. Real fast before we go, the shadows are also creating this diagonal line pulling across, leading lines through the action. Sorry, the vertical line going down to the diagonal lines and horizontal lines cutting across to the action. Are you guys seeing the golden spiral happening here? I am, and it really is, I think, what makes this piece so pleasing. You're leading the viewer's eye around, and it doesn't really matter where you're starting on the spiral. You know, you're probably starting where the action is taking place, but either way, the composition itself is leading the eye all the way around, and this is why I think it's a really good piece to do in our composition course. Anyhow, I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are going to be focusing on Gustav Caillebott's Paris Street Rainy Day. Man, what a painting. I don't know why I said it that way, but I was going to say what a great painting for to learn about composition, but it just came out like I was a sports announcer or something. So yeah, let's take a look at this miraculous piece. This piece by Gustav Caillebott is also in the Art Institute. All of my pieces that we're studying is at the Art Institute of Chicago, and this piece is massive. It's almost life-size, like a life-size scale. And there's a really fascinating video that I found on YouTube about this, about the woman that resurfaced this painting. And I have to kind of mention this because, as you notice in the painting that I'm doing right now, as I'm blocking in all the, you know, big elements of this piece, is I started off with a yellow background, right? And I think I was looking at the tinge of yellow, of course, and how it is in the piece, right? And overall, it's almost like a tan-ish color, not even yellow. But I also wonder if I was looking at a different variation of this piece while I was painting this. Anyhow, what I'm getting at, I saw this really interesting video about on YouTube about the lady that resurfaced this painting and how she removed a lot of the varnish, and the varnish over time will yellow. And what a difference it made in the whole composition, how they're able to notice, like, even the earring on our main subject, our woman, they thought it was a pearl at first, and then after she resurfaced it, or removed all the old varnish and saw the true colors or whatever, it appeared to be a diamond. But anyhow, this piece is truly a miraculous piece for us as the viewer for a lot of reasons, and I'm going to break this down for you as we speak. So first of all, let's talk about the composition. This thing is composed very symmetrically. We have the line of the light post coming directly down the middle. So it's composed vertically, as far as we have that vertical line coming down. And both sides are pretty balanced as far as it's a weighted balance, meaning both sides are different, but they feel equally balanced in weight. We have the heaviness of the building in the background and almost the negative. We have the line coming down through the middle, and then the horizontal line of the street is cutting through. Of course, it's not perfectly horizontal, it is more diagonal, so it does give us a little bit of that dynamic shape to it. And you can see at the moment in time on the painting that where that balance is, it's really starting to take shape where that balance is coming into play. Also notice that I am painting the way I think it looks in the background, even though I can't see all of that information. Like, for instance, the building behind the umbrella is really hidden a lot by the couple's umbrella, right? But I know that building is going to go back off into space, so I'm just going to paint it in like that. And the other buildings, same thing. It's pretty blocked, but I don't need all of that information to know that that information exists in this environment. So I can just paint it in and then paint over it later when I add my foreground figures into it. All right, so we're going to talk about some more parts of composition in this that I find truly interesting. The first one is, I think, kind of the obvious thing that you can see in this piece, and that is the gaze following. We talk about, like, we will stare at the line of our subject's gaze to see what they are looking at. This is kind of interesting because we can't see what they're looking at. They're looking off screen or off canvas, right? And we know that there's something happening off canvas that we cannot see that is distracting them from this guy who's going to bump into them. And he's like up against the wall, right? There's this wall right next to them. They're too distracted by like what's going on the opposite side. And this guy is going to have to be like, oh, he has his umbrella. They're going to crash into each other. And this is like moments before the crash, the little awkward bump. Well, you should have watched where you were going. And they're like, oh, well, did you see that thing across? Oh, we're so sorry. What is going on that's so distracting? I'm really curious. But so that is the pretty obvious thing. And as you can see, I'm starting to lay everything in. This was actually an incredibly challenging thumbnail study for me. And I thought it was going to be easy. I was like, oh, this looks great. Just lay it in. This is the second time I did this thumbnail study. The first time I did it, I just actually realized that I painted it too big. It wasn't my thumbnail size. And it took me like 4 times as long to complete it. And it was too detailed, and that was not the point of doing a thumbnail study for this course. The whole point was to learn about composition. So anyhow, I ended up redoing it again and came up with this idea of doing the yellows first and then starting to add some of the colors in later. Some things that you're not able to see in this piece, and I would really recommend kind of looking at it on their website or in the actual reference photo, is that the people in the foreground, our dominant subjects, are actually slightly out of focus compared to the guy walking in the middle of the street who is in focus. So we were talking about selective focus in our course and about how in films you can shift the focus to really focus on like what you want people to look at, to view at, right? So how was this possible back then, right? This was the 1800s. This was made in 1877. So photography was a relatively new like technology that Kayabot was very fascinated in. And as you know, in photography, you can play with the focal points and what you want to be in focus and what you do not want to be in focus. So he was able to take that idea of this focus range and apply it to a painting, which really wasn't done back then, right? It would be like a lot of things were in focus, but this idea of camera optics changing the way we see our paintings started to come into play then. Now, or then, at 1877, right? And I think that's something really interesting to know, because when the technology changed, art changed as well. And what does that mean for our foreground subjects too? Okay, so we know that there's this big action happening. These people see something happening. They're the biggest subjects in focus, they're the biggest subjects in our painting, and we're drawn to them instantly. And then we're drawn to whatever they're looking at, which really does bring the eye around the piece, creating this whole full circle, golden spiral back around to this guy about to hit them, which you may even miss. You may not even notice that they're about to collide with each other because you're so focused on them, and then you kind of look around at everything going on around the piece. So the interesting thing is, even though they're slightly out of focus, there's so much action going on with them that it really creates this juxtaposition of ideas as well. Something like this movement, as well as this moment in time right before this little accident, and then the things that are and are not in focus. But something else to consider is cameras at this time would not be able to capture this scene, because any kind of movement would create a blur effect. So even though he was very into photography, he was kind of combining some of the ideas of photography into this piece, but also like making a painting, he's allowing the ideas to be fully conceptualized onto this painting, where he wouldn't be able to capture this onto a camera at that point in time, which I find really fascinating. So next what we're going to talk about is the fashion. So really interesting. This was like the hippest, like in fashion. Everything here was of the newest of the times. The umbrella, that like push-up type of umbrella, was new. Their fashion was new. The streets being paved like that was new. So what we're looking at right now is a piece that was very hip, very like of the time when it was created. And even though we're looking at this from the future, you know, and we see, oh, this, it's like if we were like a child, look at these people from the olden days on their stone roads or whatever. This is really such an important example of creating artwork of our time, and why important it is to really capture the feeling of life in right now, which I think is very, very challenging sometimes. We always want to, I think because we look at masters' work so much, and the masters really are something we consider from the past, because we've had a lot of time to analyze and teach and study. So we call them the masters, even though there are masters creating works right now. But the way our education system works is we're more focused on like the past and also learning about the present. I think it's important almost to combine the two. And I think there's a lot of artwork of our time that is getting overlooked because we're so focused on things that were great, or because they were done previously in a different way. Anyhow, what I'm trying to get at, though, is when we're creating paintings, really what we're creating is a time capsule. And I know that we love to replicate styles from the past, but what is in fashion now? What do our streets look like right now? What do the cars look like right now? Because in 50 years, 100 years from now, when people look back at that, they're going to be like, wow, what are all those like wires hanging in the sky? Well, that's how they got their electricity. What? Why are those cars? Like, what are, like there's so many things that are of the moment right now and possibly on the verge of ending. And we don't even really think about this because we're living every day in the moment. But how valuable it is to pay attention to the things that are in the moment right now, because things are changing very quickly. And even in my own lifetime, and I'm only 37, but like how much has changed since, I was born, from no internet to internet, and then how much has changed because of that. Because things are changing so quickly now, I think it really is important for us at least to start to acknowledge how we would capture brief moments in time right now. And that's my own personal opinion. Obviously, we all create artwork for our own purposes, but I think as far as studies go, the value of a sketchbook is invaluable. No, or, just I think it's really important for us to really take some time to acknowledge the beauty in our own lives, in our own days, our own families and friends. And we can do that very simply with thumbnail sketches, or just having a sketchbook, or just writing, or little things to document what it is in our world that makes it so unique of this place and time. By creating images of that, especially when you're focusing on painting what's in front of you. Like, I don't think we do a lot of plein air anymore right now. A lot of it is pre-planned from a reference photo. We go out, we take photos, we come back, and we paint from that photo. Because it's easy and there's no wind or rain, right? It makes it easier for us to have a controlled setting. But one thing that happens when you do paint plein air is you start to notice things that Impressionists would notice, like the changing of the light. And when you start to include those things into your paintings, it makes it come alive more, because capturing light is a very challenging thing to do. And if you're a painter or draw, if you draw, or really any kind of artist, you can understand how difficult it is to capture realistic looking light. But anyhow, when you have to sit there and say, how am I going to capture that reflection on that window? You have to blur your eyes, tilt your head, look at it from all angles. You then are pretty much breaking down a very complex idea into, how would I create that in 3 brush strokes? You kind of lose that when we are sitting in front of a reference photo. Trust me, I know. When you look at a reference photo, you're trying to make it as accurate to the photo, as opposed to how accurate it is to like the idea or the feeling of being there in real life. I'm not saying that the photo is wrong either, because there's millions of ways to create artwork, and that is one way that I create artwork, is using photography, because I can't paint plein air just for my own circumstances at this moment in time in my life. But anyhow, it is something to note, and it is something to really pay attention to when you're thinking, hey, maybe I should just take a sketchbook with me out one day and study the world around me. Okay, back onto the painting. So we talked a lot about the composition, and one thing to note is that when we add in vibrant colors, warm colors, especially on a rainy street in Paris, it's going to bring the viewer's eye to that part of the piece. He did it very strategically, where he led it to all right. Look at the original painting. I think it can be very easy to miss the action that is about to take place, but he put this red wall in between the three people that are about to collide. And by doing that, by having that red wall in between, the eye is drawn right to that guy who is off screen. And I say off screen, but I mean off canvas. And he's not really the primary focus either. Like, it's hard to know exactly what the primary focus is meant to be, but it's almost like a humorous piece. It's very beautiful, but there's also some humor in it. And I think that's another thing to consider is, like, I think we oftentimes think of artwork as being so serious, but then when you start to look at the events taking place, it makes you break down these serious pieces into, like, just real life, and how these little moments, part of the bigger picture, are funny, beautiful, scary, fleeting. And how are we going to tell that story? And I think that he did such an amazing job of adding that red. It's like an orange-red wall to draw the viewer's eye and connect the two parties together. You see that red throughout the entire piece, though. And it's on the buildings, as you can see in the background. It's on the wheels. It's on the underside of some of the umbrellas. And by using that same orange-red throughout the piece, it's creating a balance throughout. And it's also drawing the eye around as well. Funny thing, I was not going to include this piece at all. I actually took it out completely. And then I had a licensing problem with one of my studies, and ended up bringing this one back in. And I was like, I can't believe I almost didn't do it, but I thought it was too messy. I thought my painting was too messy. I thought my thumbnail was, like, too sloppy, and I ended it early. I didn't really finish it. I just kind of roughly put the figures in. But it ended up being, like, kind of a happy accident that the other piece was licensing problem forced me to remove that one, and thought about me, like, putting this one back in. And the reason why is because I'm trying to teach you that thumbnail sketches are such an excellent way to learn, and we're not striving for perfection. So how silly of me would it be to remove this piece because I didn't think it was perfect enough for the lesson? It, like, totally goes against what I feel about teaching. Like, the whole thing about this course is, like, we're not striving for perfection. We're striving to understand, to learn. And this is a great piece to learn composition. There's so much here that we can learn about. So I'm so glad that I put it back in. But yeah, this study will cut off pretty short at the end. So just be aware of that when I cut this video off sooner than you probably expect. Okay, next let's talk about the weather. Weather is a very important part for paintings. I think that we typically like to paint sunny days because it makes it easy for us. It's something that it's nice to look at. We're pretty familiar with how things look during daylight, sunshine, with no weather conditions being off. I think it's hard for us to figure out how we would paint colors during those conditions as well. So I think we tend to want to do what's easy, and there's nothing wrong with that. But man, we can learn a lot about painting on a rainy day. Now, do you actually see any raindrops in the original piece? I do not. He did a great way of making it feel wet and rainy without seeing any raindrops. And there is something interesting about this too, because let's think about back to photography. If he was trying to take a picture on a rainy day, he would not be capturing the raindrops. What would happen is everything would look like a blur. But what you would get is a little bit of that atmosphere and the effects of the atmosphere and the wetness of the ground and the surface and the reflections. You would capture that on a photograph back then. So I think that it's kind of interesting because he did really kind of capture it without actually capturing the action of the rain. So if you're trying to avoid painting something like that, like rain, there's so many different ways that you can go about it and still give that effect, make your audience aware that you are painting a rainy day. You just have to be creative in the way that you convey that or portray that. So this is kind of where I'm going to end it with this one. But anyhow, thank you so much for spending some time with me on this one. And hopefully you were able to learn a few interesting tidbits. All right, take care. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And this one's going to go a little bit faster. Or what I mean by that is it looks like I'm speeding through it. And the purpose of this is because I did take a long time working on this, and I think I did work on it in 2 sessions. So if I didn't speed through this, you'd be sitting here forever. And the painting we are studying today is The Song of the Lark by Jules Breton. Jules Breton, yes. And I think it's a lot of people's favorite painting because it is just so striking. The thing that really makes it striking is the play of that bright sun, that vibrant sun going down. And this woman has been, like, you can tell that she's been working all day, and she has the story to tell about what she's been through. And you can actually just come up with your own story when looking at it about is she happy, is she sad, whatever it may be. I think it's left open for the viewer's interpretation. Now there's this orange sky, and I know that we've talked about colors before, but the colors that you use are really, really important when drawing your viewer's eye to your piece. And sometimes they become more striking by surrounding your colors with a muted palette. Now the palette in this piece is sort of muted. It is very earthy, but the orange of the sun just pops, and it's in the exact right place that it needs to be in order to draw the viewer's attention. And it is on that point line, the intersecting point line of the rule of thirds that I talked about, where people tend to look first. Not only is it placed on that intersecting point, but it is incredibly vibrant. And then from there, you really do kind of lead your eye around the rest of the piece. She is more centered than how I paint her in this, because I don't know if you could tell, but the way I've framed my, the way I taped off my paper is a little narrow compared to the width of the real painting. So the framing is going to be slightly off, but I think that's okay, because again, we're just studying and we're trying to figure out what are the things that make this piece so interesting to look at. Okay, so next what we're going to do is talk about the lines, since we are here in our piece. The horizontal lines that kind of pull the viewer's eye through and connects the sun to our main subject, this woman, okay? So that green line that we're painting at this moment in time really is a connecting part of this piece by bringing the sun and her together. We have a diagonal line that I'm starting to just sort of place in there, and you can tell I don't have a lot of paint on my paintbrush, and I'm using that on purpose because if you don't have a lot of paint on your paintbrush, you could get these really great textures. And the texture of the ground would be impossible to replicate if you're just trying to match it exactly the way you see it in the painting. Instead, it's good to kind of add some layers to kind of get some textures that play with each other. And again, we're not trying to replicate this verbatim. We just want to get the idea of what we're seeing from the piece to how we translate it to like the ideas of the composition. Okay, so I think this is kind of interesting too, because we have a subject matter and the story. I talk about the story, and it is important for me because, you know, of my filmmaking background, and it really does make me think about like my own paintings and what that would look like as a still frame. You know what? Let me hold that thought real quickly. The placement of the sun is off, and I do notice this later, but I think at this moment in time, it got messed up for me because of, like I was talking about how narrow it is compared to how wide it is. So in my mind, I thought I was putting it in the right place, but it is not. And you'll see how easy it can be for you to adjust that later. So if this happens to you, where you're painting it and you're like, all right, yeah, everything is going really well, blah, 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 blah. So if this happens to you, then just paint over it. That's kind of the cool thing about this type of gouache. This, I think it's called an acrylic polymer gouache, meaning when it dries, it really does dry like an acrylic paint. So you can paint over it. You're not going to be able to reactivate it like a normal gouache. And for us, that's awesome because then we can just slap on another layer and move it around, adjust it the way that we want to adjust it very quickly, and all is good and well. Okay, so the story, as we were talking about before, I think is super important. And the story of this one I thought was more about the painter. So Jules Breton, gosh, I keep on wanting to say Brenton, but I think that was someone I knew as a child growing up. Jules Breton was a painter who was not poor. He was wealthy, but he became famous from painting peasants in rural landscapes of France. And I read a story on the Art Institute of Chicago website that was kind of cool by Paul Jones, the associate director of communications there. And he's talking about how Van Gogh liked this piece. And he wrote in a letter to his brother about how, like, he saw a print of this and was really, like, impressed. And so he ended up going to France to where Jules Breton's studio was set up. And I think probably in Van Gogh's mind, he was expecting kind of like a painter of the earth, like someone who was not wealthy or whatever, based on the subject matter of his paintings. And when Van Gogh showed up to his studio, it was like this fancy, beautifully laid brick studio. And Van Gogh just turned around and left. So I don't think they ever met. And I thought that was just a really funny story. That you know, like you as the artist can be different as the subject that you are painting. Oh, here we go. This is where I realized I messed up. Maybe this isn't where it's supposed to be. And as you can see, it's as easy as that to just paint over it, adjust, and move on with your life. Okay, so let's get back into the composition. So in the original photo, you can see that if we go from the upper left-hand corner to the lower right-hand corner and draw a line where the sun meets her arm, meets her other hand down, and then down to the lower right-hand corner. And then the opposite is true, going the opposite diagonal direction, where the line is drawing down through her shoulder, through the sickle, and then down through the corner. So there are some really nice crisscrossing elements going on here. And this is something that you can play with as well as the positioning of your subjects in order for them to kind of meet those lines or to match lines to make it more pleasing to your viewer. And when I say more pleasing to your viewer, just keep in mind that you don't have to make your paintings pleasing to your viewer. I don't think that is the intention of creating paintings or just creating in general. Your intention may be to make it incredibly disgusting, but you can then know how to do that by knowing which rules you need to break, right? So every principle that I'm giving to you, I think it's good to know either way, whether you want to use them for a certain outcome or you want to break those rules for a certain outcome. You, as the artist, will make that decision. Okay, back into what we were doing. Again, I am using a flat brush, and as I said in the previous video, I think flat brushes are just so handy to get familiar with. And as you can see here, as I'm starting to add in my character, my dominant subject, I'm not creating an outline of her. I'm just starting to block in the shape of her. Creating an outline is really hard. And I think that's why a lot of people stop like pursuing their drawings or paintings or their art, because they're doing it in like the most challenging way. Like honestly, like I see so many painters that do not paint in a layered process, kind of like I'm doing right now, where they try to just fill it in, kind of like how a printer fills everything in with like one single layer, or like you're trying to fill in a coloring book or whatever. That's like really, really hard. No wonder there's so many people that think like, oh, I can't paint, I can't do this, you know? Yeah, if that's how you think painters do it, then I would feel the same way. But fortunately, over the years, you start to learn that painting is not that hard. You just have to figure out like the right order to layer your layers in, you know, like, oh, I'll do the background first, and then you work your way forward, and it's not as hard as it seems, right? So, I mean, look at the shape of her. It's not completely right. And if I was going for accuracy, I probably would use a transfer paper in order to make it incredibly accurate. But again, like I was saying before, these are studies, and you really do want to do a lot of studies to make your hand-eye coordination more in tune with each other. And the more studies you do and the more practice you do, the less you're going to need transfer paper, because the accuracy over time will get close enough where it doesn't have to match like a photo, but your accuracy will then kind of also reflect your style as well, where there's enough accuracy where people are like, wow, that looks the way you want it to look, real or stylized or whatever. But then there's like this beautiful blend of accuracy with style, and that really is what starts to separate you from other artists. Is anybody can paint a realistic portrait or photo, and I show you exactly how you would do that in my realistic portraits class, and anybody can do that. But I think the step after that is what is going to separate you from the other artists, and that really is tying in your style with, you know, whatever. I think it really is. It's just, it's you. It's your style. What is it that makes you unique from other people? And that includes what you find interesting to look at, listen to, watch, read, eat, whatever it may be. The things that make you unique. How would you take that and apply it to your artwork? Okay, so we have our lady and the face. Oh my gosh, I actually did have a lot of trouble with this face. And usually you can just add a few dabs of paint here and there and call it a day, you know, as far as like the facial expression. And if I was going back in time and doing this again for you, I probably wouldn't even add a face. I think I would just leave it here. But I can't change what's already been done. So you'll see I like add a face, and then it's like, oh, spooky, you know, it gets a little spooky looking. And then I get it to a point where I'm like, okay, it's quitting time. All right, let's talk about the major elements in this piece. And I think it is her fashion. Okay, so fashion is super important to your piece. When you are painting any subject, any person, what are they wearing? Like, how does their fashion reflect who they are as a person? So she's barefoot. I'll hold that thought. I'm going in with a detail brush to kind of add her face in. Now she's starting to look like an owl. Like she's kind of like, it's not Song of the Lark, it's Song of the Owl. She's gonna fly away, and I'm gonna stop there. I could have taken it on a different tangent, but I am not gonna go there. Okay, so I'm kind of blurring it out. Oh, actually, now I don't know what's going on here. But I mean, there is some kind of humor in this too, right? And I think this is one of the reasons why I think it's really hard for us to like share our work with people before it's done. Like if someone came in the room right now, like if it was my husband, we've had conversations about this before, where there are times when he'll walk in and be like, oh, she messed it up. And he'll admit it to me later, which is funny because he is like the most supportive person. But he always says, there are points when I'll walk in and see you painting. I'm like, oh boy. But then I'll watch you for a few more minutes and it starts shaping into what it's supposed to be. And this is true for every single artist. There are parts of your piece, there's like the ugly stage, right? And the ugly stage gets you to the beautiful stage, but you have to go through the ugly stage. It's not going to be beautiful the entire time you're working. And I think this is why it's so hard also for graphic designers or like anyone who is creative and has to do it for money, because the client paying for your piece wants updates all the time, you know? And they're like, where is it at? Where is it at? And it's like, I could show you the portrait, but you're green right now. You look like an alien, but trust me, this is part of the process. And eventually you will look human and not like an alien, but it has to go through this part first. So it is very challenging. And I would just recommend that if you are someone who struggles with people looking at your work while you're painting like I do, even though I'm teaching this course and just laying it all out on the line. If you're someone like that, find a place to go that is going to make you feel more comfortable painting. And if someone says, oh, I want to see what you're working on, you say, oh, too bad, I am not ready. If they're offended, you know, just say, you know, it's not where I want it to be yet, and I will show it to you, but at this point in time, I just really don't. It's not where... It's just not where it is, where I want it to be. You could also see that I changed the positioning of the sickle. And I think now it's really starting to take a similar form. It's not completely accurate, but again, like I said before, it doesn't really need to be. Oh, right. Let's go back into the fashion and how fashion is going to play a huge role in composition as well. So in this piece, we were talking about the diagonal line that cuts through the upper left to the lower right. Get my finger to, yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but that line is leading directly through her feet. And it is drawing the viewer's eye down to the fact that it is the end of this day. She's been working all day with no shoes on. What does it say about her? What does her facial expression say about her? Not the one that I have on the screen at the moment, because that facial expression, if I were to look at this facial expression, it would be like, ah, like from the Scream, you know? Ah. But in the original painting, the beautiful original painting, her facial expression looks as though, gosh, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I can't hear your response, but what, in your mind, what does that facial expression say to you? And I think people all have different interpretations of it. If you looked at this when you were feeling exhausted after a hard day of work, or maybe you had a project that failed, or a loss in your life, you see this and you see it as maybe being hopeful after a long day of work or a really hard experience or a long period of hard experiences. This might be hope for you. Or it might be somebody where, you know, if you're taking it from a different perspective, it could be very sad for you. Maybe the sun is setting and you see certain things coming to an end. So it's one of the really cool things about art is it's going to change depending on the viewer, on their experiences, how they're coming to your piece at that moment in time, who they're with. So your piece, your artwork is an ever evolving work of art. And it all does depend on who the viewer is. So when you go to an art museum, if you don't like an art piece, move on and find an art piece you do like to look at and then study it. Look at all the different elements that the artist has played with. Color, saturation, yes, of course, composition. But what is the story? What is the intent of the artist too? Even if there's not a story, maybe it is abstract and it's meant to the intention is meant to feel something, because that is something very cool in art too. It's not always meant to be something. It could be meant to evoke a feeling or an emotion or confusion. It can be whatever the artist wants it to be. So let's see here. What can we talk about that we haven't already talked about? Talked about the fashion and the sickle. Movement. She is in movement, or maybe she's not, because here's the thing. The placement of her feet are on the ground looks as though she may have just been moving and stopped to look at the sky or to look at the birds. And this is called the Song of the Lark. So maybe that is what she is looking at, is larks. Contrapposto, right? We talked about contrapposto and what that means as far as the shifting of the body, the angle of how our body looks when we are placing our weight from one foot to the other. And it creates almost like an S curve. And we don't see it a lot with this one. It does look pretty straight up. It's subtle. And I think that subtlety is also really important if you're trying to create realism. Anything that is too high contrast doesn't look real. It looks more cartoony. Anything that is too detailed doesn't look realistic, because we're constantly moving, and when we are looking at things in the world and whatever, there is a sense of blurriness to it, because we're not frozen in time. Even when we're sitting still, we're still breathing, we're still moving. Realism is in the subtleties. Realism is in that middle ground, the saturations and the colors and the details, and even in our movements. It's not very often that we're like doing big movements with our bodies, like we're not going to be doing that very often, right? Most of the time we're in these subtle movements, like I'm catching myself in the moment right now, like how I'm angling my head, body. These are the things that you really want to think about, and these are the things that like painters and sculptors from the Renaissance really played with a lot to make their paintings and sculptures look more realistic, or your work feel more alive. So if you are a portrait painter, or you are somebody that has humans in your artwork, try to think about how humans look like in between the moment. So when you're doing these composition studies, it's very easy to get caught up on something like I did in this piece, which is like get caught up on, oh, the foot doesn't look exactly right, or the face looks like her nose is melting, right? So if you get to that point like I did, and I know that we're wrapping up now, move on. The point of these studies is not for perfection, right? So just focus on what you're trying to learn in this, and what we're trying to do is composition. Okay, I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are starting a new piece, and I'm really excited about this one. As many of you know, I typically paint realism, and I really wanted to do something that was a little bit more abstract just for myself. And yeah, I mean, for you too, obviously. But I had to like push myself out of my comfort zone and do something that was a little bit more expressive, and something that was super vibrant and colorful, something that I've always wanted to play with, but I never felt like I had enough practice to make it look good. So I was like, well, you know, better practice what you preach, you know, kind of thing. So I found this piece, the Bewitched Mill, and I knew that it was exactly what I wanted to do. I loved the colors, I loved the layout, the composition. And this is by Franz Marc, who was a German expressionist. And then I absolutely knew that I wanted to do this piece, and that is because I learned so much about German expressionism in film school. And it was something that really stuck with me, like the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari and Metropolis. And the style of German expressionism is just like distorted reality, almost like everything has been angled more, almost like stretched more. And you can see a lot of this German expressionistic style in a lot of horror films, you know. So I thought it was a kind of an interesting style, and this doesn't feel like a horror film at all. It is so beautiful, and it's taking this simple place, this moment in time, and it was Mark Franz would go to Murano, Italy, and this was a scene of the birds next to this mill, and it's just beautiful. And I was like, man, I would love to give this one a try. So anyhow, enough about why I chose to do this. Let's actually talk about the piece a little bit. So the composition of this piece, I think, is just perfection, to me at least. I just love that the way the waterfall, you know, the waterfall coming down the middle just cuts and creates this equal symmetry both on the left and the right side. Although with the shapes that are being used, it breaks things up enough where you're constantly moving your eye around the entire piece. What I'm working on at this very specific moment in time are these buildings in the background. There's almost like a few layers of buildings. There are some in the very front. There is the mill, the circular round red object on the left-hand side that is kind of still in like middle ground. And then in the background, we have these buildings. He added this like white to it to kind of mute it a little bit, and it does really push backwards, even though it is very distinct in shape and style. Okay, so then after that, we have a very prominent element of this piece, which is the mill itself, this circular water mill. And the shape is so different than the rest of this very blocky, almost like cubist style. So it really does pull the viewer's eye to that area as well, especially because it is this vibrant red color. Okay, and then after that, let's talk about the shape or the element that is cutting through the center of the piece, which is this waterfall. It is so easy to not pay attention to the details within the waterfall because it just blends in so beautifully, but there are these birds that are like taking a bird bath in this waterfall, and they are kind of behind it, in the middle of it, and popping through it a little bit. And then if you lead your viewer's eye, as it leads the viewer's eye down to the right, we have another very bright visual element, which is this, I don't know, maybe a deer or something drinking from the water. And there's another creature behind it. It almost looks like a, I'm not really sure. It could be like a wolf, like a wolf, or it could be a pig. Like I really don't know, but it is this very contrasting element from the one in front of it, which is like this very soft, long-necked creature drinking from it. So there's a lot to tackle here. There's a lot of themes going on here. And I think since this is a long one, we really could dive in and talk about not only the piece itself, the composition, but also how I am tackling it. So why don't we talk about how I am tackling it first? Because if you're going to be trying this piece, it will be good for you to have some kind of idea about how to move forward with it. And as you see, I'm really just blocking everything out first. The blue sections, the green sections, the red sections. The yellow you can wait on. You don't have to add the yellow in right away, because even though it is a prominent color of this piece, it's not shown that often. It's almost like the last color that you can add to the piece, because it is just splotches here and there that will really pull parts of the piece forward. And because it is so bright and vibrant, that is really part of its feature, is areas that are in silhouette or in shadow a little bit. When you add that pop of color, will draw the eye to that area. Otherwise, that area might get lost. And you probably did not want that area to be lost. So adding a pop of color really pulls the viewer's eye through there. Next up, let's talk about theme and story. I don't know what the true intention of the story is. It could just be like this moment in time. It does say on the Art Institute of Chicago website, there's a quote by him, and it says, "Is there a more mysterious idea than to imagine how nature is reflected in the eyes of animals?" So in his opinion, it's this more abstract version of the world, which I think is very interesting too. What the world looks like from other creatures that are living on the same planet as us. We don't really think about that perspective very often. Or we think we have an idea of what that might look like because we're taking our own opinions of the world and trying to imagine what that would be like in this other creature. But really, man, like when you think about it, a bird's perspective of the world compared to our perspective of the world is like so different. It's like alien. It's so alien to us that it really might even open up the possibilities of like the imagination for humans to think about. That is what he did with this piece. Like some interesting themes going on as far as softness and hardness. So we have all these hard shapes, these squares, rectangles, and very structural types of elements mixed with these organic shapes. So even at this very moment in time in the painting, I'm adding in these very organic lines, these curved lines of the tree. And when you place these things next to each other, it creates a really nice juxtaposition. Or like we were talking about with contrast, you can have an idea of contrast in shapes and an idea of contrast with shadow, saturation, desaturation. And he does really play with that. On the left-hand side of the painting, it is very more high contrast. Everything is more punchy. There's the whites and the blacks and the blues and the reds, where on the right side of the waterfall, everything is a little bit more blended together, more evenly. It's more within the same range of saturation values. And then when you move down the piece, I really wanted to take note of our creatures that I mentioned before. There is the blue creature, and just for the sake of this, I'm just going to call it a wolf. I might be wrong by what it is though. So we'll just say the wolf and the deer. And even just thinking about what we think about with wolves, like in storybooks, we almost kind of think of them as the enemy sometimes because they are hunters. And then we think of a creature like a deer as being the prey, because they aren't a hunter like a wolf is. And the two of them in this piece are next to each other drinking from the same fountain. And I think that is a very beautiful theme to kind of tie into here, because the theme is playing throughout the entire thing. We have the two contrasts of the shapes, the colors, and now we have this idea that is playing throughout the entire piece if you really stop and stare at it. And it doesn't present itself to you right off the bat. You really would have to sit with it for a while and study it in order to see these themes kind of play out. So what would it mean if you have two two kind of symbolic elements like this wolf and this deer drinking from the same water. It can mean a lot of different things, right? It can mean that we're all the same, number one. It can mean that even though we are very different in our intentions, we all desire similar things for survival and for livelihood. We all need to drink water in order to survive, right? That's basically what I was trying to get at. And it does kind of, it creates an even playing field. There's no hierarchy, so there's no hunter or prey. It's just life, just being alive, coexisting with each other, both needing similar things to survive. Okay, so then water and these birds. Man, you know, isn't this just like, do you ever think about birds? Like, I know it's a weird thing to like say, but it's so bizarre to me that these creatures exist. These flying creatures that we're like, oh, a bird. And we don't really like talk about very often. But these creatures are living in the trees and the sky. And when I see a bird, I'm just always like, oh my gosh, it's incredible. Like, there's so many different species of birds and they're majestic and, oh man, they're just intelligent. The way that they sing and communicate, they're just incredible. So anyhow, back to the painting. These birds sitting and enjoying the same bath. And then the final addition to this is the mill, the water mill. And it's creating energy, and it's churning this water that is being used by the people of this town. And it is really just bringing in this harmonious storyline about all of us needing the same things for survival. And for this, it would be water. I mean, we could take this as far as we want, but I think this piece is just incredible. I think it is the storyline, the intention, the execution, outstanding. I know that we tend to favor realism in artwork because it's something that seems challenging to do, where a lot of people who do not create art very often would see a piece like this and be like, I can do that. I can do that. Yeah, sure, you can copy it, but could you come up with this? Like, let's just, like, for real, this is, I think, a work of genius. And it took a lot of, I think it took a lot of effort on his part to even think about not only the layout, but the storyline, the themes, how, like, what colors you're going to use to draw the eye around. And a lot of this is not accidental, you know? Like, you have to think about professionals in their field. If you are, let's think about like a soccer player. A professional in their field is going to strike at the net in a way that a beginner soccer player is not going to even, the difference in mental aptitude of like how you would even go about striking the net is so far beyond like a beginner and a professional, right? So I think a lot of times we take for granted that people that are professional artists had to start somewhere, but had to spend a lot of time just looking at the world, and had to spend a long time learning about the composition of images like you're doing right now, or certain colors and how they have certain feelings and what those feelings mean to people, and the symbolism of colors and shapes and objects. When you spend a lot of time like in a chosen field, you've just spent a lot of time practicing and analyzing, similar to any professional sports player, any professional in their field, dentists. I don't know, I thought dentists, but really any professional. And I think it's a shame that we tend to devalue artists a lot based on their style. I hear this a lot when it comes to street artists or graffiti artists, where a lot of people don't take their work seriously because of where their art is actually being created. And how temporary it can be, I think also makes people think or devalue graffiti artists a little bit more. They devalue them more in a way. Oh, I had this heartbreaking thing happen when I was living in Chicago where there was this wall, an old train line or bus line, you know, it was an elevated thing. So there was this wall that would span across the city. And these graffiti artists from around the world would come and create their artwork. And this is not like, oh, you know, I'm going to just write my name, I'm going to tag, and then gone. These were magnificent, magnificent pieces of artwork. Kind of like what I'm talking about right here, where the style is different than what you're seeing in like certain art museums, right? But the composition, the color, the thought, the intention, the message, everything was genius, like absolutely genius. And on this line somewhere, a condo was built, and it was a luxury condo. And they wanted the wall to be painted over white. We ended up like forming an artist protest where I was so young at that time. I was just kind of along for the ride watching the story unfold. And we went to these protests saying like, listen, like this is amazing, you know, artwork. And really this is just opening eyes of the beauty of our culture, the city of the Chicago or whatever. Long story short, they painted over it. And strangely enough, they painted over it, they whitewashed it, and they had someone come in and do a replica of a Monet water lilies. And it wasn't like, wow, that is a very striking resemblance of water lilies. It was like a watered down version of the real painting. And if I guarantee you, if Monet was alive and heard about this, he wouldn't be happy. I can't guarantee. I guaranteed. I just have a feeling, you know, that if he was alive, he would find that story very sad, because artists really do support artists. And just because we don't understand the style of art does not mean that we can't respect the style. And this was a piece that really, I knew I liked it based on the composition and the color, but I didn't start to fully appreciate this piece until I started to dissect it and break it down and paint it. When you begin to do this, and let's say you don't do the paintings that I do for your composition studies and you come up with your own pieces, what you're going to learn from other artists is, it's like taking a college level course. The lesson is in the artwork. You kind of are learning about breaking down all the elements of creating artwork, right? Never like devalue yourself because you didn't go to an art school or you didn't do this or that or really anything. There should be no reason that you devalue yourself or your skills or whatever, depending on for any reason. But especially if you're a new artist and you see someone making art that is like, you're like, wow, I wish I could do that. Don't bring yourself down. You might just need a little bit more time to play and to practice and to study. And all of us have been there. We've all been there. And I still don't think, and I think as an artist, you never really get there, because once you finish your piece, you're like, man, I learned something about this. I want to try this out. The great thing about being an artist is your work is never done unless you choose for it to be done. I think the hard thing too is like when you're exploring your style and you find something that maybe you like for a short amount of time, but it doesn't feel like you would like it forever. And then you kind of get stuck in that and people expect you to create like that all the time. This happens a lot when you go see a concert, right? And they're like famous for a certain style of music, certain types of songs, and you're like, play Freebird or whatever it is, you know. And they're like, I have played that forever, and I am 20 years older than I was when I wrote the lyrics for that song and made that music. I want to play something else now because I am a different person. I think that's a hard part about being an artist, is people expect the same things from you. So I think it makes it hard for people to share new works that they do. Um, because as humans, we're very critical. And it's easier to criticize someone else than ourselves, or maybe you're hypercritical of yourselves and you don't criticize other people. Either way, we tend to be critical, and I think the only way to move past that is to really just acknowledge it. When we start to criticize someone else or to talk someone else down, is to be like, why am I talking them down? Because usually what happens is if we criticize other people, another artist, another something, sometimes it's a reflection of who we are, right? We're like, oh, I don't like that because I'm this way. We try to put ourselves into boxes. So when it comes to art, it's hard, I think, for artists because we like to play, we like to try out new things, and I think we're generally people that don't like to be put into boxes because playing is just so much fun. I think it's hard to share because a lot of the world likes to put things into boxes. There's no real lesson here other than just kind of relating to you as an artist and kind of talking about things that I don't think we really talk about very often in art classes. It's like the experience of being an artist and trying to share with people why it's important. I'm sure there's going to be people in this class that would be embarrassed to tell their family or friends that they're taking an art class. And they're like, what? Why you? You're taking an art class? Maybe you do it privately. Maybe you do it on your own and you never tell anyone that you're taking an art class because this is something that brings you joy, even though it may not be something that is outwardly part of you. Like for me, everyone knows that I'm an artist, so it's easy for me to talk about it, to share it, and I guess to even be a little bit weird to express myself the way that I want to, because they can just say, oh, she's an artist, she says these weird things. But I think for a lot of people who are put into these boxes have a really hard time being able to share these things with the people that are most important in their lives. And I know I'm not the only person out there that feels this way, but it really can be one of those things. It's like, well, we're going to put you into this box, and if you don't figure out what your box is, then you can't do these things. And it just separates us from, it separates us from creating great work. And I think that what I wanted for this class is not only to teach you composition, to almost like have it feel more like an art salon, where artists from the past would get together with other artists and talk about the work and talk about the struggles of being an artist, or what the experience of being an artist, or to talk about something completely off topic. Maybe it is about politics, maybe it is about music, maybe it is about the birds that we look at and our interpretation of how other species live their lives. But okay, where are we? We have about 15 more minutes in this. Sorry. Let me get back on topic again. Let's see here. So at this point in time, I am working on this bottom section, which are these like these green cubes, which I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. I really don't. It could be rocks. It could be, I really just have no idea. But it does create a really nice contrast between the red. So if you're not familiar, red and green are opposites on the color wheel. So when you put those next to each other, it really does create a nice harmony. And I feel like I'm actually getting close to the end. So when you're at this point in time, this is kind of the fun point in time of the painting, where you start adding details. And you should not add any details until you get to this point, when everything has been really blocked in and you start creating more of the shapes get more defined, I guess. You're adding in blocks of color on top of it. Now it's starting to define it even further, and this is really what it is like, detail work. So I really would not recommend doing detail work from your very first brush stroke. That would take a long time. And even pointillists would not do that either. Like, I think pointillism, yes, it is a lot of dots, but they're still working within blocks of color, blocks of shapes, values, all of that before they even start to define those elements. All right, we're coming to that part where this deer, is it a hog? I really don't know. I'm sticking with it that it's a wolf, though. I really like that theme, too. And we didn't talk about the trees that are kind of popping out underneath. It looks like it's behind this. It's not even like a waterfall. It looks like it's coming from a pipe or something. And the trees are maybe kind of coming through it as well. And yeah, it's probably the pipe that goes to the mill, huh? So it's probably making it spin. I really did have to speed this one up. I think it was, I sped it up, but I also wanted to make sure I didn't go too fast where we were missing how I painted this. So another thing too is when it comes time for you to do these masters, I really did not want it to be like a step by step like we did in the first 10 pieces. The step by step was mainly to equip you with the knowledge about how you would break down the principles of composition, but also get you to a point from very basic to a little bit more advanced where you felt like you could start taking on any composition and you would know how to go through that process. All right, let's talk about paintbrushes. So I think at this point in time, yeah, I've switched to a round brush, and round brushes are really great for defining small spaces. And round brushes are great for outlining, as you can tell at this very moment in time. That is sort of what I'm doing. I'm going back in and adding in those lines to define those shapes in the background. I think it is part of the city that we are seeing there. I did wet my paintbrush though to make sure that it is slightly transparent and blends in with the colors behind it. If I didn't add water to it, the black would be so pigmented and opaque that it wouldn't give the same impression as we are getting from the original piece. So again, really make sure that you're playing with or trying out what the paint would look like if you added less water or more water to your pigment. I also noticed too that you might want to try is if your paintbrush is dry and you add paint to a dry paintbrush, you're going to get a great texture. But if you wet your paintbrush first, and it doesn't have to be damp, like you can even kind of wipe it a little bit on the side of your cup or whatever your water container. If you add paint to a wet paintbrush, you're going to get a much smoother line. Now, if you add wet paint to a wet paintbrush, then you're going to get a very wet, long line, which could be great, but also it's easy for your paint to pool up. And if your canvas or your paper or whatever your painting surface is on an angle, if you have too much water in your paint and your paintbrush is too wet, it is going to drip, which might be a happy accident, or it may not be what you wanted at all. So be sure that you're paying attention to these kind of things. And you see me looking over here. I'm actually just looking at a second screen of the art piece a little bit closer in detail. I know that I have it on the screen, but anytime I am working on these masterpieces, it might be helpful to kind of minimize my video. Like maybe put it on half the screen and then make the original artwork on the other half of the screen much larger, so you can also look around the piece while I am creating it. So you're kind of doing two studies, watching how I would tackle something like this, but also kind of looking at what's next maybe, or what needs to be completed. I think I'm actually pretty close. I think at this point in time, all I have to do is kind of firm up the little characters at the bottom a little bit more. Possibly the mill. Oh, here we go. Maybe add a few more defining details in the waterfall as well, in the water below. But this is not my original work. But man, I actually really liked the way my study turned out. And I think after this class is done, I'm going to get a little picture frame and put this one by my bed. Because not only do I think it's beautiful, but I just love the message. Okay, so one more thing to talk about is the paint palette. There's no real rhyme or reason, you're probably thinking, like, look at how my paint is laid out. But there is a method to the madness, and I will try to explain it more with the upcoming paintings as well. But to begin, I kind of put all the pigments that are, I usually do it from like light to dark pigments. Like, it doesn't look like I did it here, maybe, or maybe we just can't see the paint palette, but I usually like to have them in a row, horizontally or vertically, from light to dark, or colors that will mix well with each other. Like, for instance, the blue and the yellow are right next to each other. And if you mix those two colors together, you would get a green. So those might be nice to have next to each other. If you put blue and orange next to each other, those are complementary colors, which would, as you know from our previous studies, we can use to really create shadows, like realistic looking shadows and things like of that nature. You can group your colors together by coolness or warmness. There's really, it really does come down to how, like, you do need to kind of figure out what your process of work is like, your style, and from there it'll be easier for you to figure out how you would lay the paints onto your palette. And if you're taking this course, you probably have taken my Realistic Portraits for Beginners course. I'm not sure, but in that course you really do see how my process helps me with everything. So I've really fine-tuned my process where I know exactly what steps I need to take from start to finish, what colors I'm going to be using in what order. So at this point in time, because I've had all this practice and I've developed a process that works really well for me, I don't really think very much about how I'm laying out the colors. One thing I can tell you though is the more practice I get as a painter, the less colors I end up using. Before I used to put like every color that I owned on my paint palette and I'd be like, which one should I use first? And then you realize that over time, like, your paint dries, or as you're painting, like, nothing looks cohesive on your canvas, and you're like, yeah, this looks a little sloppy. Why does it look this way? It looks that way because you're making it too complicated. Simple really is better in a lot of ways, right? But especially when it comes down to your paint colors. Like, pick 3 paint colors that you really like, maybe a warm one, a cool one, and possibly your in-between, sort of like your primary colors, but it can be variations. And then, like, stick with it. Add white and black. Play with it. See what you get by mixing those colors together, plus white and black. And I guarantee you that the cohesion in your piece will tighten up. And it will look like everything, all your elements then belong in the same world. Like, if we're looking at this, yes, I use more than 3 paint color choices, but by only using, I think it was maybe 4 or 5, I will I know that I listed it at the beginning of this. I just need to, I'm not quite sure what it was, but by using the same colors throughout the entire piece, it looks cohesive, and you can play with the strength of all those colors and make it look very different and unique. But when you're starting off, my biggest tip for you is actually just to keep it simple. And not only will it be easier for you as an artist, but it'll make your artwork look better too. All right, we're coming up to the end of this. I cannot believe it. I will see you in the next piece. Take care. Bye. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Nighthawks. This is a master study that I am so excited to share with you. This is my ultimate, all-time favorite painting by Edward Hopper. And trying to get the licensing for this was challenging, but here we are, and I'm so glad that I get to share this piece with you. Okay, so let's talk about Nighthawks and the colors that we are using here. So the primary colors in this piece that are really drawing the eye are the red and the green. And as we've talked about before, the red and green are opposite on the color wheel. So it really does create this nice contrast, a harmonious contrast, because they're opposites, but they're complementary. And what I'm going to do is just start blocking everything in. I started the whole piece off by just laying in the dark blue background. And I think this is always the best way to begin, because by filling up the composition with some kind of layer of color, whether it's a local color or whether it is the dominating color within a piece, when you put that in, it's going to affect all the colors on top of it. And I wanted that to happen because you want it to appear that all of this is happening within the same world. So let's talk a little bit about the scene that we're looking at first, and the story, and how the composition really helps with the storyline. So we're here in the city, and it's empty. There's nobody on the streets. The only people out at this moment in time are the people in this little diner. And it's very simplified. A real diner would probably have more things on the countertops, including food and whatever, more things. So this could be part of the story. Perhaps it's the end of the night where everything has been put away, and these are the final stragglers. And when they go home, the worker, the guy in the white, is going home too. But there's so much mystery here, and the mystery really is that are opposite. We talk about contrast. So let me give you an example about how to create mystery. One would be, we're in a place where there's usually a lot of people and there's nobody there. Why is there nobody there? So the next thing is, well, it's nighttime, it must be super late. We can come up with these conclusions based on the information that has been given to us, right? So you're creating mystery by kind of doing the opposite of what we would expect from something. And so we have the opposite of, there's no one in the city, even though this is taking place in the city. The next thing is looking at the composition and knowing that it's nighttime. How can you tell it's nighttime? The color of the buildings, you can tell that things are lit up, but they're lit up by shadows, and the shadows and the highlights they're very harsh. It looks like they're harsh because of street lamps, or because of this specific spot that is very bright, and the only thing awake in Philadelphia or wherever that is giving this electricity. It's creating electricity within this piece, this very light and bright element compared to this very dark and sleepy city. Another thing to consider is just the shapes of everything. Anytime we have diagonal lines, triangles, which we sort of are getting with this diner, it does look as though it's a triangle that is kind of being cut off. And even though we're not seeing it the full extent of that tip coming off to the side because it is cut off because of the shape of the building, we as the audience still get that feeling of a triangle based on these two lines that are coming together to kind of create that shape. So it's creating this energy in the piece just by using these dynamic lines. Next, we have the triangle in the bar top. And again, it's being cut off on the right-hand side, but we don't need to see the extension of that bar top. All those lines coming off the edges of this piece are just an extension of our vision. And we have to think about this as well, is like, we are a fly on the wall, or we are a person walking on the street seeing this event taking place, right? So it's our point of view, and I think the canvas or the piece of paper or whatever is really interesting because our point of view is really being dropped off in a very severe cut on that edge. Where normally when we're living life, we have our peripheral vision kind of giving us more information, even though we're focused on what's ahead of us. But we do know in these art pieces that the world is still extending beyond the frame, our picture plane. Okay, so now I'm adding in this very bright yellow color with a little bit of white added to it. This is one of the reasons why I really love this gouache. I love it because if we were even using acrylic, I noticed that with acrylic, even though it is pretty opaque, it's really hard to get this kind of opacity with acrylic. Gouache, well, this very specific type of gouache that I love, because it does dry and does not reactivate with water like normal gouache does, you can really punch your colors out in these layers. It's very graphic, almost like a graphic design, has like a graphic design element to it. It makes sketching a lot easier as well. But anyhow, adding this bright yellow, you're seeing the diagonal lines and more of these triangle shapes being put together. We have the triangle of that yellow coming all the way across with this like two triangles kind of coming together and butting up in the middle to create a vertical line. I'm trying to look more at the original piece, that even in the areas where there's more like rectangles and squares, we still have the shadow lines cutting through them to give it more of a triangular shape, or these angled lines, and even the angled lines of the windows based on the perspective. It's not straight on, it's even just slightly curved and slanted. So it's very geometric, and at the same time, it feels very organic. It feels like very realistic, and like even though we're not living in this era, we get an idea of what it would feel like to be here and what the air smells like and the sounds of the city we might be hearing, even though it may be occurring blocks away. And we even can put ourselves in the situation of like, what kind of conversation are they having inside? Who are these people? Are they old friends? Are they secret friends? Are they meeting for the first time and, talking about, what are they talking about? When you start adding mysterious elements to your piece like this, where people begin to say, why is it this way? What are they talking about? What are they doing? Any elements of mystery will stop your viewer in front of your piece to get those questions answered. And I really do think that is a part of composition that we don't talk about often, because I think when we talk about composition, we like to talk about the things that you can do to make your piece like look better. But a lot of composition is really about what is going to stop your viewer in front of your piece. I know I mentioned this in one of the lessons, but you really are like a magician. And like magicians have all their sleight of hands and misdirections in order to get you to go exactly where you want them to go, so the trick works. And you know if a magician is good or not that experienced, because if they're really good, you have no idea how they did it. You You have no idea how they made that happen, and it does create this magic. And the same is true for artwork. And the more experienced you get, you really do become a magician. You're like, wow, why do I like this piece so much? It looks so good. It's because they're experienced magicians. They know exactly where you're looking and exactly what you're feeling because they designed it that way. And it's exciting to know that you have that kind of power within your artwork. And you can really use that to influence the whole world if you want to, or if you make a piece that really is that striking. And another thing to consider is the pieces that you are creating may not be influential until maybe a few years, maybe a decade. That can be a little bit discouraging, at times, to think about, like, maybe the work that you're creating now is not the right audience because the ideas that you're coming up with are a little bit too ahead of your time. But that shouldn't stop you from creating. All that means is that just keep doing the work that you're doing. Just keep doing the work that you're doing, because if there are themes, that people don't understand at the moment, but maybe they're even starting to, or there's an audience that does understand the themes that you're talking about. If you have any kind of audience, or if there are other like-minded people like you, then keep doing the work that you're doing. Because as the world evolves, you look back on pieces, and because of the times and the change in the moment or whatever, the pieces that you're creating, you just can't predict the future. And I guess one example is Edward Hopper became a very influential artist of the pandemic because his pieces really gave people the feeling of what it's like to be in lockdown. There's a lot of this alienation and separation between people, even though we're so close to each other, but feeling so far away. And I wanted to add Edward Hopper, not only because this piece is like my favorite art piece, but because he is such an artist of the time now. And his work was created in the 1940s. So, yeah, it really is so bizarre about how art works, certain songs that at the time were like, oh, this is the worst song ever made, and there are like articles written about it or movies being made. And I know one was like Citizen Kane, right? When Citizen Kane came out, it was like seen as like one of the worst movies ever made or something. And then and now it's like the best movie ever made, according to like film studies and film people, which the movie is brilliant. The movie is really good, and it's funny and it's interesting, and if you haven't seen it, definitely give it a try. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's a really good movie. But anyhow, it really is all about the audience, right? Like, I say it's a really good movie and you watch it and you're like, that was the worst movie I've ever seen. They were right. It was horrible. And then you might find your favorite movie to be something that I absolutely cannot stand. I'm not even going to go there. I know you're probably like, what would that movie be? I'm not going to say, because it's not my place. Not my place. But yeah, this is why it's very important to have different styles of artwork and to have different ways of creating and looking at the world. It's because we're different. It's not our job to all be the same, and how horrible and boring would that be? But how amazing is it when you actually open yourself up to the opportunity to allow yourself to like a piece? What I mean by that is we're talking about in the last piece about how we like to put everything into boxes, right? And I'm not an abstract artist, although I would love to do more of these studies and kind of copy more abstract artists that I like, because I think it would help me with my own work, breaking out of my realism problem that I think I have. For the longest time growing up, I felt like I wanted to be a realist artist. So then I trained myself to be a realist artist. And now that I'm here, it's like, well, now what? It's not really like, now that I did it, I know I can do it and I can create more work that looks real, but I'm not even really sure I like it for me anymore. I would love to be more expressive. I would love to, like combine my styles of artwork that I like to look at with like my own style, with my own art. And I think right now as your teacher, we learn from each other, right? So I think we also have to be very careful with how we critique other artists, because it is so subjective. And the person creating the artwork, it's like the birds that we were talking about before in the last art piece. It's almost alien trying to put yourself into someone else's shoes sometimes, because, like, for instance, like when we say the word dog, okay? My idea of what a dog looks like comes from my childhood memories of my childhood dog. And now if you think about every single word in existence and how many different symbols we have from those words, and then think of all the different languages and all the different interpretations of words based on region, based on where you live, based on everything. It's amazing that we can communicate at all, right? So now try to teach somebody art, okay? And, this is one of the hardest things. This was probably the hardest thing for me as an art teacher at a school environment was, man, like as a teacher, I could teach the kids the way I felt like I wanted to teach them, what I thought was important, and then basically like processes and systems that work, and they can take those and use them to help their own style. But people that are not really artists, like administration, that are that don't know about art, think that you teach art by saying this is good and this is bad, right? And that's just not how art works, really. I mean, you can say that this doesn't feel right at the moment. I think I would tweak it or adjust it. Or what if you shifted this element over here because, whatever. Like, there are tricks to help you make it appear like more organized or whatever. But saying someone's work is good or bad is just like, it defeats the point of art. You say it's not for me, or I don't get it, you can admit that you don't understand it, but that would be like going on a hike, and you see like this tree that was like split in half because of like old age, or maybe it was burned in a fire, and you're like, man, like that dead tree just ruined this whole walk for me. That tree is bad. I don't like it. Like, how ridiculous would that be, right? So, yeah, like all these things, like when it comes to beauty, it really is like in the eye of the beholder. There is no real good or bad, but there are ways that we can be more of like a magician and can say, like, here's my idea. How am I going to develop this in a way that is going to make the most amount of people, where I know exactly where they're going to look at. I know how it's going to make them feel. How are you going to be a really good communicator in your artwork? Hopefully that made sense, because I think it is really challenging to you have to be a good teacher and teach your students how to draw a horse. But I think with composition, it's a little bit more challenging than that. It's not only the shapes and the colors and the lines, which, yeah, that is part of it. But it's the story, it's the idea, it's the style, it's the artist. Like there are all of these things that are going to help you create a good composition. And another thing that we were talking about before is like of the time. It might be of this time, or it might be of the past, it might be of the future. And just like fashion, some ideas come back into fashion years later. So you do you. Don't try too hard to fit into the what is in right now when it comes to your artwork. The best thing that you can do for your own artwork is to figure out what you like, what color palettes you like, what styles, what lines, what shapes, um, all these things that make you you. What makes you you, and how would you put those ideas onto your paper, your canvas, your music, your films, your sculptures, whatever. Okay, so as far as composition goes, this part of the piece I thought was super fun because if we're looking at the colors of the people, there is a certain element of color between the two of them. There's this like blue color of the men that are sitting at the bar stool, and this vibrant red, beautiful woman. She is red, right? And so I knew that when I painted her, I was just going to do a block of red first. Let that dry and then start painting in the details because her hair is red, her lips are red, her dress is red. And she's this siren, right? And so here we go. I'm going to start painting her in, and I just made it super simple. I think, like a few lines here and there really are all she needed. And you can tell here, you can tell that this piece is Nighthawks, even though there is not very much detail, right? I think part of the beauty of this piece is it's so simple. It's so simple, but not at all either. Like, have you ever noticed that a lot of things that are elegant and beautiful are very simplified? Just down to the basics and down to the heart of what makes it so beautiful. And there's that saying, less is more. And of course, I mean, there's also people that say more is more. Like, really, you know what I'm saying? It's all about the eye of the beholder. But anyhow, I think the reason why this piece works is because it is a less is more piece. Where in the previous piece that we did, the Bewitched Mill, I think that was almost like a more is more. That one was just like hitting you with so many like things, color, shape, themes, and storylines, but it worked so well. Okay, how are we doing here? We have about 5 minutes left. And at this point in time, it really is just refining the details now. If we're looking at the perspective, if you're not familiar with perspective and how you would create something to look like it's moving off into the distance, there's so many good YouTube videos out there. I know I'm going to plan on making a perspective class sometime in the future. But you really want to start with 1-point perspective and then from there move to 2-point perspective. You could do most of your work in 1 and 2-point perspective. And then it does go to 3 to 4. And that, I mean, like if you look at comic books, they're masters of perspective drawings and paintings and illustrations. That may be something that you really love and you would love to add to your artwork. But for most of the art that you want to create, I would say 1 and 2-point perspectives are really what you need to know. And you can find those lessons on YouTube for free. There's some good ones out there. And I think another great thing to acknowledge is that there's a lot of free information out there. And it is important to note that if you want to learn how to do something, information is out there. And yes, it may be harder. Like when you're looking for free information, it is a lot of extra work for you to tie all the pieces together, right? And I think, taking a course like the one that you're taking right now, like I did the work for you. Like what are all the things that would be important for a composition class? How would we make it that into a one package deal where you get the full experience? But the information that I'm teaching is available out there for free. And you should never allow money to stop you from learning. Like your absence of money, or even if you're wealthy. I've taught at private schools in California where tuition is very high, right? But if you have a good teacher, it doesn't matter if if the teacher is in a private school, a public school, or it is your neighbor, Nancy, right? Your teacher, a good teacher, is going to provide you with the information that sticks and that helps you grow. So if I am not the right teacher for you, say you take this course and you're like, I just don't bond with her, I might not be the right teacher for you, but there might be someone on YouTube, there might be another person that is teaching the same exact subject, and just because I teach it in one way does not mean that it's the right way or only way out there. So always continue to look for people that will teach you the things that you want to learn, because it's available, especially now. Okay, so this was a kind of a simple composition. We had the dynamic, almost like the golden triangle, and we have, we're using all the basic shapes, and it does even have a golden spiral feel to it. But all in all, simplicity is the key and the theme for this piece. All right, I will see you in the next one. Take care. Bye. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our final master study. I cannot believe that we are finally at the end of this course. But here we are, and we are studying A Sunday on Le Grand Jatte by Seurat. And as you probably have noticed, if you watched all of the lesson videos, I reference George Seurat a lot. You may have seen his pieces in a lot of my videos in this class, but man, there is so much to learn from him and his work that it is like impossible not to talk about when he's an artist, impossible not to talk about when we're talking about composition. And he referred to himself as a scientist, and it is absolutely true. So he was a pointillist artist, and not just a pointillism artist, but this piece in particular was pointillism. And what pointillism is, it's almost like pixels, where there are all these little dots on the canvas, and from far away it creates this image, but up close it really is like just a whole bunch of colors mixed together. And he was a scientist in the aspect that he was trying to play with color, where the viewer's eye would mix the colors together, as opposed to just mixing the color on your palette and then painting it onto the canvas the way you like perceived that color to be. And so it was like this optical, not an optical illusion, it was like this optical science that he developed about how to create like the perfect color, whether it's in shadow or highlight, and what that would look like in the certain range of like how much blue to red to yellow. And he would almost use all of the colors in every part and layer them, not only to create that color, but to create form, like make it look three-dimensional, and these very distinct shapes as well. Like there's so much involved in this that you can break it down forever, like for real. So why don't we actually just start with the basics of it, and that is the shapes of the composition. We have this long horizontal line in the background that helps us divide the ground beyond the lake. It kind of attaches the foreground to the background. We have a diagonal line that is receding into the background, so that diagonal line is giving us a sense of not only scale but perspective as well. So anything that is receding back along that diagonal line is getting smaller because the space is going back. Now, at this time, Impressionism was the top style of art, and Impressionism was not only mimicking like how light moves within a piece, but it was like the sense of being in a space where life was occurring and capturing it in one little frame. So as you can see in below, I'm breaking down the very basic shapes of this piece. And so we're adding that diagonal line in, and we're kind of just blocking off where everything is going to go. He created this piece. It wasn't like an impressionist piece where he was sitting there plein air painting it. This piece is big. Let's see how big it is. It is 82 inches by 121 inches. So it's huge. And you may have already noticed, I don't know, maybe not, but all the paintings that I'm referring to in this class are from the Art Institute of Chicago. That was not by accident. That is because I am a student of Chicago, meaning I didn't go to the Art Institute for college, although I've taken many art classes there. But my mom would take me to the Art Institute. She's an artist, and she would take me there as a child growing up to draw and to study, to do artist studies. We would go there and sketch on the weekends. So these paintings from the Art Institute are such a part of my life that I've sat in front of these pieces and analyzed them so many times prior to even doing this course, that talking about it to a camera, talking about it to you is bizarre, because it's like retelling a story to somebody that you've told to many people. You kind of forget the things that you've already mentioned because you've talked about it so many times, or you've thought about it so many times. So I'm going to do my best to kind of break everything down. But if you want to learn more about this piece, there is a really great YouTube video by Grande University that talks about the breakdown of this piece as well. And it's just incredible. It really is just an amazing piece. And why don't we just go into... Let's just jump right in. Okay. So first things first is this was not a plein air piece, meaning the Impressionist, he did not sit in front of it and then create it. He had to do multiple sketches, drawings, paintings, go back several different times of day with different types of subjects that he was painting. But there is something that he is doing in this piece that is really interesting. And that is something that the Impressionist painters would do all the time, is this varying of light. Okay, so in the foreground, where typically we have a lot of light in our artwork for a lot of reasons, because the foreground tends to be a place that we put our most dominant subjects. And of course, he does have that the couple with the umbrella and the lady with the dress, right? I would say they are our dominant subjects, and they do kind of fall upon that rule of thirds vertical line, but they're in shadow. And he is doing something that the Impressionist artist did, where he is varying the shadows from the highlights as you go back into the distance. So what I mean by that is, you can see there are the trees are creating these shadows that kind of jump all the way back, creating these horizontal lines. And the Impressionist would do that. It creates a really nice division of space. But he has his foreground figures, his dominant subjects, in shadow. And not only that, but he's doing it in a way where we can still see the form, we can still see the color, and he was creating it with pointillism. It's just totally mind-boggling to even, like, if you're a new artist trying to comprehend this, there's no way to even, like, how he did this was just totally nuts. Movement. There is a lack of movement, and then there is a lot of movement in this piece. I say lack of movement because look at the way his subjects are positioned. They're very still. And he did say that he wanted his pieces to almost have like this sculptural feel to them, like almost like you're sitting and looking at a sculpture park, right? But then he has all this movement in the water. He has this dog and jumping around and moving, and like a monkey. Like there's so many things here. We have the rowers in the water that are rowing their boats. There's sailboats. There's just like, it's a very interesting juxtaposition of themes, of light, of texture, style, form, right? And because when we're talking about, like, we talk about contrapposto, right? He breaks that for sure. Like, these definitely feel like sculptural figures. But not everywhere either. Like, he does have very relaxed figures as well. It's hard to define, right? Because they look relaxed and very stiff at the same time, all of these people. So, I don't know if it was the last piece, but we were talking about artwork that people either did like or didn't like, or was ahead of its time. This was that piece. This piece came out in 1891. It even says it on the description. Scandal, hilarity were among the epithets used to describe what is now considered George Seurat's greatest work and one of the most remarkable paintings of the 19th century. It was first exhibited in Paris, and he labored extensively over this painting. I mean, gosh, like, what it's like to stand in front of this piece is really busy. You know what? It's in that movie, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. They reference this piece where they're standing in front of it, right? And his friend, oh gosh, what's the friend's name? He's like having this mental breakdown throughout the entire thing. And he's standing in front of this and just like going into the pixelation of all of the things and how chaotic it almost like it seems, you know, getting lost in the picture. It's very something, it's something that I think as humans we can relate to, right? When you, it's hard, sometimes hard in life when you're going through a difficult time to see the big picture because you're lost in the details. But yeah, so George Seurat labored intensively over this. And at the time he was like working during the same time as some of the greatest impressionist artists of the world, who would make everything look just so flowy and elegant, and it had a very different type of movement than this, where a lot of people thought his work was ridiculous, that he was almost like trying to copy Impressionists but didn't have the style of Impressionists. And I'm trying to see here. So yeah, one of the things that was really interesting about this piece too was how he created light. All right, so Impressionists were known for capturing light in their brush strokes and their long, loose brush strokes, and his was very like down, like so perfect and so like planned and calculated and constructed that everyone was like, wow, what a joke. This guy, like, he went too far, right? And everyone just thought he missed the point of Impressionism when he wasn't trying to create Impressionist work. Although he had similar themes in Impressionism, like the luminosity he created in his work. Like, for instance, the light that he captured really looks like realistic light shining through the trees onto the ground, as opposed to like the people that are in the ground that is in shadow. That's a very hard thing to do, like trying to create these separations of things that are in highlight and things that are in shadow, and how would you make it look like they belong in the same place. Okay, as far as composition goes too, that's really interesting is the people and the subjects in his pieces are, they are sculptural, but they are blocked out. Because he has these sections of light and dark, there really is like the dark section of his characters and then the light section of his characters, right? And they kind of create this silhouette. And as we know from our silhouette class, I showed a lot of his sketches that he was very into silhouettes and would use that as almost a sculptural way to give information to the viewer without having to give too much information. Although in this piece, he still did give that information, because if you look up close at it, he somehow created form and depth and everything by using very small dots. Another thing to consider is, we talked about frame. I think this is a really interesting use of frame. So you can't see it here, but I would highly recommend looking at the piece on the website when you're done watching this video, or even now, whatever. He created a frame around the entire painting, but he painted it. He painted the frame. And how he did it was opposites on the color wheel. Illusion of putting everything in this frame. We talked about how important frames are, that humans tend to want to look at what's inside of a frame prior to looking at anything else. And in a way, he's forcing the viewer to look at this frame, because he like designed the frame not only to be complementary of the colors of the piece that he's working in, but he put the frame in the piece as well. So another thing too to consider is that even though these subjects that he has in here are very defined all the way back, the shape of the subjects are very defined. He does play with how the color saturation and value is played. Like, for instance, the contrast goes down. Okay, so what I mean by contrast is very high contrast would be like black and white. As his characters recede into the background, the contrast of the colors start to blend more into the gray area, which makes them appear more muted, even though the shape of them is still sort of defined pretty harshly, like very blocky. Like he intended, he wanted them to feel sculptural, and they definitely do, including the trees. You're not getting a lot of branches in his trees. We're getting the main sculptural branches that he has displayed, and then the rest is it's very stylized. And I think one thing that is really interesting here too, and I think one of the reasons why people laughed at it so much, but I think it's just like, wow, incredible. If you look at the original piece and how he created the leaves of the trees, it feels kind of like static, like this really beautiful static where nothing is defined. It's like almost the feeling of leaves with like a really, I don't know, like I know static is like black and white, but imagine static like where you're getting this feeling of pixelation far before his time of computers or anything, right? Like he is basically creating pixels like we have on our tablets or screens or whatever. And it's just so far beyond the times that no wonder so many people hated this piece. And I think that at the time too, it was one of the, like it says here, it's a scandal that people were like, this is ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make sense. The style of this is disgusting. Like, this is not real artwork. And then there are the other people that are like, do you realize what a breakthrough this is for our time? And good artwork or revolutionary artwork really does push the boundaries. And it doesn't always have to be in the message of the piece. It could be the way the piece is created. And I think that we have a hard time with this as humans. So for instance, when films were first introduced, everyone had a hard time with it. It was just like, the value of it didn't seem like, what is the value of making moving pictures? People were scared of it. Like when they showed the train coming into the station, was it the Milius brothers? It was a train on the screen pulling in, and the people that saw that video or that movie for the first time jumped away from the screen. They thought they were going to get hit by the train. They had no idea what was going on. And then, like as we progress with cinematography, I was at a weird time in film school where the digital film world was coming into play, and my professors, God bless them, because I learned so much by learning both mediums, but we're having a really hard time with the adjustment of the digital format becoming the dominant movie making format for filmmaking. Same with, photographers. When digital film, it's like you learn this art, you learn how to do it, and then when that is broken with something that is so instant. Yeah, there is like something that is very sad about that, right? Like there is the death of this art form and process. And sometimes the process of art making can be just as fun and beautiful than the actual final piece that you've created. And I think that is kind of what keeps a lot of us artists going, is the process, is we'll enjoy the process. And once you find a way to enjoy the process, then it becomes addicting. My process very much includes enjoyment of books. I am always listening to audiobooks when I am painting, and that has become part of my process. It gives me time to really explore new stories. So anytime I look at my art pieces, I know what book I was listening to, what story was, whatever. A tangent that, let me get back onto the right thing. But anyhow, we're in an age at this moment in time where we kind of have VR as being the scary format, I would say. It's something entirely new. And I mean virtual reality. And that could be like, we're hearing a lot about the metaverse. We're hearing a lot about wearing these things to go into these new worlds. And that can be very scary and intimidating because of a lot of reasons. One is we are feeling like maybe we're becoming less attached to the real world. And what would that mean for the future generation? Like, are they even going to be involved in this world, right? And then there's a lot of people that are excited about it. I'm somewhere in between. I'm very excited about the idea of it, although anything can be abused as much as it can be benefited from. And the reason why I'm talking about this is because I think that art and art forms and the making of new ideas and the making of new arts are all hand in hand. And this is a very specific example of, he calls himself a scientist, right? He's making this piece because he's interested in the science of light, image, color, luminosity, composition, form, like all these things that when we think of artists, we think of them being like, oh, But art and science is a hand-in-hand experience. You really need to know how the world works in order to understand how it looks. Why does the light look this way at a certain time of day? Why does it cast shadows? Why do these colors make us react in a certain way? Art really is a science, and the more you learn, the better communicator you are to your viewer and the messages that you want to convey to your audience. So Seurat was somebody who got a lot of criticism for his work, even though he was far ahead of his time. And I think, you know, like when it comes down to creating your compositions and your paintings, to always like keep these artists in the back of your mind when you're creating. I think it can be very difficult when composing images to think too much about your viewer and say, oh, would people like this? And I think that can be a very dangerous line to cross. I know that when we're new artists, we think this way a lot. Like we'll go to an art show. We have an incredible art show in LA, the LA Art Show. And it's this big warehouse filled with not only the biggest artists of our time at this moment, but they also show art from throughout history. Walking through that is as inspiring as it is intimidating, because you can go 1 foot and see another best artwork out there. And all of them are just spectacular, or some of them you might even go like, how did this get in there? And that is a really interesting about art too, is like when you talk about the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's so true. And the beauty in art is not only what is on the canvas, but it's the meaning of the art as well. Or it's about the artist itself. A lot of artists throughout history became famous for their art because they sold it. They sold their ideas. They sold it. They sold the concept, the story, and they made people believe in something, and it revolutionized that period of time. So never underestimate the power of the artists as well. I know that when we think of artists, we always think of the big, bold people, but those are the ones that are just, you know, that are doing a good job of being really great salespeople and advocates of their own work. But then we see someone like Seurat. Like, I'm always shocked by how many people are not aware of his work, because I think it's just like such a great example of like revolutionary ideas back in the 1800s, you know? And we know a lot about Van Gogh, you know? And but we don't know very much about George Seurat as a community, it seems like, in the United States. It might be different around the world, but yeah, anyhow, I think it's really, really important to not only study the pieces that we're talking about in this course, but I think it's also important to, this course is over, to continue your studies and maybe find 5 pieces that you are drawn to, even if you're not really sure the reason why you like them. For me, that was the Bewitched Mill one. I wasn't sure what it was about that piece that was just like, this one. I like it. I don't know why, but I need to study it. So I would encourage you to do more studies. Maybe this becomes a weekly habit for you, something where you can put on an audiobook and learn about artists by deconstructing their work and trying to recreate it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about his composition, because I talked a little bit about like the division of light and the lines going across, but we haven't really broken it down fully. So for sure we have it is definitely a golden triangle composition. We have this line that is cutting through the middle. And then we have these parts that are coming down and that are going up, that is creating, it's dynamic but structural. But it's also the rule of thirds. You have the top lines, the top third, the middle third, and the bottom third are very different, even though they don't lay on those lines like exactly, but it is being divided into thirds, including being divided into thirds vertically as well. We do have a left side, a right side, and a middle. The trees are very structural. Instead of them all being individual trees, they appear to be all connected together. And the highlights and the shadows create very distinct shapes as well. Dynamic diagonal lines, almost triangular in how the shapes come together. We have almost a big triangle like this, as well as the one kind of coming down. The shape of the shadow, the blocky shadow in the bottom, is like a rounded diagonal line as well. It's just very dynamic and structural. Like that, I think that's what we were talking about, is this piece really was like hard to define. And when we can't define something, we tend to criticize it. We have that. That is like probably one of the biggest problems with mankind, is when we don't know something or enough about it, or it's hard to define, we don't want anything to do with it. Not everyone, but we typically have arguments because of that reason. In those cases, I think it's when, it seems very obvious to me, but I don't think it's obvious to everyone. In moments where you can't define something, should be very exciting. Because then it's just like a testament to the evolution of not only like us as humans, but the evolution of advancing ideas, the evolution of our world. And I think change is scary, so when things do evolve or we see a new idea, I think we tend to want to work against it or want to argue about it, because we're afraid of losing the things that are very near and dear to us. And that happens when things change, right? But we can't stop change. So how do we embrace change? Gosh, isn't that the question? That's like the life question. How do we embrace change? Well, in my personal opinion, sometimes it's easier to embrace it than it is other times. Really, sometimes you are like, yes, I need to get out of the situation, or it's harder. And what makes it easier, I think, is nothing. I don't think change will ever be easy, but I think communication and support and really relying on the love of humans and the understanding of others is what's most important to get through the change and the challenges, especially the hard changes. But when it comes to changes in ideas, like artwork, we're kind of forcing a new idea in style, maybe new advancing technology or whatever. Weigh its benefits. What do I like about this? Why don't I like this part about it? So at this point in time, I'm using a a round brush, and you can tell it's very wet. And I'm trying to pull some of that moisture out with a dry paintbrush at this moment in time and reworking the shape. All right, so we're at the point in time right now where everything just really needs to be tightened up. And that's really how it goes with all compositions. You block everything in, and then you get it to a point where you're like, okay, I can't go any further. I've added in the information the most of the information that I need. Now it's time to just add in the final details and just start really working through every part of your piece. Almost like reading a book. If that is easy for you, you can either go from top to bottom, left to right, or depending on where you live, if you read from right to left, you can do it that way as well. But really just start going through the whole thing and just start focusing on areas that need some work. And how I like to figure out if an area needs work or not in my paintings, is to kind of think about it this way. Is there anything, number one, is there anything distracting? Is there anything here that doesn't feel right? And if so, what do I do to remove that? Or what can I do to blend that in, fade it out, or to balance it? A lot of times you may not have to do anything then to balance it, right? It feels off balance in a bad way. And really, that's one of the biggest problems to composition, is that the balance, whether it's asymmetrical or symmetrical, the balance feels wrong. It feels like the scale is actually tipping over and about to fall over, not that the scale is heavier or lighter or like balanced, like the scale is falling off the table. How do I fix that? Put the scale back on the table, maybe put less weight on one side or the other. Like, metaphorically speaking, obviously, we're talking about a painting, but a lot of times when you need to fix your composition, it really is the balance. And next would be, like, think about the overall shape of it. Are the shapes working with each other in a good way? And if they aren't working in a good way, was that intentional? Did I do that on purpose? So it would evoke a certain emotion within the feelings, my audience's feelings. Next, you can think about, if it's not working, how are your colors working together? Does it feel like there's no cohesive color scheme? Does it feel messy, muddy? And a way to prevent that would be just limiting the amount of color that you use in your piece, focusing more on value. And value is how light and dark a color is. So how you can correct your value is just adding white, black, or gray. Then after that, what I would do is, if I'm figuring out what my piece is, if my piece is not feeling right, think about the main elements or the subjects in your piece. What is it about them that is working and that is not working? Are all of your subjects, are all of your people in your piece, are they all dominant looking? Are they all fighting for attention? And if that's the case, it might be a little distracting. Maybe. It really does come down to a balance. And here we are at the final, like, looking at it. It's not identical, but they're close, right? And ultimately, what I hope you gained from this class is not only learning about composition, but I hope you also thought a lot about you as the artist, your message, your intent, like what you want to convey in your work, and or what you want to study. I don't think that every artist needs to say something. Sometimes we create art just to create. It can be a form of therapy, you know? So maybe define what your own intentions are for art making. If you're someone that really does want to make art that speaks to an audience, I would focus a lot on really getting to know the principles of composition that we talked about. And if you're somebody that has, like, the story that you want to tell, I would highly recommend going through some of your favorite movies and pressing pause on them in your favorite scenes and seeing what that composition looks like in that storytelling. What colors are they using to evoke a certain emotion in that scene? What are they wearing? What are their facial expressions, body language, all those kinds of things? And because filmmaking is such a beautiful way, like not only the story you're telling, which is like the writing part of it, but painting with movie pictures is just, like, in my opinion, just so amazing. And then the way the music works with it, like it's just I mean I love the form of art because, you know, obviously it's something that is equally part of me, just as painting is. But if you're somebody that just likes to paint, and you're like, yeah, but every time I paint, like, I don't know what I'm doing. You need to come up with a process. And a lot of people don't know what I mean by process. A process would be like anything that helps you to get to painting. That could be like, all right, got to put the kids to bed, and you know, then I'll have time to paint. But then you're like, but where am I going to paint? Find a space. I don't have paint. Get paint. I get bored listening to music. Listen to an audiobook or vice versa. Maybe you're someone who doesn't like to sit for too long. Stand. You can stand in front of your canvas. You can stand you can sit. I like to sit, and lately I've been liking to sit and paint because I'm up all day, you know, with my 2-year-old. There are solutions to every problem, and I feel like there are solutions to every life problem in artwork as well, because it is such a therapeutic thing that when you are creating, it really gives your body a chance to work while your brain is processing. And I think the two go hand in hand when it comes to therapy. And I know that a lot of therapy is about internalizing, you know? And that works for a lot of people. But for me, like, I've always been somebody that when I'm learning or when I'm discovering things about myself, my hand is moving. And I think we need to kind of incorporate that more into more therapy, is the movement, because a lot of people need to move in order to process. And I know for me that I work through my problems by creating, and my best paintings usually are when I'm sitting in front of a piece of paper, a canvas, even making movies, whatever it may be. For other people, it might be singing, dancing, making music, whatever. And for other people, it might be playing sports, you know, like hand-eye coordination. It really is up to you, and we're all artists in our own way. And yeah, if you're still here, I truly appreciate you spending this time with me and letting me talk to you. And I really enjoy making these classes for you, and hopefully you're getting something out of it. And again, thank you for your time, and I will see you later. Bye.